Merci énormément, Félix. Tes présentations, parce que j'en ai suivi plusieurs, sont toujours fort intéressantes. Merci également pour la belle chanson thème, dont les paroles sont de Félix Saint-Denis et la musique de de Briand Saint-Pierre. Voilà. Alors, merci beaucoup. Maintenant, quand on rappelle que de chemin parcouru depuis 400 ans, souhaitons-nous donc un minimum de 400, au moins un autre 400 autres belles années. Alors, merci. Maintenant, voilà, notre 8e rendez-vous tire déjà à sa fin. Avant que vous partiez, je veux vous rappeler, encore une fois, de ne pas oublier de compléter votre coupon de participation au voyage. Et également, si vous avez d'autres informations ou renseignements, vous pouvez toujours aller le demander à la table d'accueil ou la table spéciale. Maintenant, en terminant, un gros merci, Monsieur le maire, de nous avoir accueillis encore une fois ce matin pour cet événement dont nous nous rappellerons longtemps. Et cet événement est également mobilisateur. Vous contribuez à renforcer les liens entre francophones et francophiles, et de cela, nous vous remercions beaucoup. Merci à nos invités spéciaux, Monsieur le conseiller Stephen Blais, Monsieur Félix Saint-Denis, mes collègues, autres dignitaires invités, enfin à tous vous ce matin vous être déplacés pour le déjeuner. Et également, merci à l'équipe de la Ville d'Ottawa qui a travaillé fort à l'organisation de cet événement. Je pense que ça vaut une main d'applaudissement. Alors, chers invités, mesdames et messieurs, merci d'avoir accepté l'invitation du maire et à l'an prochain pour la 9e édition du rendez-vous francophone du maire d'Ottawa. See you all next year. Au plaisir de vous revoir. À l'an prochain.
Testing, 1, 2. Good morning, everyone. There's a quorum of the Planning Committee in the room, so I'll call the meeting to order. I welcome everyone to the 71st meeting of the Planning Committee. It is the 25th of March. I'll welcome everyone back from March break. If you wish to speak to the committee with respect to any of the items that are on today's agenda, if you'd fill in a white request to speak form and hand it to the committee assistant to my right, we'll make sure that you get on the agenda to speak to the committee. If you would like to file written comments, there's a sheet at the door that you can file written comments if you don't want to stay for the entire portion of the meeting. Now, this is a public meeting to consider the proposed comprehensive official plan and zoning bylaw amendments listed as items 5 to 7 and 9 on today's agenda. For the items listed above, only those who make oral submissions today or written submissions before the amendments are adopted may appeal the matter to the Ontario Municipal Board. In addition, the applicant may appeal the matter to the Ontario Municipal Board if Council does not adopt an amendment within 120 days after receipt of a complete application for zoning and 180 days after receipt of a complete application for an official plan amendment. Une feuille de commentaires est disponible à l'entrée pour toute personne désirante soumettre des commentaires écrits concernant les modifications. For item number 8, it is not the infill issue. It is not included in that public statement, as the bylaw is before the Ontario Municipal Board at this time. So, members of committee, are there any declarations of interest? I've received no regrets. Minutes 70, Tuesday the 25th of February. Are they carried? Carried. Okay. So let's go to a consent agenda and we'll try to see if we can. What's that? Okay. We can't afford chairs, Councillor. We're gonna have to all stand. Yes, we're frugal. Okay. Item number 1 is an application for demolition of Bradley's General Store, 1518 Stittsville Main Street, an application designated under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act. I have no one registered to speak to the committee with respect to that item. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to the committee with respect to item number 1? No? Okay, now we do have a technical amendment from Councillor Cadre that will come up sometime soon. So, for those, and so if you want to introduce that now, Councillor?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
I'm trying to get it on the screen.
And basically, the technical amendment on this item, Mr. Chair, is I'll read the therefore be it resolved that as part of the demolition application for 1518 Stittsville Main Street, the following conditions are implemented. Any historic materials that can be salvaged are saved for the future development of this site or donated to the Goulburn Museum. And further, therefore, be it resolved, the owner shall document the building through photographs to the satisfaction of the General Manager, Planning and Growth Management Department, and the photographs will be deposited at the City of Ottawa Archives.
Right.
So that's a technical amendment, Mr. Chair.
Right. And Mr. Moser, you're willing to undertake all this work?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Perfect. Okay. So on the motion then, is it carried? Carried. On item number 1, is it carried? Perfect. Okay. Number 2, application to demolish and construct a new structure at 7 Clarence Street, property located in the Byward Market Heritage Conservation District and designated under Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act. We're going to have a technical amendment, but come forward in a minute. But I don't have anyone registered to speak to the committee with respect to this item. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to the committee with respect to item number 3? 2. Got ahead of myself. No on 2? Okay. Councillor Harder.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. In regard to 7 Clarence Street, the recommendation 1 of the Built Heritage Subcommittee recommendation be amended to read as follows. Approve the application to demolish 7 Clarence Street, a rear addition of 461 to 465 Sussex Drive, according to the application received by the City of Ottawa on February 3rd, subject to the receipt of an application for site plan control.
Now, and was that the intent of the discussion at the Built Heritage Subcommittee?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so members of committee, is that modification carried?
Carried.
Carried. On the item then, is it carried?
Carried.
Carried. Okay.
Thank you.
Item number 3 is an addition to 30 Oriole Drive to the City of Ottawa Heritage Register. We have one person registered to speak to the committee, Peter Weiss, and, sorry, I can't, Cynthia Jackie? I'm sorry if I pronounced that incorrectly. Mr. Weiss, do you need to speak to the committee if we're prepared to receive this application?
No, I don't think you're prepared to receive it.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Weiss. Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to speak to the committee with respect to item number 3? Okay. Members of the committee, is this item received? Received. Received. Okay. Thank you very much. Item number 4 is an application to alter 269 McLeod Street, a property designated under Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act, and located in the Centertown Heritage Conservation District. I have no one registered to speak to the committee. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to the committee with respect to an application to alter 269 McLeod Street? Okay. Members of committee, is this item carried? Carried. Okay. Item number 5. Item number 5 is a zoning, part of 6429 Renault Road. We have one person registered to speak to the committee, Mr. Paquette. Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to speak to the committee with respect to item number 5? Okay. Mr. Paquette, do you need to speak to the committee as long as we're prepared to carry this item? Okay. Members of committee, is item number 5 carried? Carried. Okay. Item number 6 is the zoning at 5315 Abbott Street, formerly known as part of 5618 Hazeldean Road. I have one person registered to speak to the committee with respect to that item, Mr. Paquette. Mr. Paquette, oh, sorry, before I get to Mr. Paquette, is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to speak to the committee with respect to 5315 Abbott Street, or formerly known as part of 5618 Hazeldean Road? Mr. Paquette, you don't need to speak to the committee as long as we're prepared to approve this application? Okay. Members of committee, is item number 6 carried? Carried. Okay. Item number 7 is the zoning at 2148 Carling Avenue and 830 Aaron Avenue. And I have registered to speak Mr. Chown and Mr. Voigt, Mr. Neville. Mr. Neville, are you here? Yes. And you're in opposition to the application? Okay. So I'm assuming you'd like to speak to the committee. And is there Anne-Marie Bro here? Sorry. No, okay. And you're in support or in opposition? Okay. Okay, so we're going to hold that item and come back to it. Item number 8 we're going to come back to because there are requests for deferral and changes, and lots of people in support and in opposition. So we're going to come back to item number 8 and item number 9. Item number 9 has... Yes. Item number 5, the conversion, we have a number of of opposition. Lots of opposition. Okay, so we're going to come back to item number 8 and item number 9. Item number 10 is Pool Enclosure Bylaw 21339, technical amendments. I have no one registered to speak to the committee with respect to item number 10. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to the committee with respect to item number 10? Okay. Members of the committee, is this item carried? Carried. Item number 11 is the City of Ottawa Environmental Noise Control Guidelines, review of regulatory framework and current practices. I have no one registered to speak to the committee with respect to this item. Is there anyone out in the audience who wishes to speak to the committee with respect to item number 12, or item number 11, sorry? No. Okay, members of committee, is item number 11 carried? Carried. Okay. Item number 12, we have a number, which is the 2014 patio fee reduction pilot project. We have Jansa Jennings, Alex Lewis, and Lori Meller, who are speaking in favor of the application. Members, or Ms. Jennings, Mr. Lewis, and Ms. Meller, do you need to speak to the committee if we're prepared to carry this item? Okay. You may be waiting a long time if you say no. Okay. Members is there anyone else in the audience other than Ms. Jennings, Mr. Lewis, and Ms. Meller who wish to speak to the committee with respect to item number 12? No? Okay. Members of committee, is this item carried? Carried. Okay. Item number, thank you very much. Item number 13 is permanent signs on private property, signs in windows. We have Mr. Lewis to speak to the committee in opposition. So I guess we're going to hold it and come back to that item. So hold item. Well, you know, members of committee, just out of, we have two main items that are on the agenda, items 8 and items 7, 8, 9, and 13. We have a number, as long as we don't, as long as we're judicious in the time, we can deal with the two smaller items. Item number 7, 2148 Carling, and item number 13, and we can spend a substantial amount of time on items 8 and 9. Fair, sound reasonable? Okay. So let's go to right. So just before we go to that, can we receive the IPD that's listed as items A on the agenda, which is the Public Awareness and Pool Safety Campaign Update? Is that received? Okay, there we go. Okay, let's go back to item number 7, the zoning of 2148 Carling Avenue and 830 Aaron Avenue. So, I think the committee is aware of has reviewed the report. Mr. Smith, if you just, excuse me, there are a number of speakers. We'll call you. I'll call you to the table when your time to speak is here. So, Mr. Smith, do you just want to give us Any, the 5-minute highlights?
Can do, Mr. Chairman. Actually, it might even be less than 5 minutes. This is a vacant lot that's on the corner of Erin and Carling Avenues, directly adjacent to the Fairlawn Shopping Center. It had a residential zoning that was established on that property, and an application has been submitted to establish an arterial Main Street zoning for that strip of vacant land to allow for 2 standalone retail buildings to be constructed, which in effect would be an extension of the Fairlawn Shopping Center Plaza site. There is parking that's going to be provided on that property to support those 2 additional commercial buildings. I believe it's 85 spaces, and we're recommending approval of the zoning. It's in line with the directions of the official plan, which does designate this property as an arterial Main Street, and there are performance standards being introduced, predominantly focused around having a buffer strip along the eastern edge of the site adjacent to Erin Avenue to separate the commercial site from the residential dwellings that are located further to the east of Erin Avenue and south of Carling. We're satisfied that the proposal meets all of the applicable official plan policies set out in the official plan, and that the proposed development is an appropriate development for this location, as it does result in an intensification of the Fairlawn Plaza Shopping Center commercial activity. And with the additional performance standards, we're recommending that the site be rezoned. There's also a portion of the property on the south that we're recommending be retained as an open space element to reflect the fact that this property has been an open space piece of land that has been seen as a benefit to the community. If there's any questions, Mr. Chair, I've got Mr. William Wood with me as well, who is the planner processing the application. If there's anything more specific, we're more than happy to answer those questions.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Other questions from members of committee? Okay, so let's go to Mr. Chan, do you want to come up?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm not used to being called to speak first, but thank you anyway. Excuse my hacking. I'm still fighting off a cold I've been fighting for 4 or 5 weeks. Mr. Chairman, firstly, I'd like to start by thanking Councillor Taylor and the staff in his office to have held 2 community meetings with respect to these applications. They've been extremely well attended, and you'll be hearing from 2 individuals who attended both of those community meetings after we've had the opportunity to speak. The initial proposal that we filed with the city was to develop a 2-story building on the parcel at the corner of Fairlawn and Erin. I don't know, Mr. Wood, if we could put a visual up that would assist, but there are actually 2 parcels being rezoned. The parcel at the corner, which is separated from the southerly property by a drive aisle that runs out to Erin. The initial proposal was to develop a 2-story restaurant on that property at Fairlawn and Erin. There was strong response from the community association with raising concerns with respect to that 2-story restaurant and the pool of parking that was going to be located on the opposite side of the drive aisle. The application was revised to eliminate the restaurant on the 2nd floor and introduce an office component on the 2nd floor, but still had the building located on the property in the north corner and the parking associated with it across the drive aisle to the south. That was the site plan and the proposal that was taken to the first community meeting. There were lots of discussion, lots of comments on that application, but one of the comments that resonated with us and with our client was the relationship between the parking and the proposed building, and concerns with respect to people having to walk back and forth across that entrance from Erin to access the building on the corner. So the application was revised to the 2
So, Mr. Chan, are you talking about the site plan?
I'm talking...
Because the site plan's not before us, right?
I understand that. The focus, I think, of the discussion over the course of time was the evolution of the site plan, and we've arrived at a site plan that addresses some of those concerns. With respect with the two buildings and the parking associated with each building on the same piece of land. And you are correct, Mr. Chairman, that those will be refined through the site plan process, and the site plan is being processed concurrently, and once the zoning application has been disposed of, we expect to get a site plan report from staff fairly quickly. On the zoning itself, we certainly support the recommendation that's before you from staff. It has always been our position that this zoning implements the official plan policies for the arterial Main Street that apply to this property, that encourage intensification and development of this property for commercial and other mixed uses, which is what the implementing zoning will do. Our client has agreed to protect that area of soft landscaping at the south end of the property, adjacent to some of the homes along Aaron and in the condominium project immediately to the south, and so have no objection to that specific provision in the bylaw that's before you today to maintain that area for soft landscaping.
So, Mr. Chan, how big is that area? Okay.
0.6. I don't have the number at my fingertips.
But it's contained within the setback that's provided within the zoning, or the performance standard within the zoning.
It's well in excess of what the setback requirements would be in terms of the area that's being protected.
It's actually identified in the details of the zoning, and it's 25.5 meters by 27.5 meter area.
Right. Okay, good.
So, Mr. Chairman, subject to any questions members of the committee may have for myself and Mr. Vogt, who is the project architect, we would encourage the committee to support the staff recommendations and make recommendation to council that the zoning be approved. Perfect. Thank you very much.
Are there any questions for Mr. Chown? No, Mr. Chown, thank you very much for your presentation. Mr. Neville and Ms. Bourgo, are you together or are you separate? Okay. So, Mr. Neville, you can come up, and we'll give the last word to Ms. Bourgo. Press the big button there. There you go.
Thank you. I feel that we're somewhat at a disadvantage in this matter because the information that was circulated was deficient in details of site plan. There's a drawing. This, excellent. I'll make this concession. This is the best plan that developers have put forward so far, with single height buildings in the two locations. However, there are many other details in the information that have been provided that are lacking. The passageway between the existing Fairlawn shopping place, particularly the eastern end of it, the Shoppers Drug Market there, that laneway going down through there and between the beginning of the eastern embankment is very narrow. And I've seen cases where 2 and 3 transport trailer trucks are in there, one parked at the loading ramp at the back of the former grocery store. It's now Shoppers Drug Market. And other ones going through there. It's very difficult to make that passageway. And when we raised this at the last public meeting, we were assured that no, they looked at the dimensions and it's fine, but it's very, very tight. And I've seen instances where trucks have come in at the back, the very southern end of the Shoppers Drug Complex there, have had difficulty maneuvering around that corner. They've even had to go up onto the embankment a little bit to make the turn north to go up through there. And so it's very narrow. I think there should be that long ranch-style building that's going on the western side of Aaron Avenue should be drawn back a bit from the Shoppers Drug Complex there to provide more passageway, and the embankment be eased out a little bit to provide a wider passage area. That's one concern. The other concern that's totally lacking in site plan presentation, of course, we don't have a site plan before us. There's nothing of that kind of detail in the information that's distributed, and that is, in particular, is the matter of drainage on the area. There's no storm sewers along Erin Avenue. It would be nice if it was made a condition of development here that the developer be required to put in storm service along at least the western side of Erin Avenue from Leominster to Carling Avenue, because water will be draining that way off their embankments or knolls that they're providing. But the bigger problem is that the drainage to the northwest over towards Swiss Chalet, because that whole embankment, there's no drainage there except for one storm sewer, which is at the northwest corner of the service road that goes west from Erin into the main road coming off of Carling south in towards Shoppers Drug Mart. That's the only outlet there for surface drainage, apart from one way down the southern end back of the building. Now, this winter, we've had remarkable snowfall, and coincident with that is the fact that this is the first winter the developer has not arranged for any of that snow to be trucked away. I have 5 photos here which I can pass on. They're annotated on the back. We can pass them on for you to look at. Is it in order, Mr. Chairman, to pass it to Mr. Taylor? And you can pass it on. Sorry, I don't have a UBS stick and a PowerPoint to put them up for a general view. But these are immense, they're really toboggan sites, you know, and the kids are already making some use of them. But it'll be very interesting in the next 2 or 3 weeks when the spring melt starts to see where all this water is going to go, because the surface of that area is very shallow, very close to the rock. Where is the water going to go? All right, we have one outlet, the northwest corner, as I mentioned, but that goes into submerged tanks. When the Fairlawn Plaza area was developed, there was no provision, it was quite inadequate provision, let's put it that way, for surface drainage. And so the developer had to put in large underground tanks to take up the surface water, which would then gradually be drained out into stormwater collection network along Carling Avenue. Unfortunately, that provision for surface drainage was limited only to the existing development of Fairlawn Plaza. No provision has been made for this additional area. So there's a big problem there of drainage. This has not been addressed. I raised the point at both of the 2 previous community meetings. The first meeting, the representative of the city had no knowledge of this and said they'd look into it. At the second meeting, I was told that, yes, they had considered it, and they were going to make provision with some drainage along the eastern side of the property, eastern side of Erin Avenue. But again, we have no details, and I want to remind you that we're into bedrock there, and it's a major problem. Where's the water going to go? And we're going to see it in spades with the snow melt here this spring. The other thing I'm concerned about here is with regard to in spite of the fact that I do concede that this is the best plan to my mind so far with 2 single buildings. But on the information that was distributed, about the middle of page 5, there's a very weaselly clause in there, something to the effect, I don't have it in front of me, that it's all in conjunction, it's all in compatibility with the municipal Planning Act and so on, to allow for intensification and progressive development and so on like this. It's implying that future development could take place on the proposed plan. At least I'm reading that in between the lines. Therefore, I would ask that if the committee is going to approve this, that it put a cap on those 2 buildings, that they can not build upon them. No more than 1 story. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. the committee may have questions for you, but I'll ask Mr. Schmidt, what's the height limit on these buildings?
25 meters, Mr. Chair.
25 meters, and it allows for the buildings that are proposed?
How high are the one story, that's correct.
Right.
Yeah.
So the zoning that's proposes a height limit that is equivalent to the buildings you're seeing, so they can't put 5 stories on there. Well, one commercial story.
Well,
No, just a second.
I'll have Mr. Wood answer the question, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. This is the AM zone, which is one of those zones where you have varying height limits.
Pull the microphone closer to you. There you go.
We have varying height limits depending upon distance from a lot line abutting a residential zone.
So move us across the building on Aaron and then out to Carling.
So if we were, I believe, on Aaron and Carling, the height limit would be 25 meters.
Right.
That said, those lots are not large enough to accommodate a building of that size, and anyone who attempted to do so would immediately run into a parking problem in terms of...
Okay. So there are other performance standards which limit the size of the building to the size that is proposed.
That's correct. The logic the gentleman was referring to in the report was such that there are quite aggressive density targets for the Carling corridor, and that the effect of the rezoning would be to allow for the potential of those targets to be met over time, even if they were not being met at present with the 2 one-story buildings.
Right, okay. Okay, so are there any other questions for the delegation? You're quite right, sir, the site plan is not before us. Planning Committee only deals with site plans in very extraordinary circumstances where there are incredibly difficult and outstanding and complicated issues. Councillor Taylor, in most cases, the ward councillor, in this case Councillor Taylor, is tasked with dealing with all of those fine details, the turning radiuses and other issues. We determine whether the use from a zoning perspective is appropriate. Councillor Taylor is tasked with making sure that the site plan and those fine details, which is the drainage and all of those other issues, are resolved to his satisfaction. If they're not, and the issues become much more complicated, then it's brought to us to ultimately decide. So on those issues mentioned, we're not pronouncing on them whether they're valid or invalid, but they're issues that Councillor Taylor will canvass with you and with others to resolve as you work through the site plan process.
Well, as I tried to make it clear that these are major issues that pertain to the development.
And we agree with you.
All right.
And that's why, because they're very important to you and they're very local to how that particular site is going to develop, we have delegated to Councillor Taylor the political authority to deal with those issues. So, and I'm sure that he will work out with you and with your neighbors the appropriate development for the site.
Well, and then on the matter of the height of the single story buildings, it's already been observed that it's excessive in height, and it's a disadvantage to the residents on the opposite side of Aaron here. That's why we've got to be assured that there will be no opportunity for further addition to that height. The property's sold, things go on. I remember back in the early 80s when Sears made a height extension there, and they had the parking, it was all fixed and so on, but these things go ahead, these things happen, and I don't want to see that.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir, for your presentation. Ms. Blow, if you'd like to come down.
I'm a little nervous. I've been retired for 5 years now, and I haven't made a presentation in that long. So
Don't be nervous.
doing homework all over again. First of all, I want to say that I have no issues regarding the rezoning of the 2148 Carling Avenue lot. I believe that it, I'm nervous, that it meets all the requirements of the official plan. However, I do have questions and issues regarding the rezoning of the Erin Avenue lot to Arterial Main Street. Erin Avenue is a quiet, as you can see on your report here, is a quiet residential street in Glaber Park. As mentioned in the plan, to the east, across the street from the vacant lots, is a mature residential community consisting of detached dwellings. Contrary to what the plan states, to the south of the said property are also single-family homes, and townhouses are to the southwest of the said behind the Fairlawn Plaza. The approval of the rezoning of Erin Avenue is based on Section 363 Main Streets Policies 2, which states, the boundary of the traditional and arterial Main Street designation is flexible depending on the site circumstances and lot configuration, but generally applies to those property fronting the so designated. So, and it's lot configuration, singular. So we're talking about two lots. So this would apply to Carling Avenue, but it wouldn't necessarily apply to Erin Avenue because it's not on the main street. Both these lots are separate by a laneway. So, and that has been there for, I don't know, since I can remember. So it also states that it may also include properties on a budding side street that exist within the same corridor. It's a little vague here what corridor we're talking about. Like, are we talking about the main street, like Carling Avenue, or are we talking about Erin? On lots where developments have the potential to develop both adjacent to the street and to the rear of the property, the main street designation will apply to the entire lot. Well, what lot are we talking about? Like, if we're talking to the lot that's on the main, on the main street, we're talking about the Carling Avenue lot, not the Erin Avenue lot. So the decision to apply the arterial Main Street designation was reached through this section, and since the balance of Fairlawn Plaza is designated arterial Main Street in the official plan, and the back of the lot is the same as Erin Avenue, they decided that it was all, the Erin Avenue lot was arterial Main Street. However, the Erin lot, as I said before, is separate from the Fairlawn Plaza and is a separate lot from Carling Avenue. So this section or interpretation of this section, to my mind, should not apply, as it states the entire lot and not the entire lots. Not only is Erin Avenue a separate lot, it is part of a separate registered subdivision plan as a residential property. The Erin lot extends to the end of Fairlawn Plaza, but it is not the same lot as Fairlawn. Again, in the purpose section of this application, and based on the arguments above, I ask you how, brackets, both lots as well as the Fairlawn Plaza are considered one lot for zoning law purposes. Just because one person owns a 3-lot, does that mean it becomes one lot? As mentioned before, Erin Avenue is a residential street. I ask you, does it make sense to have it rezoned to arterial Main Street halfway down a residential block? No other side streets off Carling Avenue or other main streets have this type of zoning. I mean, and when I look at the plan, official plan Schedule B, the ones that have aerial side streets are Carling Avenue, St. Laurent Boulevard, Innes Road. I mean, our little Erin Avenue doesn't seem to fit in there with this designation. I've noticed, I've gone through the plan, obviously, and I've noticed that the plan calls for intensification, both commercial, residential, and I still felt that, the Erin Avenue lot would be perfect for residential intensification. There would be a balance. It would create a balance within the commercial that's been going on around us, and the increase of residents to whatever, I can't remember how they called it in the plan, but anyways, it has something to do with the communities. In the plan as well, we are talking about the sense of communities. All communities look and right feel. They have an identity that defines them, fosters pride. Well, this goes, I don't know, putting commercial all down a street sort of goes against this. But I guess mostly in the section urban design and compatibility, it states that the city will evaluate compatibility of the development of the applications. And I think this part is really important. I mean, we look at traffic, parking requirements, lighting, this and that, and we've written tons on all of this. I don't know if you got all this information or not, but tons have been written. I've written 2 submissions, and a lot of people wrote submissions.
And all of the submissions, I can just assure you that all of the submissions have been filed as part of the public record, have been circulated to members of committee, and even if you filed a submission up until 8:45 this morning, it was made available to the... But
it wasn't necessarily, sorry for interrupting, necessarily, but we were writing submissions on the past proposals. And those you probably, and those comments weren't necessarily taken into effect in page, I don't know, in this report. But anyways, coming back to this, what I do want to say that in the urban design and compatibility, the one that interests me the most is the microclimate supporting the neighborhood services. It states that the development should contribute to or be adequately served by existing or proposed services and amenities such as health facilities, schools, parks, leisures. Where the proposed development itself is to contribute such services and amenities, they should be of a scale appropriate to the needs and the character of the area. This is, with the expansion of Fairlawn Plaza, it more than doubled. It includes retail, medical, office spaces, banking, restaurants, as well. Carlingwood Shopping Centre is right across the street. With the expansion of Fairlawn, which started, I guess, in 2010, there's still more than, or approximately 500 square feet of office space for rent, and a third of the retail space is not rented. Now, when I look at, does the current services more than appropriate to the needs and the character of the area, I say that it exceeds the needs of the area because it still wouldn't be vacant if it would. So therefore, I still think that the land on Erin Avenue is more suitable to residential intensification and would fall perfectly in all the sections for increased housing in that. This began last summer. We've made 2 submissions to councillors. We've had petitions signed. Document 4 of your report states that, and it does not begin to address the concerns of the residents. And it doesn't, but it does say the response to the proposal was overwhelmingly negative, and the preference of the community was that the properties be developed in accordance to the prevailing residential zoning.
Okay. I'm going to have to ask you to conclude your presentation. You're well over time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, we would have more people here, but during these meetings, we were both told that this was a done deal, and it's their land, and they can do what they want with it. I mean, so people gave up, and that's what we think. So I would just ask the committee to please review, look at it, and just see, does it make any sense to have, like, on a residential street, commercial? Right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there questions for members of the committee? No, obviously not. Give you an opportunity, Councillor. And if you'd like to give us some advice, that would be great.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. First, I want to thank the residents who came out today to speak and provide their feedback. And certainly, with respect to their commentary about, at the 2 public meetings that we did hold, the 2 community consultations, there was an overwhelming desire for folks, if you're trying to picture this in your head, picture yourself on Carling Avenue between Shoppers, or between Carlingwood Shopping Centre on one side of you, Fairlawn Plaza on the other. So the grass strip, the grass island that goes up one side, that's the strip of land we're talking about. And so members of the community had long held that they desired that to be developed as residential. The proponent did attempt to market and sell this property. They're not a residential developer, but they did attempt to market and sell this property for residential development for about a year. They weren't successful. They did have some negotiations ongoing, but they weren't successful at selling it for residential development, primarily because of the lack of infrastructure servicing down that strip that would be required. And so, throughout the public meetings, the focus really, and credit to our community, has been trying to kind of tamp down the development to something that was tolerable to the community. And we're on the third or fourth iteration now of what that would be, and that presents us with the two one-story buildings that are before us. From a purely community point of view, I absolutely understand and sympathize with residents why they'd want to see, residential along that strip. Although I think we would then get into the notion of the scale and the form of residential. But be that as it may, allowing the proponent to complete Fairlawn Plaza, in a sense, and create, the edges of the box that form that shopping center, does provide some degree of future certainty in that, the entire area is now commercial area, and while the grass strip is removed, there is an effort being made by the proponent to retain some of it, provide servicing along Erin with the sidewalk, and creating a buffer zone at the rear portion of Erin, which does buffer the residents to some degree and provide some green space that can't be built on in the future. So while this certainly isn't the absolute best fit, I think given the community's desire to see something as less intense as possible, and the developer's willingness to redraft their plans several times to land on something that is, I think, as Mr. Neville put it, the best of what he saw as being the worst. I think we've landed with something that begrudgingly fits. There are lots of folks who don't enjoy living beside a shopping center complex, but the reality is that they do, and so that brings pressures. And so I think we've landed at something that, works.
Okay. Thank you very much. Is there any other speakers on this item? Members committee, is the item carried? Carried. Okay. Well, let's move on to item number 13. Councillor Hobbs. We have Ms. Gregoire, if you'd like to come up. Okay, we're going to deal with item number 13. So, Councillor, this is your item. If you'd like to ask the committee or explain to the committee why you believe that this needs to be reviewed, and then Ms. Gregoire, if you'd like to add your comments.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. This has come forward recently because there were some issues with digital signs in some of the Kitchissippi businesses. It isn't to solve just one problem, but to look overall at what might be happening in the city with digital signs, because when you get into the urban areas, people are living across the street from many businesses, and the proliferation of signs could cause a problem. So all I'm looking for is to have a study to look at it, to see if we should be having these signs turned off at 11 o'clock at night, or what kind of signs would not be acceptable overnight. I've talked to both of the business improvement areas in Kitchissippi. Neither of them have an issue with studying this, and really that's all I'm asking for at this point, not to make any decisions about signs or not, or what time they get turned off, but just to add it to the work plan so we can actually study it.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Now, Ms. Gregoire, this is being added to your work plan. Do you want to offer any comments on this before we go to public delegations?
It is a valid concern to add to our work plan because of the proliferation of digital signs. You can buy them at Costco for $200, and it's easy to install, and unless we have rules that regulate where they can be located before this proliferation occurs, then we're stuck with essentially non-conforming rights to having a sign in a window. So we agree that it's worth looking into and coming forward with minimum standards or minimum regulation, not necessarily a permit requirement or a permit fee, but just to have it defined that there's only certain areas that you can have these installed inside a building.
Okay.
So
Yep. Thank you. Councillor Shirley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question. When we deal with the same thing on outdoor signs, we see this drift occur where at first you're talking about a sign, and before you know it, people who are painting works of art outside have their works of art declared to be signs, and they start to fall under the same restrictions. So how are people going to like the idea that we're going to regulate works of art that they may have visible through their windows?
Councillor, presently our bylaw defines a sign, one that which promotes a product or product placement. If you have the Coca-Cola bottle in the mural, then you're kind of advertising Coca-Cola. So that's where it goes from a piece of art to potentially a piece of commercial sign, and it's caught in our regulations. That's why we have mural programs where we review and discuss with the artists what is acceptable and what is not acceptable, and to date we haven't had any difficulties.
Okay. Well, that's actually what I'm afraid of.
Okay. Councillor Harder and then Councillor Blows.
Yeah, and that's what I'm concerned about too, is that this wasn't part of your work plan. You now are going to find the time to make it. Obviously something needs to get bumped, but as a priority, we're reacting to not a huge outpouring from anybody. And so while it might be nice to do down the road, I just think that when we get into things that you haven't thought about, Ms. Gregoire, and I mean, you are like super strong on all the rules and regulations. We all know that. And if you haven't thought about this, then I don't think it needs thinking about right now. So if you need to add it to, if you think that it deserves to be on a work plan, then add it for next year. But now that it's highlighted, maybe you can see if there's a rash of concerns that come forward further to the discussion of this, then that's a whole different issue. But I think that we may be looking for another layer of bureaucracy that, quite frankly, I don't think that most people in the city want. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Blows.
I think my question was along the same line, and my comments would be along the same line. 14 years after amalgamation, we're still dealing with street duplications in your department. I mean, I'm assuming that's taking up some time. And I'm just wondering about diverting any resources, and especially if we're looking for a problem that may not be a problem. I mean, there may be a complaint. I'm not denying it, but did you indicate how many complaints we've dealt with about signs in windows?
We've only received one to date.
Okay, well, I don't think one issue or one complaint should either divert resources or generate new resources on a project. I can't be supporting this, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So is there any other speakers on the item? Okay, Mr. Lewis, if you'd like to come up.
Good morning, members of committee. I'm sure you'd agree that businesses in Ottawa should be unencumbered by regulation as much as possible. And our mayor was quoted in 2011 as saying, "The city's small business community serves as an early warning for us to find trends and challenges. Our philosophy is that we should be rolling out the red carpet, not the red tape." End quote. Well, as just one of the many representatives of the small business community here in the city of Ottawa, I'm here to give you an early warning and challenge aspects of this motion. The mayor had it right. We need to be rolling out the red carpet, not the red tape. What you have before you in this motion is little more than a remedy to a few situations in the city of Ottawa. Yesterday I took the time to speak to Mr. Ali Sabidi, who owns the Istanbuli Shawarma House on Holland Avenue in Councillor Hobbs' ward. In Saturday's Ottawa Citizen article by John Willing, Councillor Hobbs, you were quoted in the article and identified a business on Holland as permeating the need for this report. Being that there's only one business on Holland with an illuminated sign, I asked Mr. Sabiti if he had been contacted by either the councillor's office, city staff, bylaw regulatory services, or any other city staff, or the neighboring residents regarding his signage, to which he indicated no. Sympathizing with the residents who made the initial complaint, I asked Mr. Sabiti, do you leave your sign on 24 hours a day? He said no, and he directed me to a timer. Mr. Sabiti cares about his customers and knows that in order to run a successful business in a neighborhood like that on Holland, he needs to be mindful of the needs and wants of the residents, who are more than often also not his customers. His sign is on a timer and goes on at 9 a.m. and off at 10 p.m., not because he needs to by law, but because he cares about the customers and his standing in his own community. Businesses are often an easy target. They're easy to regulate, they're easy to collect taxes from, fees from, enforce bylaws on. But in this instance, it's like killing a flea with a shotgun. But I digress. The complete lack of detail and missing elements regarding consultation with the most affected by potential changes to the existing bylaw does little more than give city staff carte blanche in forming a report. And very quickly, I'd like to draw Councillors' attention to the comments of the report, specifically that of the Planning and Growth Management Department. Quote, these signs can have the same impacts as similar types of signage located on outside buildings, the latter which are properly regulated by the Permanent Signs on Private Property bylaw, end quote. Ms. Gregoire, to your point, you identified that, it doesn't necessarily include the fact that there's going to be a fee. I would arguably say we don't need fees for these types of things. We have enough things working against small business in the city of Ottawa. We don't need more fees. So technically they're right. Exterior signs are obviously regulated. And they also have sign requirements, encroachment elements, illumination requirements, and my favorite part, as I said, they often have hefty fees regarding sign permits. And we don't feel that this is an issue this is not an issue unique to interior illuminated signs. In Bell's Corners, for instance, we have several businesses which specialize in interior lighting, which while they are subject to large hydro bills, this is the best way to advertise their ware to potential future customers, and feel quite strongly that these points need to be taken into consideration when forming a bylaw that has the potential to negatively impact any business in our area. Where does the buck stop? While I may agree that staff should be investigating the impacts of the new technology on our market, I'd like to raise the red flag of the potential impacts this type of review may have on our small business community should a report submitted by Planning and Growth Management be approved without proper inputs from affected parties, the Ottawa Council of Business Improvement Areas, who often are representative of those same businesses. And last but not least, in conclusion, we feel quite strongly that the request for the report should be deferred until staff can perform an evaluation of the potential impacts of this specific case, as presented in the report by Councillor Hobbs, which clearly shows no consultation or evaluation have been completed by either bylaw and regulatory services, planning and growth development, and or economic development regarding potential impacts to the residential community and or the business community at large. Thank you.
Okay. Are there questions for Mr. Lewis? Nope. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation. So, Council, before we go to a vote, I'll give you the last word.
I just want to say, while I appreciate some of the comments made about consultation, it is by virtue of asking to look at this that we would be going through a consultation period. I mean, obviously, we can't embark on something in the city unless committee and council agree to do it. If this arises after a consultation period and going through this study period that we don't want any regulation, then that would be what would be added to the bylaw. So we are sure that we cannot respond to any residential complaints. In terms of speaking to a particular business owner, there is no rights to speak to a particular business owner today about this. So, I really appreciate that the BIAs in my area are certainly willing and open to look at this. They're not concerned that there'll be some draconian a law put into effect that will cost them money or take them through a long protracted permit period. That's supposition at this point. So all I wanted to do was look at it. If we end up at the end of it saying, let's not do anything, that's great. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Shawley, you have a resolution to this potential conundrum?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to move that we refer the motion to term of council priorities next year.
Perfect. So that means, Ms. Gregoire, you would look at this and evaluate it within all the things that you will present to council next year. It may be there. It may not. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Is that what you're looking for, Councillor
Yes.
Shawley?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So that's a referral. So we'll deal with that first. Does anyone want to speak on the referral? No. Okay. So on the referral, then I'm sure, do you want to say it's carried with a dissent? Carried with your dissent? Okay. Carried. Perfect. Okie doke. Thank you very much. Okay. Let's go back to item number 8. Draft revisions to the infill bylaw 212-147 response to the Ontario Municipal Board interim order on appeal. Okay. All right. Members of committee. Okay, there we go. Members of committee, we're going to, we've had a couple of requests for deferral of this item. And I want to make sure that we deal with these up front before we go through a long and lengthy presentations and discussion and debate. Now, I'm going to let, if there's a member of council willing to move deferral for a period of time, I'm going to let those people who came to speak in favor or support of deferral, but I'm not going to. Well, sorry. That's the old motion. I'm not encouraging you to move it. I just want to know if you're going to, so that we can focus the debate and the discussion and the best use of committee's time. Councillor, and this is only on item number 8.
Correct. There's questions to be asked, and out of that could come a motion for deferral, or we could be resolving this by getting, depending on what the answers are given. So I don't think it's fair to ask for the motion of deferral up front until, because we received a report last week of over 100 pages.
I just don't want to, here's the problem.
Right.
I just don't want to sit here, go through a staff presentation, have everyone come up,
sure,
make presentations, only to get into the debate and have someone move deferral when we have to do it, which then requires us to do it all again. So if you want to go to, if you would like me to ask again after the staff presentation before we hear delegations, I'm happy to do that. But we don't want to get to the end of the debate or the end of and I've sat here for 4 hours only to have it deferred to the next meeting. So do you want to have
questions first? Sure.
Do you want to have the presentation? We will go through questions of members of committee before we start public delegations. We'll ask, is anyone at this point wanting to move deferral? And then we can deal with that, and then we can move on. Because if someone is, we have to allow both those people in opposition to deferral to be able to speak to us.
Then I think the fair approach here, Mr. Chair, if I may, will be like, putting it out there. I think there's probably others around the table that have some serious concerns with such a large report on such short notice. So if those concerns are not addressed here, there is a very good likelihood of a motion of deferral. Therefore, anybody coming up to talk to committee now, if they want to reference that in their comments, they should, because there's a possibility of a motion for deferral. Is that fair? I don't think you need the motion up front because unless you want,
I'm in the hands of committee,
and then it can be withdrawn if staff have the answers, because we have not had the opportunity.
So Councillor, I just want to be for the committee's sake and the delegation's sake. We should just be prepared that at the end at the end of all of this, before we get to a vote, you may move deferral.
Fair enough. Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to, and for those who wish to speak to deferral, I guess you'll speak to deferral and to the main item, and when you come up to give your presentation, because we won't know whether there's a deferral on the table. So let's hope we can get the questions answered so we're not back here 2 weeks doing this all over again. So, do you want to go through your presentation, then we'll go to questions?
Mr. Chairman, members of committee, we're very happy to go through our presentation, and thank you for allowing us to do so. We are here to talk about infill, but before we talk about infill, I want to talk about change, because why we are here is really to talk about change. And change for some can be uncomfortable. I find change as good as a rest. You know, I'm going to draw a little bit of an analogy for you when I talk about change, and that is shopping. So you might be shopping, you might see a sweater on a rack, but you don't know what it feels like until you try it on. So I'm going to urge committee to feel like they want to shop and try this infill bylaw on. We have consulted for the past, 4-year process. However, we have consulted intensively for the past 10 months. We've answered questions, we've held charrettes, we've made changes to this bylaw. It is now time to try it on. We will review and make changes to this bylaw if necessary. We've identified in our report a review period of the next 2 years. So if there were any unintended consequences which we haven't been brought to our attention in the past 10 months with both the extensive discussions with community representatives and the infill builders, then we will find out once we try this infill bylaw on. What you can expect to hear today from delegations is a balanced discussion on this bylaw. Communities who support it, infill builders that are still skeptical of the change and would like further delay. Delay at this point is not going to result in a different outcome. Some may suggest that this bylaw is complicated. I would like to draw your attention to the flyer that you were given today in your seats. This flyer is a one-page that really describes to you what we're here to talk about. So although the report itself may be thick, it boils down to 3 things in this little flyer. We're going to talk about front yards. We're going to talk about how you get into your house. We're going to talk about where you park your car and what your driveway is going to look like. So Ms. Desmarais, who is our lead planner on this file and has had the creative talent to come up with a streetscape character analysis, is going to walk you through the details of this bylaw. Mr. Migueles has managed both the Infill 1 report that is in front of you today, as well as the conversions report you'll hear later today, and then the Infill 2 report that you're going to hear later on this year. These reports have been developed in a coordinated fashion. So one will not handcuff the other. So I would like now to turn the presentation over to Ms. Desmarais, who will walk you through this bylaw. And we look forward to answering all of your questions on this today.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. We're really very pleased to present our recommended revisions to the infill bylaw, with the sole goal being that we are looking to have infill that fits. Over the past 5 years, there have been well over 1,600 infill developments, and these are, we're speaking now only on the side streets, the residential side streets, and only within the mature neighborhoods, meaning that there are far more than just within the mature neighborhoods. With respect to the study area, we're dealing with wards 14, 15, and 17, and parts of wards 12 and 13. Some of the infill fit in, and some of it didn't. That's the reason for the original study that was requested by Council in 2010. That study went on for 2 years with an extensive public process, with one of the most important comments being that from the neighborhoods being with respect to the removal of green front yards and the paving of the front yard. So this was their primary concern. In July of 2012, the bylaw was appealed to the Ontario Municipal Board, and in March 2013, the OMB came out with a hugely important interim order, and that is to say that it finally came out and said that municipalities do have the right to regulate neighborhood character. We cannot regulate aesthetics and beauty, but we do have the right to regulate character under Section 34 of the Planning Act. The OMB order also requested that staff reconsider some of the regulations in that infill bylaw within the purview of neighborhood character and bring back a revised bylaw to the OMB for a hearing. At that point, staff had to take a step back in order to reconsider the basic elements that determine character, which at its basic level means the look along a street, along any street. Over a 3-month period, staff documented 22 attributes of what we thought was land use character of over 500 lots within the mature neighborhoods. And that led to the development of what we call the streetscape character analysis. And that is a task that needs to be undertaken where we document, the landowner and the developer document the lots surrounding the affected lot. Following that, we held a public information session and planning committee meeting where we introduced our infill zoning strategy. And in July of last year, Council approved that infill zoning strategy. And in that strategy, we detailed the reasons why we were adopting the streetscape character analysis and how it would be done. Over the last 10 months, we've held a number of stakeholder meetings, including charrettes. Given that we're under appeal, this turned out to be a really unique stakeholder engagement process. It's something that we don't do very frequently, where we didn't just meet with the appellants, but with a group of some 30 people representing the community associations within the mature neighborhoods. And it was extremely helpful to staff, as well as to the stakeholders, because we were working at evolving the nature of the specific regulations. Along the way, new ideas were brought forward, particularly by the appellants. We listened and we included them in this revised bylaw. You'll see that we've created a new land use called a long semi. This was recently developed in Westboro and was in the newspaper and was lauded as being a fantastic method of infill where you have one unit located behind the other. From the street, it looks like a detached dwelling. They also requested that we include regulations on corner lots. These were not in the original infill bylaw, but we felt that this was a reasonable request and got to work on how to put in reasonable regulations that would help reduce the minor variance requests that are needed. I'm sorry, I'm losing my voice. In any event, the charrettes were terrific, and I say this in all sincerity, having been in zoning for 23 years, far too long. We don't do charrettes when we're looking at zoning bylaws. But we did in this case. We retained an architect to show that the rules that we were creating could result in development that would be reasonable and rules that would be workable and simple. The result were many options to develop within these new rules, as well as marketable housing products. And you'll hear some of the appellants speak perhaps to that, but we looked at, would we have housing that actually has what you would expect to find on a ground floor? Would there be enough minimum gross floor area? And we found in many cases housing sizes of at least 1,800 square feet, often within only 2 stories. At the end, we simplified the rules. We started with a review of 22 land use attributes. Thank you. I don't think this is going to work. And we narrowed it down to 4 land use attributes that we feel really are at the crux of what it looks like along a street, leaving room then for variation and diversity in the other portions of the design, whether it's the design of the house or the design of the site. 30 scenarios in particular were designed, and these are only examples. There are more. That is not a finite number. But we held a second charrette specifically to show that the Infill 1 revised rules, as well as the proposed Infill 2 rules that deal with the building envelope of yard, setbacks, and height, that those rules work in concert and do not conflict. So the crux of this is the revised zoning is based on the fact that your street gives you your rules. So how do we get to those rules? Well, we created the streetscape character analysis that involves 2 steps. The first step is you document what you see. Pardon me. You identify 21 lots on both sides of the street that surround the affected lot. Now, we have provisions in the zoning bylaw in case you don't have 21 lots, in case there's a vacant lot, and so on. So we've covered those scenarios as well. But these are the things that you want to think about when you're walking down a street. Is there landscaping in the front yard? How much of that front yard is landscaped compared to the lot width? Is there a driveway? Where is it? How wide is it? Is it shared? Is there a traveled rear lane? Is there a walkway? Is there parking on the lot, and where is that parking? What kind? Is it in a garage, a carport? Is it surface? Is it underground? Is it the new style that we've seen in some of the infill, which is a basement garage, where the garage is underneath the habitable portion of the dwelling with a steep driveway down? And can you see the front door? So that's essentially what we're looking for. So step 1, you document what you see, and then this must be approved. The intent of which is that your streetscape character analysis, once you complete it, and we will have pamphlets of exactly how to complete it and the sources of data to be used so that city staff and the developers are using the same data. It gets approved by planning and growth management. And at that point, you move to step 2, and the point being you develop according to what you saw was the dominant character for each of the 4 attributes. The attributes being your front yard and landscaping, parking, which includes access to your parking, which is your driveway and your parking spaces, and again, whether you see the front door. And you need your approval prior to the issuance of a building permit. What I want to do now is take you through how you do step 2, because the bylaw itself has tables, and while that might look complicated, it's really very simple. We've tried as best we can to make it as simple as possible. So the way we're going to do this is we're going to take you through parking, the parking character groups, because that seems to be the one that has raised the most questions, along with your landscaping. So we have 4 groups, 4 different types of patterns for parking. In Group A, there's no streetscape impact from any on-site parking. And as you can see in the photograph, all you have is a walkway. Now, there could be different patterns for that. There could be a different reason. Either they don't have parking, or maybe they're parking off a side road, or they have access from a rear lane. So each one of those would be a different pattern within the larger group, being that there's no impact. Group B shows that you have low impact. And in this way, we've defined it in the zoning bylaw, or prescribed it to be that means no more than 1/3 of your lot width can be used for a driveway. Group C is your medium streetscape impact, And in that case, you're looking at between 1/3 and 1/2 of your lot width that would be used for a driveway. And finally, you have Group D, which is your high streetscape impact from on-site parking. And you see in this case, it's 1/2 or more of the lot width. And you can see the issues here. We don't see any landscaping. We don't really have any permeable soft surface, and really very little, if any, location for snow removal storage. The way that the bylaw works then is that we would be requiring a streetscape character analysis as an additional task that would be used every time you'd want to develop within the mature neighborhood area. Now, the board decision, or board interim order, indicated that we could not apply the infill bylaw only to new home building, but that it had to be applied to every lot and to any development. So in this case, we apply it to new development on a new lot, and that's infill. Or we have a new development on an existing lot. We could change from one dwelling type to another, or it could be an addition. In the case of an addition, we're only looking at an addition when it's visible from the street. And in addition, the board order was terrific in its description of neighborhood character. It didn't speak only to the land use, but how you use the lands, which was terrific, because that gives the municipality finally a chance to say, yes, how you use your front and side yards can change that character along the street. And if the intent of this bylaw is to maintain the streetscape character, because that's been a long-standing council policy in these oldest downtown neighborhoods, then we have to look at how they use their land in addition to the type of land use itself. This would be included as part of the development review process, whether it's a rezoning, a minor variance, site plan control, for a building permit. If you're only going for a building permit and you haven't gone through another process where you've already done the streetscape character analysis and it's been approved. And again, you'll see in recommendation 2 of the report that we're also recommending that the private approach bylaw be amended so that a streetscape character analysis would be required should somebody want to simply create a new driveway and curb cut. So the purpose of the revisions is really to simplify and to standardize the approach. The point being every street has its own character, so your zoning is based on your street's character. You permit a development only if it is compatible with the dominant character, again, of those 4 things: front yards, driveways, and parking spaces and walkways, that's 2.5, and orientation of the front door. So the purpose of the revisions, going back to the results of the initial study and the major comments that were made, is that streetscape, not parking, becomes the starting point of a design. The rules have been simplified to remove some of the more detailed and specific rules, such as we've removed all the regulations dealing with limitations and severe restrictions on projections, allowing for variety and flexibility in both the architectural design of the house as well as variation and flexibility in the site layout. What we're getting at is that we're removing the obligation to provide parking for the first 12 units, but we allow for the parking. But we only want it to occur if it's compatible with one of the 4 parking patterns that would be visible on any one street. The intent of the revisions is that it gives certainty for neighbors. The residents will know the rules, and they've had 4 years of involvement in establishing those rules and coming to understand the intent behind them. It will provide certainty to developers. They'll know exactly what is asked of them, they'll know exactly what the rules are, and it also allows for flexibility and many options for the landowners and developers. In the second part of the bylaw, we have 3 tables, and those tables identify the number of options that are available depending on what group you fall in, meaning you don't have to build exactly what you see. You can develop any number of options that are compatible with what you see is the dominant character. And at the end, the intent is to maintain and enhance the streetscape character. The next steps would be to bring the revised bylaw before council, who would not adopt it, but who would endorse the zoning provisions and forward it to the OMB with a request that we proceed to the hearing on the substantive issues on this revised bylaw as required and requested by the board. The most restrictive provisions of either the council-adopted infill bylaw, 2012-147, not the revised one, okay? In the interim, the most restrictive provisions of either the current bylaw or the comprehensive zoning bylaw continues to apply, meaning that these rules will not come into effect until the OMB enacts the final bylaw. And we're hoping that we can rename it because we're no longer dealing just with infill, as directed by the Ontario Municipal Board. We're dealing with any development that affects streetscapes in the mature neighborhoods. We'd like to call that the Mature Neighborhoods Bylaw. Finally, you'll see recommendation 2, where we recommend that the private approach bylaw be amended so that we can add in the requirement for the streetscape character analysis. There are urban design guidelines for low-rise infill housing that were adopted at the same time as the infill bylaw in 2012. These remain current and in effect until, of course, the OMB enacts the final bylaw, at which point staff will go back and modify the design guidelines to be particularly in concert with the revised bylaw. And finally, you'll see a recommendation 3 where staff recommends a 2-year monitoring period of how the bylaw is working. Is it effective? Is it dealing with what really needs to be dealt with? Is it reasonable? Does it work? And we will report back to Planning Committee and Council following that 2-year monitoring period. And that's the presentation. Mr. Chairman, we'd be happy to answer questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Hubley and then Councillor Blais.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of questions, if I may. I'm wondering, as I mentioned earlier, we've got this 100-page plus report to digest in a few days, and I have to confess that I'm still trying to digest this report. I don't really appreciate the idea that I'm told I don't need to read the report and just look at the 3 bullets on here. But we'll start with this, and I'll ask my questions from there. You mentioned that there's no need to worry about the separate exercise that we're going through on driveways and snow storage and that whole problem which we're trying to deal with on a citywide basis. I didn't get anything in what you just presented to me that told me that we can ignore that whole consultation and just go with this. Can you maybe elaborate on why we don't have to worry about those things? Because in my ward, snow removal and parking is an issue.
Well, I agreed, Councillor. In fact, I think what we're saying is that in the past, certainly with the private approach bylaw, whenever somebody wanted a curb cut, they got one. And what we're trying to say now is that this isn't necessarily the best approach, that there are other ways that you can provide access to a lot, particularly through shared driveways, where you remove so much of the paved surface and permit more landscape front yard, which is the character in any event, and that's where the snow storage would be. Every time you have add another driveway, you're removing more land for snow storage.
Which is why we're undertaking that whole process to figure out how we can do that if you need to do a driveway. But we're not done with that yet. My understanding is townhouses and everything will be dealt with in June at the earliest. So why would we want to pass this if we're not done that consultation? That's one of the questions I have.
Sorry, what consultation? Through the chair, Councillor, this particular exercise is focused on the mature neighborhoods, and those issues have been looked at comprehensively. So what we're presenting here is a package that deals with townhouses as well as other types of development.
When you say mature neighborhoods, like the report itself talks about that this only applies to Ward 12, 13, 14, 15, and 17, yet if I was only to read the 3-page brochure, I read that if you're planning to do a residential construction in a mature neighborhood, you must include the streetscape character. What are you defining as a mature neighborhood? Just these wards? I would think that, I can tell you in Canada, we would dispute that. Stittsville, I can go around the table here and tell you that we need a better definition of mature neighborhood if these are the only wards you consider mature.
Mr. Chairman, the intent is to deal with the wards that are affected by the Infill 1 study. So that streetscape character analysis only applies to that geography.
So this whole bylaw, to be clear, this is one of those deal-breaker questions. Like, obviously, I'm not going to move deferral if you're only talking about applying this to these wards, and there's no chance that we will try to extend that application beyond those wards.
Mr. Chairman, that's right. This bylaw only applies to the wards that Ms. Desmarais mentioned at the beginning.
And Mr. Chair, if I can add, that is achieved through a schedule which delineates the boundaries of the lands that the bylaw applies to.
So we'll have it clear.
And if I could just add, Councillor, we don't have the opportunity to change those boundaries at the moment. Certainly because the bylaw is under appeal, and that was the boundary of the study area that started in 2010. Certainly, if this is something that planning committee and council appreciate down the road,
I think the point is he doesn't want that, so he's happy to contain.
Yeah, no, it is definitely just for the mature neighborhoods.
Yeah, and
it can't be changed.
So, to be very clear, it cannot be changed beyond those boundaries without coming back to committee or council for some agreement to extend that.
Absolutely.
That is correct.
Okay. Yeah. You mentioned early on at the start of the presentation that there's been a working group with the landowners that would be impacted and the builders that would build potential infill projects or additions to properties. Is there people here from that working group? Can they also refer, like you paint a very rosy picture that everybody's in agreement and that all went well? That's great to hear. I'd like to hear that from someone on the working group, so if you have somebody here from that group.
Mr. Chairman, there are several that are here in the audience that I suspect would be here to speak today, both representing the infill builders as well as the community associations, and there were a number of them that I know are here today that were part of our ongoing discussions over the past 10 months.
So if I may, Mr. Chair, if anybody from that working group is on the list to present, or if they're not yet on that list, if when they come up, if they could identify themselves as part of that working group, that would certainly give me a level of comfort that everybody is all on side for this.
Sorry, I just want to be clear. On side for the changes made to date, I'm not sure I would say that they're on side with the bylaw.
Mr. Chairman, as I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, you'll hear a balanced discussion today. You're going to hear folks that are going to be in support of this and want us to move forward today. You're going to hear from some folks that are still a little skeptical about what it is that we are proposing. So you're going to hear a bit of both today.
And that leads to my question, and I think others have the same question, is if we make the effort, and this council has been very big on transparency and consultation with the communities to try to avoid making mistakes that are going to negatively impact our communities, okay? We want to really take the time to make the right decision. So I want to know that the working group, like you're saying they may not be on side, are you close to getting an agreement? Because to me, this would add a lot of weight to your report if you've done that consultation with the community groups and the landowners and the builders, and you come up with something that everybody can live with here, then you've got a success on your hands, and I can assure you I would support it. So that's what I'm looking to hear. Do you need a little more time, like another couple of weeks, that you will then get that agreement? Or are you telling us that, based on your understanding of this working group, you're not going to get all those parties to agree, so you just want to go ahead with your recommendations, and we'll put the consultation aside? Which are you telling me?
Mr. Chairman, with this particular group, if Councillor, if you were asking me this question about 10 months ago, I would say to you, we need to delay and we need time to talk. But we've spent those 10 months now with this group. I've personally facilitated a number of sessions, and I know Mr. Miguelez and Ms. Desmarais have also met one-on-one and have facilitated sessions. We've hired an architect to run through 2 charrettes. These were at the request of the infill builders to do, and we were happy to accommodate those requests. There were some concerns about unintended consequences. There were concerns about certain products that they may or may not be able to develop. And we found through the charrette exercise that, in fact, there were a lot of aha moments. Okay, I guess we can build this. Or, okay, now I have a better understanding. So we quantified a number of things, and as Ms. Desmarais pointed out, we made some significant changes because of the healthy dialogue that we have had. So me being here before you today and being part of this process, I am confident that we're now at the place where we need to start to take some action. As I mentioned before, we need to try this on. We are confident that we've made the changes to the main issues that have been brought to our attention. So we've used the last 10 months very wisely, Councillor. I'm happy to report, and I think it's time for us to move forward, and we'll have a 2-year review period, and we'll be happy to come back if there are any issues that have come to our attention that none of us in that working group in the past 10 months have brought forward.
One of my concerns, and to use your analogy of trying on the sweater, one of my concerns with what you're talking about in here, where we do the streetscape and everything, is all of us around this table don't wear the same sweater. I don't want to get into a situation where we try to make neighborhoods look identical to each other. I don't think communities really want that, and I don't think we as a council should be imposing that. So when you're telling me this, let's try it on and let's do this, can you give me a little more assurance that what you're not going to propose is, okay, this is what that neighborhood looks like, therefore this is what you must do? Because I can give you examples of neighborhoods that we need to fix.
Mr. Chairman, to use Ms. Snedden's analogy, nobody will buy the same sweater. People will have different color preferences, but we all want it to fit. And I guess that's where we're going with this. We agree with what you're saying, that we needed a bylaw that ensures fit, but ensures variety. And that's the whole purpose of what we're trying to do here.
Okay, now maybe I can wrap up with the... well, first off, I didn't really... I'm not clear on what you said here about the idea of the working group. So you don't think the working group needs more time to get to a resolution? You think you're in a spot where they're all going to come up there and basically tell us they can live with what we're doing, even though there's parts of it they don't accept? Is that what we're going to hear?
Mr. Chairman, we've delayed twice now to the board in order for us to consult. So we've, as I've mentioned, I believe we've spent our time wisely, and sometimes you get to a point where you need to agree to disagree. So we are at that point. I can't say to you that everyone that's going to speak in front of you today will be in support of this. I do hope and expect that some of our friends that we've made along the way are at least going to be satisfied with the fact that we did have a healthy process and a healthy dialogue, and that we are at that point now where we need to start to, enough talk and a little more action is what we need now. And
well, you're comfortable if we move ahead with this and put it to council now instead of giving you a little more time to work out these final issues? We won't be looking at appeals or significant legal issues because we're in a hurry to get this forward?
Mr. Chairman, we're already under appeal, so this will be going back to the ONB. So there could be a potential for further work that will have to be done, but we're definitely at the point now that we're confident in what we're recommending forward to committee today.
So that's an important point, Councillor. Mr. Mark, maybe you can tell us what we're doing today is giving you instructions to place this matter before the board, correct?
I would qualify that a little bit in response to direction from the board. This is providing instructions to staff, including legal services, to advance zoning language to the Ontario Municipal Board to respond to the board's direction.
Right. So it's a little different than what we're already under appeal. So they're not necessarily going to appeal this. It's going to go back to the board as in response to their direction, and there is going to be a hearing held on this language.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would anticipate that the board would first arrange a pre-hearing to see is anyone going to contest this or not, and then depending on that, the board would either approve the provisions if it's not contested or schedule a hearing if it is.
There's a big difference with going back to the board with a report that we've had a good, healthy consultation. We've reflected what the communities and the stakeholders have told us, that, you know, it's not going to cost us a lot of money to get that resolved at the board. There's a big difference from that to going to the board, that after the 10 months of consultation, the stakeholders are further apart than when we started, and they do not support what we've done, or worse yet, they were very close to agreeing, but we were in a hurry.
Yeah,
That's what
I think she's indicated, as your questions have revealed, that they're as close now as they're ever going to get in this, but that the matter will still be adjudicated before the board. Is that, and then, Mr. Mark, maybe you can just, do you anticipate that this will be in the pre-hearing, no one will contest it?
Mr. Chair, there has been, as someone sort of observing a little bit from a distance, there has been such significant consultation on this matter that I am somewhat hopeful that at the end of the day there will be a reluctant acceptance, but we will only know that when the pre-hearing occurs.
There you go. It's about as good as you're going to get.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for your assistance.
Thank you. Who is next now? Councillor Blaine?
Thank you very much for the presentation. I have a couple of questions, some contradictions perhaps in the report or in the presentation that I'd like clarified. When we began this process, I was under the impression that it was relating to low-rise and mid-rise infill development projects, but during your presentation, you said it would relate to all new development, or so are we talking about a new 30 or 40-story building now has to have the same kind of driveway as the neighborhood? Because that's just not going to work.
No. The bylaw will affect all residential buildings of 4 stories or fewer.
4 stories or fewer only?
Correct.
Okay. And just building on what Councillor Hubely was saying, what is the mechanism? You know, for instance, one of the concerns coming from some builders is, in one stage of the report it says driveways that descend, I don't know the proper terminology for them, but driveways that descend are not permitted at all, and then later on it says you should do a driveway that is in recognition of the neighborhood, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. If you live in a neighborhood, we've got a couple in Orleans, I know it doesn't apply to Orleans, but we've got a couple in Orleans where every house in the street has a driveway that goes down like that. They can't build a driveway that is normal because it doesn't meet the character of the neighborhood, but they can't build one that goes down because that's not allowed. How do you fix that situation?
Well, the intent is what you see is what you get, in the sense that if the street happens to have what we call now basement garages, where you have the steep driveway down and the garage underneath, if that's the character, then that should be permitted, if that is what it looks like.
So the character analysis overrides all other statements in the report prior to that?
Mr. Chairman,
in terms of desirability and what we want, et cetera.
We intended the bylaw to be judgment-free, so that if one particular pattern is the dominant pattern in that particular case, then it would be permitted.
Okay.
So, you know, in the spirit of responding to the board direction that we are not here to regulate beauty or aesthetics, but we're here to stick to character, well, if that's the character of a street, then fair is fair.
And then one more comment, sorry, and we have to remember that the developments in the suburbs are not the same as the pattern downtown. So a basement garage typically wouldn't be found in those mature neighborhoods.
No, but there are some cases. I was just using one example of a street that I'm aware of. How does this apply retroactively? I mean, if someone's got an application in today that they've been working on, does this override the environment in which they originally applied, or are they under the old regime?
There is
i.e., is all the work they've just done until you reevaluate and thrown out?
There is a transition clause that we have in the bylaw. There was an original one, and we've modified it to recognize that these rules will only come into effect once it has been enacted by the OMB. So it's a two-parter transition clause. There's the development that it was in the process before the original bylaw went into effect, and that could proceed over a 2-year period. And then there's the development between the date that it was adopted, May 9th, until the day that the final bylaw will be enacted by the board. So whatever is going on now still proceeds.
Sure.
Right.
So, Mr. Mark, when are we expecting that this would go back to the board, and a reasonable estimation as to when they might provide their direction?
Mr. Chair, assuming council consideration of this on April the 9th, I would expect a pre-hearing around July, and if contested, a hearing around October, November.
Okay. So I guess my question is, if I apply in September, right, I'm going to build a building that would qualify as low-rise infill. I apply in September under the current regime, and this thing gets approved by the board in October, November. Obviously, my application probably hasn't gone all the way through the process yet. Under which regime is my application judged?
Mr. Chairman, the transition clause provides that the rules that are in effect at the time of the application are the ones that an application would be evaluated against. So in other words, if
Are we sure on that? That is in the transition clause? Because that's not what was indicated earlier.
Yes.
Mr. Mark, is that in the report, to your understanding?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I have in front of me the report, Section 2 of the bylaw, and it speaks as Mr. Megawes suggests.
So just to be clear, when under the transition clause does someone crystallize their rights? Is it upon submission of a complete application? It's not just filling in an application and paying your fee. What actually is it?
A completed application.
So, and in this case, what would a completed application be?
Depending on the type of application, Mr. Chairman, the development review units have a definition of what constitutes a complete application, and those would be used to assess depending on the type of application.
Okay.
So if it's a site plan control application, if it's a committee of adjustment application, a part law control application, all those have their different, checklists of what constitutes a complete application.
So if I need a committee of adjustment application, I need to have filed and given all the, I have to have a deemed complete application before the Committee of Adjustment. And that crystallizes my rights to be considered under the whatever regime is in place and not affected by the future bylaw.
Yes, that is correct.
And that would be for a site plan application as well, or a zoning application. Doesn't mean it has to be processed. It just has to be deemed as complete.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Does that get where you're...
Kind of. I guess I just want to make sure that the deeming of it complete won't be, turtled and slowed down in order to get us to the new regime. What are the statutory requirements in terms of, reviewing an application to make it deemed complete?
Mr. Chair, I can advise that this type of approach has been used often with respect to significant zoning bylaw amendments enacted by the city. I believe it was used in the 1998 City of Ottawa zoning bylaw. I know it was used in the 2008 comprehensive bylaw, which of course applied citywide. And I do not recall in the 2008 context any difficulty whatsoever in applying this approach. It worked well.
Okay, thank you. I want to go back to the idea of this applying only to four-story buildings. Because, I'm reading general provisions, item 1, this is page 25. The following provisions apply to any lot developed with or to be developed with a residential use building in any zone where residential use buildings are permitted. That to me sounds like everything, not just four-story or below. So how do we reconcile that?
Sorry, it means residential use buildings but not limited, residential use buildings of 4 stories or less, but in any zone where that type of dwelling would be permitted. So there are a lot of zones, as you know, where there are mixed uses and for example, townhouses or stacked towns are permitted.
Sure, but it doesn't say 4 stories or less. It says residential use buildings in any zone where residential use buildings are permitted. So I want, if the intention is that it's 4 stories and below, in 10 years from now when you guys are all gone and it's another group of people interpreting what council has said, I want to make sure that the interpretation 10 years from now is what we're intending today, and that it is for 4-story buildings and below.
Is it in the bylaw?
That is the intent, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so Mr. Mark, how do we clarify? Is there a conflict with the intention and how the report is written? And if so, how do we fix that conflict?
It could be specified, Mr. Chair.
It could be specified?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
If I could...
Could you provide your advice on how?
Ms. Demer has something to add, and it may be helpful before I respond.
Sorry, there may be an error in the report, but it's not an error in the bylaw. We do say right under the introductory paragraph or the purpose of Section 139, we do speak to a residential building of 4 or fewer stories.
Okay, great. So let's change the report so that we don't have a report and a bylaw that are in conflict with each other like we've had a couple times this term, and we've had to fix it. So how do we change the report? So with a residential use building in any zone where residential use buildings of 4 stories and below, I'm not sure what's the proper way to do it.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think there's a change needed. The statement appears at the onset of Section 139, and so the interpretation of that whole section would take root from that statement there.
Do we have the bylaw in our package here on the computer?
Yes, document 1, page 22 of your report, Councillor.
Document
1?
We don't have document 1. We have document 4, the presentation and the committee report.
I think it's attached to the main body of the report in your package.
Okay, let me go read that, and if there's other questions, I might come back, Peter, if that's okay.
Okie doke. Councillor Clark, and then Councillor Tierney, and then Councillor Hobbs.
Thank you. To staff, when OMB issued its go back and do something about street character recommendation, refer it back to us, what was their expectation as to when we would report?
They were requesting that city return with an amended bylaw, a revised bylaw within 5 months of the order from last March. And so as Ms. Snedden said, we've already had 2 extensions from that.
So it's not about getting a little more time. Have you, in your lengthy time, ever had 100% unanimity in the development community?
Of course.
Yeah, sure.
Absolutely not.
No, because the self-interest rules. Not that that's wrong, it just is. My concern of having sat in the infill meetings before the OMB, before we went to the OMB with the first one, and council accepted it, and this one, which I believe is a response to the OMB, nothing else, we've gone through 7 charrettes, multiple meetings with councillors, multiple meetings with developers, independently of that. And what we've done, though, is regulating character. And as an individual who's forever looking at spot zoning in the Heritage Conservation District, spot zoning in Westboro, spot zoning in New Edinburgh, spot zoning in Overbrook, spot zoning in Linden Lee, even spot zoning in Manor Park, spot zoning in, there was one along Bathgate a couple years ago that was ugly, but ugly, and I would like to stop that. And the community continually comes in and says it's out of character. Well, let's try to get into regulating the character. That's what this is all about. This is not about trying to get unanimity, because we'll never get it. It's also not about getting another extension from the OMB, because we only, in my view, really don't need it. So I think we should move along, find out what the OMB's response to this effort is, and I think hopefully it'll be a lot more positive than the last one.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I have a bit of a quick show and tell because I have a couple of questions. And even though it doesn't apply to my ward in this study, I have lots of thoughts and I've done a lot of learning, especially after getting elected in Beth. You really helped out a lot when I'm going to call this my favorite delegated authority disaster. This is the house on Bathgate that Councillor Kirk did mention. There's a second photo as well. It really illustrates the size and the mass of this house. I did not approve this. Thank you for asking. So this arrived by way of building permit only, never crossed planning committee tables, et cetera, and this was built in a community of bungalows along Bathgate, where one half of the street was at one zone at 8.5 meters, and unfortunately, during the times of amalgamation, the councillor at the time did not lower it to meet the rest of the street. So congratulations to the individual that found the loophole. They got this in without my office even knowing.
Did we fix it for you?
We did actually change the bylaw. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. But there's also a lot of extra learning that's going along with this. For example, how would this work in the way of addressing? And this one's come to my attention most recently because, surprise, I find out that this building also has a brand new address because it's a corner lot on the neighboring street without any approval. Anything coming through my office, it's just magically the exact same building has two addresses. Would this infill bylaw look at addressing the addressing issue?
Mr. Chairman, the infill bylaw that is before you looks at streetscape from the perspective of what you see from the street in terms of how the building relates to the street. But when we first presented that bylaw, the general public told us we're not done. We need to keep working on infill, and so that's why there's an infill 2 study that looks at height and mass. In that particular case, Ms. Demer advises that there were changes done to the subzone where this property is located to lower the permitted height. And we are looking at the permitted heights on residential zones inside the Greenbelt. We're looking at rear yard and side yard setbacks and building massing in residential zones inside the Greenbelt. So this will be part of the infill 2 package that you will be seeing later this year.
And great, and thank you for that. And again, yes, I want to thank Beth because we actually got together and actually lowered that height limit. Unfortunately, it was after 200 raging residents said, how did this start happening? And it was the first thing that met me within 6 months of being in office when they started building. So, you know, it's good to hear that there is thought around it. I'm thinking with infill 1, infill 2, I'm concerned that they're not joined together a little bit. But aside from the massing, the aspect of the address issue is something, and I actually have an inquiry going in today about it at the end of this meeting, about how many times we've actually, through delegated authority, without going, you know, in circulation to councillors' offices, applied new addresses to these infill buildings. It's something that boggles my mind, and I'm unsure how, and if there's anything that can be done, especially if this report supports something about that.
Mr. Chairman, the 2 studies are not joined in time, but they're joined in how they operate together, so they are coordinated. So because of the amount of detail that is involved and the amount of discussion that we want to have with all the stakeholders, community and industry, that's the timing that is most realistic for infill 2, but the 2 are coordinated.
See, and that's the one issue I really have is I think these studies should be joined together. I think there's a lot that if you don't have one side, you don't have the other. There's another question I have, and it's related to what teeth we actually have when these buildings go awry and somebody goes ahead and, just for example, even though it's not a part of the landscaping, even though it's not part of what they proposed, decide to throw in a laneway. And what are we going to be able to do to be able to make sure that doesn't happen?
Mr. Chairman, there are still zoning regulations today that operate. So we're not in a vacuum. However, the work that is underway right now looks at changing, if necessary, what those rules say. And because the 2 studies were started at different times, The infill 1 is much more advanced than the infill 2, but the infill 2 is about a year into its process, and there have been preliminary proposals that have been circulated already. We're just not at that point yet with infill 2. We would like to have it as much as possible as part of a package that deals with every concern, with every question. You're going to hear from the infill 1 working group, both on the community side and on the industry side, that there's considerable technical matters that need to be discussed, and we want to give ourselves the time to have those discussions. So the infill 2 package, as much as we keep hearing that there is a strong wish for it to come into effect soon or to exist sooner, there is still a process to be finalized with it. The infill 1 bylaw is a completely different bylaw. It's under appeal. It deals with the different geography of the city. Infill 2 takes in all of the area inside the Greenbelt, whereas infill 1 is only the mature neighborhoods in the 5 central wards. So there are reasons why the two exist the way they do.
Yeah, and again, I'm having hard times with that because you can see clearly I share the same street as Councillor Clark. It's the exact same street, and we're developing one set of rules for one half of the street again and one for the other half. And this is where I have a big issue on what we're looking at, especially on what teeth we have. So again, hypothetically, somebody throws in a laneway and says, we'll beg for forgiveness later on. They get a $150 fine. Next thing you know, we're down at the Committee of Adjustment trying to get them to take out their laneway. So, these are the kind of issues that keep popping up, and I've realized myself, and I think it's part of a broader discussion between the two studies. I'm just concerned they're not going to be linked, and there's not going to be anything for my ward, but there's going to be a lot of great stuff for the City of Ottawa wards, former City of Ottawa wards.
Mr. Chairman, part of our review with the Infill 1 study, we overlaid the Infill 2 possible rules. And so we've already tested that against the Infill 1 neighborhood. So staff firmly believes that these two can operate in isolation. And Ms. Demery, did you want to add to that?
I wanted to address your question about and I know what you're talking about. It's about the creation of a second driveway on the other on the corner lot. So
where we gave them
he
an
has
address.
one driveway, and they went and developed another driveway. And one of the recommendations in the report is that a streetscape character analysis would need to be completed and approved before a private approach permit would be granted.
Great. And it's something that, again, I have an inquiry going, but in the future, I'm actually hoping as part of, instead of delegated authority, as part of circulation, councillors can actually be part of this process. I mean, sure, in some areas you don't want to hear about 100 laneways going in, but in my area, if there's a new laneway going in, I'd like to know about it. Anyway, that's all I have to say, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go to Councillor Chernushenko. Councillor Hobbs isn't there yet. We'll get back to you, Councillor, but you got a leaky roof, I understand, so...
Indeed. Thank you very much. With your indulgence, yes, I live in a mature neighborhood and I have a leaking roof I have to go attend to. And it's not even a flat one. Yeah. I really wanted to just perhaps preemptively make some comments, since I will try to be back here within an hour or so, but we don't know exactly where this discussion is going to go in the meantime. I'm pretty sure, with nodding of heads of my fellow so-called mature ward councillors, you can read into that what you like, that the five of us strongly back what we're seeing here today. We know it's not perfect. But we know that holding out for perfection is just going to lead us to see more of those monstrosities that actually a non-original City of Ottawa, ward councillor is dealing with, and you might too. But they are very much there for us now. It was very much the issue in the 2010 election, and it's going to be right there in front of whoever is, running again in 2014. Residents want to reestablish some sort of control and to see that the development and the planning process gives them some say in the evolution of their neighborhood. Not to say freeze it, keep it exactly how it is, but to say, all right, as infill occurs, we'd like to know what it is. Is it a street I still want to live on because it will stay somewhat like it is now? What are the measures that that are in place. And this, I want to praise staff for having gone through such an extensive process. I would hold this out as a model, as a counterpoint to accusations that we often hear about not consulting enough or not consulting well. I believe this is done very well. But all that to say is, you will not hear unanimity today. You will hear some developers who still aren't content with it. Even though they may be content with a lot of what's there. You will hear community associations who are almost entirely in favor, but will probably still be quibbling over a few points. But I believe we are at the point now where we have to put this in, we have to go back to the OMB with it. We need to put this in place and begin working with it. I hear from various colleagues, some saying, please tell me this won't be imposed on my ward, but I hear from others saying, how soon can I get this in my ward? I guess I would see it this way. We try it out, we see how it's working, we modify it, and then we leave it to council to decide, do you want it expanded in some way to your ward? Not imposed on you, but as a tool that's been tested for you. So parting comments, I would really just plead that we do not go for deferral. Deferral to me at this point would, I think, be anyone arguing for it, I would characterize as being disingenuous. The opportunity to comment has been so extensive that to ask for deferral now is really saying, please allow me to get a few more applications in before the rules come into effect. And I think we can do better than that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. We'll still be here when you get back, so please come back and join us. Councillor Hobbs.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. There's a couple of questions I have and then some comments I want to make, but I do want to echo what Councillor Clark said about the sort of the timeline behind this. That the more time ticks on, the more loss we have of character in our neighborhoods. I remember it was over a year ago when this came to council and for a unanimous vote to go ahead with these infill guidelines. There was some pictures flashed up on the screen of how much infill there was, for example, just in the Westboro area, and there were so many dots on that map. It was frightening, worse than digital signs in restaurant windows. So, that loss of character has been a really key thing to our neighbors, and I was just wondering if you could just comment, Beth and Elaine, on how many meetings have actually been held in the community over the past 10 months.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, we've had a process that started at the point where we presented a zoning strategy to Planning Committee and to Council last June. And at that point, once that was approved, we convened the internal working group, which comprised up to 12 members of the infill sector, including some architects. And we issued invitations to representatives of 27 community associations within the 5 central wards. We have had 30 meetings since June 2013, including 7 with the working group, 2 charrettes, and we have had meetings with an internal working group that comprised our colleagues in development review, development information officers, building code services, bylaw administration, and bylaw drafting staff. All through that process, we have had the operative word of being transparent. So whatever was said in a meeting or whatever transpired from a meeting was communicated to the other parties in the discussion. And so through that process, just by necessity, because of the sheer number of people involved, we found that that was the most time-efficient way to proceed. So despite the number of meetings, the information flow that has occurred, I think, allowed people to stay on top of the changes that we were making as we went along. So we really, I guess, used those meetings to troubleshoot the system. Yep. And to arrive at something that, through consultation with our internal colleagues, including development review, we were able to build understandings of how this would work.
Would you say then that that's a normal amount of meetings in a process similar to this, to have 30 meetings in less than a year.
Mr. Chairman, I'd love to speak to that because certainly within our branch, there's a significant amount of consultation in a variety of different studies. As you're familiar, Councillor, the CDPs and a number of other studies that we do in the official plan. In my limited experience with the planning department, I would have to agree with Councillor Chernishenko that this really is a model for consultation in terms of the process that we used in this particular review. And I would say that the amount of meetings that we had would be somewhat unusual as compared to other studies.
Unusual on the high side.
Yeah. Correct.
Thanks so much. And just in reference to some of the comments that Councillor Turney made, just in terms of enforcement, and I know this is something that was brought up in the neighbourhood meetings as well, how do we really ensure that once this goes forward, we can make sure this happens?
There are a number of things that are going to be happening. First of all, we're going to have a staff person who will be solely responsible for reviewing all of the street character analyses, working with the landowners, developers, teaching them as they go through this process. In addition, we will be having substantial staff training as to how the streetscape character analysis is completed, and we have, or we're in the process of creating, I'm losing my voice, a wonderful pamphlet that will have the steps required, the types of data they should use, the names of the staff people to phone, and the form that needs to be filled out. So they will be able to, so we will be teaching them as they go. They have to come back to the staff person who's responsible for reviewing them, and to make sure that at the end of the day that staff concur with the findings. It should be relatively straightforward. We have Geo Ottawa. It shows the air photos. It shows change over time. It shouldn't be too complicated to compare, to make sure that everybody's on side with what is the dominant character of each of those four things. So there's a number of things happening, not only teaching the public, but also staff. In terms of enforcement, again, the streetscape character analysis will have to be approved prior to moving forward to obtain a building permit. So at the process of building permit, one of the things that they look at is to make sure that the development complies with all of the municipal zoning bylaws. In this case, once this comes into effect, then they would have to be reviewing to make sure it complies even with the streetscape character analysis. Yeah. But we will have that devoted staff person who will have already approved it. If that streetscape character analysis has not been approved or has not been completed, or if the development is not in compliance with any number of those options permitted, then the building permit is not supposed to be approved until they fix that streetscape character analysis. So it's really very straightforward. When enforcement goes out, the information will be on map that that streetscape character analysis has been approved.
Has been approved, okay. So from the committees, and there's about 12 community associations in Kitchissippi Ward, and very much on board, all of them, but concerned about that aspect. They're very concerned about the look and feel of their neighborhoods and the character, and they spend a lot of time at the Committee of Adjustment to make sure that the character is maintained. And are we telling them going forward that you won't have to go to the Committee of Adjustment every time it meets and fight for your neighborhood? Are we feeling secure that this is going to do it?
Mr. Chairman, through you, that's a good point. The processes that exist under the Planning Act don't change. What would change is the types of questions that are asked. So there is still the Committee of Adjustment process, and by the way, we do meet with panel members of the Committee of Adjustment, and we do bring them up to date on, we have been bringing them up to date and keeping them in the loop as to the unfolding new bylaw that we're proposing. But really this is about, I mean, if there is an infill that's proposed on a street and it doesn't meet the character of the street, then there should be a discussion with the neighborhood. And that may be triggered either by a Committee of Adjustment application or by another type of Planning Act application where there is a trigger, where we obviously are looking at a different set of things perhaps than what we've been looking at so far. But what we're looking at are elements of street character.
But so the Committee of Adjustment, they could overrule something if they so chose to do, or would this be sort of a binding enough city policy for these boards?
It's difficult to say, but I think if we take one step back, we are hoping that we are reducing the number of cases that go before Committee of Adjustment.
Because I think sometimes today there's been confusion. There's some city policies they're not aware of, and so I'm really glad to hear that you are working with them as well to instruct them. I guess, just in summary, I just want to say such a huge thank you. I know that through this whole period of the OMB, resolving this OMB issue, and I know we can't expand the areas right now to include Councillor Turney Street, but because we're working on this set guideline, but I just want to say how much I appreciate it, how much I appreciate the 30 meetings in a year, and the listening that took place. And the last meeting that we held in Kitchissippi was, the only complaint was, too little, too late. So they'd like even more, and they'd like it to have applied a few years ago. So the fact that we've been working on it and you were able to really demonstrate that we have been listening. We are concerned about what's happening in our mature built neighborhoods in the core, and we are going to take care of that coming forward. And similarly with the conversion item on the agenda today, this sends a really strong message to our communities that we are listening, that we are concerned about maintaining character, and I just want to thank you for the hard work in doing that. I know there's been a lot of battles with everyone as you met through, and we've arrived here today and happy to move ahead today. Thanks.
Hopefully not. So, okay, thank you. Are there any other questions of staff? Councillor Caudry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of questions. You mentioned in the report, or the report coming from OMB, about beauty versus character. What is the difference? I understand beauty would be reflected in material use, but how is that different than reflecting character?
Mr. Chairman, throughout the consultations that we've had over 4 years, sometimes we will hear from residents in a particular neighborhood that our neighborhood was built in the Victorian period, so you should only allow Victorian buildings made of brick or with gingerbread. Some neighborhoods would like to talk about an obligation to do roofs of a certain type. Some neighborhoods would like to talk about certain materials, and that's beyond what we can do under Section 34 of the Planning Act. So what we are able to do, however, is to pick up on those elements of the street that bind it together. And so that's the difference as we explain it and as we are trying to define it. That's really the clearest way that I can think of to tell those two things apart.
Okay, to me it's still overlapping in terms of the two definitions, because I mean you're going after the character by defining the same issues that would be reflected in a beauty concern. For example, peak roof as an example, that would define the character of the street, obviously. And you're saying that you can't ask for that in terms of going forward?
We're saying that this bylaw is not asking for that. I think at the core of it, it has to do with people's individual tastes for different types of architecture or styles of architecture. And that's an area in which we cannot regulate, according to the board. So people remain free to pick the architectural style that they so choose. And we have actually a dynamic architectural community here in this city that is doing some wonderful things, and we've really enjoyed working with them. At the same time, the ties that bind a streetscape are the things that we are putting down as elements that you need to define and that give you the character and therefore the zoning within which you operate and within which you build.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Migueles. The other question I have is in terms of compatibility. Infill development being compatible to what's already existing in a community. Is this part of that step going forward? Because the OP talks about compatibility all the time, yet when you have infill development, and I can give you a couple of examples like Councillor Tierney did in my ward, where the residents are questioning how is that compatible to the community that they're being built in. So is this one of those steps towards that?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman, through you. The official plan talks about compatibility as being consistent with but not necessarily identical to. And that's, I guess, the distinction that we're taking in zoning now. So far, that distinction has not existed in zoning, but through the 4 years of work that we've done on this, we found that there was a need to give that extra little bit of a framework to define exactly what the official plan means by saying compatible. So that's exactly as you're saying.
Thank you. In terms of the, initially when this item came to the table and the debate started, there was a concern about calling it mature neighborhoods. I'm just wondering if there's a better word like established neighborhoods, maybe a better terminology to use rather than mature neighborhood. Your thoughts on that?
There didn't seem to be, in our discussions, confusion in people's minds with the terminology, because really it refers to neighborhoods that have several generations worth of layers. Really, that's what it's meant to convey. I think at that point, I mean, it's a matter of semantic choice. We landed on mature neighborhoods, and the people in the community associations that were involved didn't seem to object. But I'm sure that there's a couple of other ways that we could express the same thing, sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other questions for staff? Okay, now we have a number of delegations. It's being noon. Maybe we can suggest that the committee break for half an hour, come back, hear delegations, dispose of this, and then move on to item number 9. Okay? So we'll recess till 12:30. Perfect. Thank you very much. We have quorum of the committee in the room. I'll ask members to take their seats. And we have a number of people who pre-registered, but I'm going to give Mr. Chown and Mr. Paulo, and if you'd like to come up and be our first delegation, and then we'll go to Don Stewart of the Westboro Beach Community Association. Over to you, Mr. Paulo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
Members of the committee, please take your seats.
As the committee may know, I'm the solicitor for the appellants in the matter that is before the board that has resulted in the report before you. And I want to thank the chair earlier for pointing out that this is not a Planning Act process, which does have some bearing on my remarks. As such, the only parties that are before the board and at the moment that have a right to be heard are my clients in the city. And unless the board admits somebody as a party, no one else, at the moment at least, has the right to be heard on this matter when it goes back to the board. That's important because the breadth of the current bylaw that is before you is far more sweeping than what was before committee and council in May of 2012 when 2012-147 was adopted. The best example that I can give you, and actually there are two of them, one is that it's going to capture low-rise apartment buildings, which it didn't before, and it's also going to capture people making additions to their houses, which it didn't before. Those people will be caught by this bylaw, even though they have never had the right to be heard on it. We've repeatedly suggested to the city that in order to fix that problem, that 2012-147 should simply be allowed to die, and that this bylaw be brought before committee and council as part of a normal Planning Act process, giving all of the people the right to be heard on it. And indeed the right to appeal should they take issue with what committee and council have done. We repeat that suggestion today. Now, with respect to the bylaw itself, we will acknowledge that progress has been made and the document has been improved. We still think there are problems. We think there are language problems, and to that, committee may be aware that we pointed out this morning an anomaly in the language that Mr. Chown will speak to as well. This progress has been made because the city and my clients have mutually agreed to extend the period of negotiation on two different occasions, as staff have said. There's no reason not to do so again. If this is better than what we had, then certainly a little bit more time may make it even better. There is no rush to deal with this. And so what comes out of this are two possibilities. Both of them have to go back to the board. The board has to speak on this bylaw. But the two possibilities are that we can come to an agreement, in which case there would be a joint submission to the board, which could be handled by conference call or with a 2-hour hearing, or this continues as the adversarial process that it has been up until this point. In my view, in our view, it would be far better to have a better document that results in a joint submission to the board without having to have a hearing, which could go on at some length. And to that, while I always respect the opinions of my friend Mr. Mark, I think his views on timing, if this remains as an adversarial process, are wildly optimistic. And I think realistically we don't end up with a hearing before next year and a decision until perhaps a year from now or even longer. And so Mr. Chown will speak to some of the details now, but in general we are going to encourage this committee to defer this matter, to allow for further discussion and negotiation, to clean up the anomalies such as the one that we discovered this morning, and make this a better document that hopefully we can all go together to the board to submit on. Thank you.
So, Mr. Pollin, what, if you, as you say, this is not going to be before the board till April or till the next year, what prohibits you from entering into those discussions based on what council's prepared to approve?
Nothing, save for two things. One, once council has spoken, there is a hardening of positions, and two, whatever we would agree to would have to go through this process again in order to give Mr. Mark and the board comfort that whatever was then subsequently agreed to would has the stamp of council on it.
Right, but aren't those issues significant? Let us assume that there is one or two issues that you are able to resolve between now and the board hearing. Is it not simpler then for Mr. Mark to come before this committee and say we've reached a resolution which the planning committee agrees with on these two issues and move forward on that basis? And I wish to receive instructions on how to proceed based on any, as in a normal settlement agreement, which is, I mean, there's two ways to go about this, right?
Yep. And our view is that, as you'll hear from Mr. Chown, the movement on this document has really, notwithstanding the references to the length of time made by staff, have really only happened in the last 3 weeks. And sometimes when you have your feet held to the fire by timelines, you can get more done.
Okay, Mr. Chown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I want to pick up where Mr. Pollin left off. I think it's fair to say, and Ms. Sneddon and Ms. Miguelez and Ms. Demmer have all alluded to the amount of discussion that's taken place over the last 10 months. I think it's worth noting that that discussion has only occurred following Planning Committee and Council giving staff a very clear direction to pursue a new bylaw that deals with streetscape character and introduces the 21 lot concept and the concept of character groups. So that there's no discussion or debate about the pros and cons about that approach. That was a decision made by Planning Committee and Council last June or July without any consultation with the industry or the community associations. So we're now operating with that as a given. The consultations that took place commencing late last summer through the fall up until before Christmas, and there were many of them, and there were many participants, both from the industry and the community associations, and we were talking about issues and concerns about infill and kind of getting those on the table. And that was helpful. It established some, I think, comfortable relationships between the industry and some of the members of the community associations, and it opened up some dialogue between those groups that I think has been constructive, and with any luck will continue going forward. But those discussions did not talk about the bylaw. There was a draft of the bylaw that came out late last summer. We attempted to have one-on-ones with staff to talk about the language of that bylaw. With the exception, I think, of one meeting that I had with staff, there were no meetings with the industry and staff to talk about that draft. There was a second draft came out in January, a third draft that came out a few weeks ago, and then the draft that you have before you today. We only started talking about the language of the bylaw 3 weeks ago, and I think it's fair to say that we have made some progress in terms of understanding the bylaw and fine-tuning the bylaw as it relates to some aspects of the direction that was given by council last summer. The reason we're seeking for additional time is those discussions aren't over yet. We haven't covered the entirety of the bylaw, and there are revisions in the bylaw you see that you have before you today that are revisions from the bylaw we saw 2 or 3 weeks ago, and we haven't had the opportunity to sit down with staff and talk about those revisions, understand those revisions, and maybe refine them so that at the end of the day, and this is what's important, Mr. Chairman, I think what Mr. Parliament's alluding to, at the end of the day, it would be nice if council was endorsing a bylaw that the industry, the community associations, and staff all agree could work, that the language of the bylaw is clear and understandable and works to achieve the objectives that staff and the city have given the direction you were given last summer. As I sit here today, I don't believe that it does that yet. We're close, we've made progress, but we need a little bit more time to have some more discussions with staff. With all due respect to my friend Ms. Snedden, I don't think now's the time to draw the line in the sand. It just happens that we're up against the March 31st deadline set by the board. But we've made such progress with staff over the last couple of weeks to close the door and say, no, that's it, that's all, this is the bylaw we're taking to council, I think is unfortunate and short-sighted. If we just take a little bit more time, spend a little bit more time with those conversations, bring something back where the industry can at least say, you know what, there are two possibilities. One is we're going to say, you know what, we're prepared to live with this bylaw as it's written. Or we're prepared to say, if we go to a hearing and lose, at least this bylaw is going to work. And that's the reason for the delay. We're not asking for delay because we disagree or want to argue about the underpinnings of this bylaw, the approach of a streetscape character analysis, the 21 lots, the character groups. That's not the reason we want a little bit more time. We want to fix things like what came up this morning on the 4-story apartment buildings. In the presentation this morning, Ms. Demera indicated that this bylaw does not apply to additions that are not visible from the street. I cannot find that language in the bylaw. If that's the intent, then let's fix it so it says that. If the intent that it is that it does not apply to residential buildings of more than 4 stories, let's make sure it says that. And let's not fix it on the floor of the committee room. That's not the place to do that. We need to set it down, give us a month and a half, 2 months to take a little bit more time, come back with a bylaw that we think will work, that staff are comfortable with, and the community associations are comfortable with. With all due respect, there's nothing to be lost by delaying this report by a few months. I understand you don't want to delay it into the late summer, into the fall. We respect that. But to arbitrarily decide that today's the day is not constructive. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Are there questions?
There is one other small aspect that I think bears stating. The other concern that we have deals with another agenda item today, which is the conversion bylaw. We are very concerned that there has not been a sufficient vetting of how the conversion bylaw and this infill bylaw fit together. The best example that I can give you of that is that the infill bylaw encourages rear yard parking in order to get it out of the front yard and off the street. It doesn't mandate it, but it does encourage it. But the conversion bylaw requires the provision of green amenity space in the rear yards. That's just one example that we can give you that it is entirely possible that these two things do not fit properly together. And because the breadth of the infill bylaw has been extended to include buildings up to 4 stories, you now have properties and developments that will be subject to both of them. And if we are going to have two bylaws that actually work, it seems to make sense that both should be deferred to make sure that they work together.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions, Councillor Blows?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of questions to both of you. I've heard everybody now say we've made great progress, we're working together, we're coming towards something here, we're not quite there yet. What I don't quite get, though, is what's the outstanding rub? So to you, Mr. Chown, what's left outstanding that is so egregious that you need to follow through with the OMB?
Sorry, there's two aspects to that question, Councillor. In terms of what we might go to the board with is a different question than the things that we want to resolve with staff over the next couple of weeks. What we want to resolve with staff over the next few weeks are some of the details in the bylaw. We haven't had a thorough discussion of the provisions, although they've been there for a while, and staff will point this out, but we haven't had a thorough discussion about the new provisions that have been introduced with respect to corner lots, and I think the industry would appreciate the opportunity to have a session to sit down and talk about that. I've had some discussions with staff about the implications of having to demonstrate that the pattern on the street for front yard parking is actually legally established as opposed to it just being the pattern on the street, and how do we go through that. And we've had some discussions about how that might be done, but it's not entirely clear to me how that's going to be done and whether it's practical to go there. And maybe there should be some tweaking of that language. So those are the sorts of things that we're talking about going forward. In terms of what may or may not be force us or encourage my clients to carry on with a hearing, quite frankly, it's going to be a question of whether they are comfortable with the basics of the bylaw, and that is the 21 lots and the planning based on character groups. If they can get their head around that and accept it as a good planning strategy for these neighborhoods, then maybe we walk. If they feel that it's onerous and isn't going to work, then maybe we're off to a hearing. But that would be the reason for going forward with a hearing, is because this what I've referred to in my email to everybody, a novel approach. If we can work with it, then maybe we're not going to a hearing. Right. My clients haven't made that decision yet.
Yeah. So you don't have any issue with the sort of the basic principles that staff laid out, the certainty for neighbors, certainty for developers, flexibility and options for property owners, and maintaining, enhancing the streetscape and the design. You don't have any issues with that?
That's not the discussion we're having now.
Right. Okay. So, Mr. Paulin, over to you. I mean, if we have one shared interest, or we have more than one shared interest, but the primary interest that I would see is we'd all like to avoid the OMB if we can. And I think there's an obligation on us here to find ways of how do we resolve things without having the OMB rule on it. And I heard what you were saying earlier, and I'm looking at what staff has told us in terms of, that if we endorse zoning revisions and it gets forward to the OMB will enact the final bylaw, which it's going to be renamed, I guess, Mature Neighborhoods Bylaw. I think one of the things you said is, give us more time and we can avoid following through at the OMB. But is that an assurance that, I mean, I'm open to a deferral, a deferral if I think it's going to resolve this. But if it's just I don't know, like a stalling tactic, and I'm not calling it a stalling tactic, but if it's just that, then there's no use deferring. So I just want to see how you're going to, if you give me assurance that we can get away from the OMB, then I would say I'm with you on this.
Through the chair, Councillor, I take a lot of pride in the fact that far more of the files that I handle get settled than actually go to the board. I'm at heart a solicitor, and we just want to get files off our desk and get them closed. Can I guarantee you that a deferral will eliminate the possibility of an adversarial proceeding at the board? No, I can't. What I can tell you is that a deferral will raise that possibility to a much greater extent than is currently the case. And that would be speaking now only personally, but I suspect for my clients,
that they would rather have this settled and put to bed and let them get back to work instead of fighting an extended battle at the board. I don't know if that answers your question well enough.
That's a good answer. Thank you.
So, Mr. Paulin, here's something for you. I understand what you're saying, but there's a desire, I think, on the part of the members of council whose wards this represents to bring this to some conclusion in a timely manner. So, you know, we have in the past, when we've had complicated issues with differing submissions, I think, have said, okay, we'll deal with it here, make a recommendation, and then that recommendation comes to not a council meeting in 2 weeks. Let's give, for example, in this case, Planning Committee deals with it on the basis of what we have before us and says, we will deal with this on May 14th, which gives you a period of time between now and May 14th to work out your details. However, if I'm going to do that for you, and you think it's the best process, what I need you to agree to is that you'll allow a pre-hearing conference to happen in July. So now you get your time, but if we can't come to a resolution, let's move deliberately towards a pre-hearing conference and then final resolution.
The last time I checked, I'm not in charge of scheduling for the Ontario Municipal Board.
Now, that's not what I asked you. Okay. I asked you if you'd agree to if we submitted a request for a July pre-hearing, would you agree with us and say, yes, we'd like to have that happen?
Assuming that there is an available date on which I am available, okay, and that Murray is, okay, then sure, we don't have a problem with that. But recognize that Mr. Chairman, there are other people in the room who I suspect may wish to participate in such a pre-hearing, and so if you'll get a yes from me, I'm not going to stand in the way.
Go ahead.
If this is as important an issue as you seem to be making it, I would hope you would make yourself available if a hearing date in July is secured.
Well, through the chair, Councillor, there are things like, for example, other hearings, okay, and other commitments that I can't deal with, okay? I'm not planning any vacation in July, if that's what you're asking, okay? So, I don't want to be seen to have made an ironclad commitment to this committee if I can't fulfill it. If at the end of the day, I mean, I'm working on the schedule of another pre-hearing right now in Kingston, okay?
Mr. Paulin, just let me go. Mr. Mark, is the undertaking of Mr. Paulin, would you consider that sufficient?
Yes, I would, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so now, Mr. Paul, is that something, and I understand that, Councillor, but I'm just trying to respond. So is the scenario I laid out something you'd be interested in?
I'll jump in, Mr. Chairman, and say, yes, I wonder about May the 16th. I know you just kind of picked it out of the air. 14th?
I didn't pick it out of the air.
Well, I'm sure it's a real council date.
It is a council date.
That gives us...
It's putting your feet to the fire.
Gives us the month of April. You would like to think that would be enough time.
Okay. And so, for members of committee, once we hear delegations, we can deliberate on this, provide that period of time, have it come on April the 4th, and not lose any time before the Ontario Municipal Board, because Mr. Paulin has agreed that barring any other outstanding issues that we both would agree to a pre-hearing conference in July at some point in time, subject to all the caveats that you presented.
And there's one other comment that I think Mr. Mark would like to hear me say, okay, and that is that we would require the mutual consent of both parties in a request to the board to extend the period of time that expires on March the 31st to basically the 15th, and I'm now putting that question in Mr. Mark's mouth, and I'm saying, yes, we'll consent.
Perfect. Okay, are there anything else for this delegation? Nope. Thank you very much for your presentation. Okay, let's go to Don Stewart from the Westboro Beach Community Association.
Well done.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As mentioned, I'm here on behalf of the Westboro Beach Community Association, and one of the things we were asked to do is talk about the deferral. And so we had a meeting last week with Mr. Migueles was there to present on the infill. And as mentioned earlier, the reaction of the people from Westboro Beach and the surrounding communities was very much, what took you so long, why not sooner? So from the community side, we'd say, go full bore ahead. But having talked to one of the developers over the lunch hour and recognizing that the issues are technical in nature, we would encourage you to do basically what you're heading towards, which is prove it in principle, if you like, and give us, put our feet to the fire to meet together and deliver some results. And I would mention as well, I think the process that we followed is a very positive one. When you bring the stakeholders, if you like, together and have them discuss things with staff ahead of time, we wind up with a much better process. We find things that otherwise would be overlooked. More eyes looking at it, find better solutions. The other thing is that it's a more positive process because you don't have staff preparing something and coming with their final draft a week ahead of a meeting and saying, here it is, and really what you wind up with is not consultation at that point, but confrontation more often than not, because people now have hardened their positions. So I think it's better, I would really suggest that this is a process that should be encouraged not only in the planning department, but other areas of the city. In terms of the actual bylaw before you, I would say Westboro Beach supports this in principle. People are because it has got a lot of little pieces to it and it's complex. I think people are having some trouble digesting it, as more than one councillor has alluded to at this table. But I would say overall we are in favor of it. And as well, we are certainly looking forward to infill too, because height is a big issue in our neighborhood. I'm going to talk a bit about some concerns that aren't covered in Infill 1 or Infill 2. In particular, there's no reference in here to tree protection, and that is one item that our neighborhood is very strong on. We would suggest that something like the Toronto model, where if you cut down a mature tree, you have to replace it with not one but 3 trees from an approved city list that have to be planted within 100 meters of the lost tree. And the city then checks on those trees, their saplings, and they check on them for 5 years to make sure they're healthy. And if a tree dies, you have to replace it and start the process again. So, and carrying on from there in terms of the green space aspects of things, we look at corner lots, and we're still concerned that a corner lot becomes an excuse to planting more building than you could provide on inside the street lot. And wind up covering with huge footprints and parking areas, so you wind up with virtually no green space. So we are very strongly in favor of actions which support softscaping. But probably the biggest issue is one that if we don't do this, actually everyone in this room is wasting their time, and that is in terms of implementation and enforcement. Because if we pass a bylaw and it's not followed, then what are we here for? And so some suggestions on how we could make this effective when we implement it. First of all, we need to go and educate all of the planners in terms of what the bylaw says. We need to go further. We need to educate the people who do building permits, the people who do building inspections. We need to inform bylaw enforcement officers as well, who are going to be covering these things, and the Committee of Adjustment, which has certainly some of it's done. As well, I would suggest that we provide a notice to taxpayers as part of their tax bills that says there are new building bylaws in place for you in the designated areas, and here are some of the things you can do. For example, you cannot have more than 1/3 of your front lot hardscaped as a driveway. You've got to keep 2/3 softscape, those kind of things, so people can't argue, well, gee, I didn't know, and beg for forgiveness. Okay? And I would suggest we send that out to new buyers because we find about them when they join the tax rolls. And I'd even suggest we send it out to real estate agents so they can't mislead their clientele in terms of what they're doing. Third thing I would suggest, if you believe in the process of continuous improvement and not doing something twice, is that if a site planner wants to come forward and say, for this lot, we should do this thing differently, part of what he should do is have to review the rest of the neighborhood and come back and tell us, hey, this situation occurs in many other places in this neighborhood. We should be changing the rules and take a closer look at them so that we don't have continually going to committee of adjustment for the same minor issue or having the same consultation over and over again. So those are the things I would suggest there. So in summary, we have a positive process. We should keep doing it. We should get infill 2 going and implemented as soon as possible. We should protect our trees and our softscaping, and enforcement is critical. Thank you.
So Councillor Harder has a question, and then Councillor Hubley.
You're saying who we should be educating, but I think that you left out one group, and that would be yourself and the communities.
Oh, well, certainly I would agree with that. In fact, I would suggest that one of the things that, again, would be a positive step would be to have the planners who are involved with communities, both from the policy side and the development side, and the developer or site planning side, have to go out and meet more often with the communities.
Actually, I have a different idea. Okay. Back when with the, you know how we had Planning 101, and then we had anybody in the community who wanted to go and take those, perhaps we could have one that is specifically for infill, and have so that the public the public who are interested would come out and they would also be educated, because one of the problems that we have is that the public may not understand what is at stake or what can possibly happen. So what would you think about something like that?
I certainly would be supportive of that. I was at the session on secondary planning on Saturday, so yes. But the only issue I see with that is that you get a very limited number of people who are interested in planning issues, as opposed to making sure that the overall public understands, so we don't get people going and paving over their front lawn to put in a parking pad.
Right, but we can't drag people either to take up their time in trying to get informed, and we see that all the time. Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hubley, and then Councillor Hobbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question picking up on your presentation, and thank you for it. You mentioned that we should look at the neighborhood when we look at these applications. This is one of the concerns that I had with this proposal as well. Is we're going to narrow that down and just look at 21 houses adjoining the property. Because I'm sure in your experience, you've probably seen some streets that need to be fixed, not replicated. Would that be fair?
Well, because the way that this is worded, it doesn't necessarily replicate the street. When you take down a single-family home and put up a semi, for example, you are definitely not replicating the street, especially because probably both houses of the semi are bigger than the individual house that replaced. So, in that sense, we're still seeing change in progress, moving ahead. But the 21 and the 21 is simply a way of trying to make decisions in terms of what that unique little area is. So that actual street. And there are situations I can point to you. There's a good example in Champlain Park, for example, where one block in Carlton you will have be able to do front parking and attached garages, because so many of them have been converted to semis. But one block north of that is still, no one has built a replacement home in there, and so they'll be under a different set of rules. So, so I can see a few issues like that. But I think overall that the bylaw itself makes sense in trying to get some order and predictability to it. I would say that the thing that people look for most is predictability. And if you go and look at where people are really getting excited and upset, it's because what they thought they would have in a location isn't happening. It's something different and bigger. So.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Hobbs.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Mr. Stewart. I know you were very much involved in this process. Just picking up on one of your comments, and from what happened at the meeting last week, where we realized that in some cases it is too late for some of the streets in our neighborhoods, and they have been forever changed, and they will set the character now. But I was just wondering if you could just describe a little bit more what has happened in your neighborhood and why this is so important to have happen for some of the councillors that may not be familiar with Westboro Beach area and what's happened there.
I mean, first I'd say that our community association is not opposed to intensification. But what we are opposed to is something that is out of character with the neighborhood, and where we have raised the biggest issues is where we were a neighborhood of mostly 1.5 and 2-story homes, and we suddenly find ourselves being faced with semis that are much longer and taking up much bigger footprint than the existing homes, and are 3 stories high. So, that isn't exactly the character of your neighborhood. And so those are the issues, the ones that we have argued about and gone to OMB about occasionally, because on items that were rejected by Committee of Adjustment. So those are the biggest concerns, but there are issues as well, I guess, with too much massing and getting too close to the streetscape. And so that's where infill 1 is helpful as well. So so that is our particular perspective. And just I should note that in some of our discussions we had, we just recognize there's a difference between areas like Centertown and Old Ottawa South, where a lot of the lots are 33 or 30 feet wide and this sort of thing, versus our area where they're typically in a 50-foot wide lot. So we have a different set of issues in terms of parking and so on from other areas.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. Thank you very much, Mr. Stewart, for your presentation. Stephen McNamee is next.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, councillors, just take 2 minutes to tell you a few remarks that the Overbrook Community Association wanted you to hear. We in Overbrook are strong supporters of strengthening existing established communities, of protecting the character, both in built form and function, of communities that are working well. And even where they're not so attractive and not working well, we believe in building on the positive attributes and attractive aspects on things that are working well. The features of residents like, are even proud of, that they identify with, and contribute to a sense of community. So we believe in respect and community, always building on what's good when transforming communities through redevelopment, and cherishing our prized communities. That is, our mature communities, from New Edinburgh through Glebe to Hintonburg, those old historic communities that have not just a strong sense of communities, but a visual aspect, streetscapes that are charming, okay, let's admit it, beautiful, irreplaceable, priceless. Clearly, a zoning bylaw prescribing setbacks, height restrictions and such, the same one that applies in the suburbs, cannot safeguard these irreplaceable, invaluable inner city neighborhoods. The revised bylaw 2012-147 will. It's revolutionary, it's ingenious, it's not as complicated as some people pretend, not so difficult as some people pretend to understand, and it will protect the character of mature communities in a way that's never been done before. It won't apply in Overbrook, but that doesn't dampen our enthusiasm. We love the city. We cherish our historic communities. We urge you to protect them. We urge you to approve this bylaw and pass this motion today. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. Other questions for Mr. McNamee? Oh, thank you very much for your presentation. Anna Kylitz, is that how you pronounce it? Sorry if I made a mistake. Thank you.
I've seen it before, so you
had some practice.
Yes, but it's always a challenge.
Okay, so my name is Anna Kauditz. I'm from Old Ottawa South, and I am on the Planning and Zoning Committee there, and I'm also on the Planning Committee of the FCA, and I'm one of the stakeholders. I'd just like to read to you a letter that the president of OSCA, Ottawa South Community Association, wrote to you, and it's dear Planning Committee members. So the Ottawa South Community Association appreciates the leadership, hard work, and support from the City of Ottawa's Planning and Growth Management staff throughout the process of drafting revisions to Bylaw 2012-147. A great deal of work has been done and remains to be done in this important area. As such, we encourage ongoing dialogue among all of the key stakeholders in the growth and development of our neighborhoods and our city. Ongoing dialogue. On Tuesday, March the 18th, the OSCA's board carried a motion in support of the draft revision to the infill bylaw 2012-147. Anna Kauditz, me, from our Planning and Zoning Committee, will be speaking on our behalf on March the 25th. As a member of the FCA, OSCA is in full support of the FCA motion carried on March the 19th. The FCA carried a motion in March 19, 2014. We are in agreement of the FCA about the following omnibus revisions that need to be addressed in the future. One is refining the definition of height as related to grade, defining mix of soft and hard landscaping to reflect the intent to maintain green front yards. 3, improving the provisions to front yard projections to ensure adequate soft landscaping exists between the front lot line and the projection, and to address massing effects of the projections. 4 is defining parking provisions to single detached homes on corner lots to address cumulative width. We agree with the FCA in recognizing that enforcement of this infill bylaw must be respected and supported by all. We look forward to finding out more about the enforcement measurements that will be put in place and how they will be acted upon. And this is signed by Linda Hancock, our president. And we came to a very democratic decisions about all this. It's supported by the association. I should also explain that Alain Migueles presented the OSCA, Old Ottawa South, with the details of the zoning bylaw. So we are a well-informed community. And just to take it back, we have been involved with dealing with infill housing since 2009. I think somebody mentioned 2010, but there was on October the 28th, 2009, already a council decision about infill housing. Infill development has been a concern for us, and we like to see this move forward within the very near future, and I'm glad about these feet to the fire, because one very well-esteemed architect in our neighborhood said, well, the way this bylaw is going, we won't need a bylaw because there won't be any infill left to be filled in. Everything will be filled in, and that is a concern of our community. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for the delegation? Thank you very much for your presentation. Lynn Bankier, if you'd like to come up.
Good afternoon. I am Lynn Bankier. I'm Champlain Park Community Association co-chair, and I have been a development committee member since the intensification process began in our community in 2009. Since that time, intensification has been occurring rapidly in the R2 part of our community, mostly by replacement of small single detached homes with large semi-detached dwellings on lots that require variances for lot width and area. Our development committee meets with builders and affected residents and presents at Committee of Adjustment for all infill proposals. We have been intensively involved with the consultations related to the revised version of this bylaw as part of the Planning Department's Technical Working Group, the Federation of Citizens Associations Working Group, and through conversations with the development industry. I will outline our position. We have sent you a written submission that documents our executive motion supporting the draft revisions to the bylaw and also includes endorsement of the FCA, or Federation of Citizens Associations, motion. Front yard setback averaging, provisions to maximize front yard soft landscaping opportunities and to provide compatible entranceway patterns are of particular relevance to our community. We also support the motions contained in the staff report and commend staff on the thoroughness of this report and the consultations which they undertook and in which we participated. Compatibility of new proposals has definitely improved as a result of the first version of the infill bylaw, and it has also resulted in more predictability, less conflict, and improved outcomes for our negotiations with builders. Should I stop, Mr. Hume, while you... No? Okay. We were disappointed that the first version was appealed. We think it's important that it be replaced, and we look to the revised version of the bylaw to similarly facilitate more compatible development in mature neighborhoods such as ours. We strongly support the 2-year monitoring period and stress the importance of education and enforcement related to the bylaw. I'll talk a little more about monitoring, education, and enforcement because they're really key to making this bylaw work. We, as a community association, will actively collect data and document examples to illustrate how well the bylaw is working in our community and how it may benefit from further revisions. Areas of particular interest to us will be outcomes related to the retention of soft landscaping and trees, which are characteristic of our neighborhood in both front and rear yards, and also improving provisions for front yard projections to ensure there is adequate soft landscaping to the front lot line and to address massing effects of such large projections. I think what's really important for you to hear from us is that we've already begun to experience pressures in our community due to shortfalls related to insufficient knowledge among city staff, other than the planning department, which I think is very well informed, but other staffers who really are not familiar with the current version of the bylaw. I've had discussions with various staff members in enforcement or granting of permit capacities, and they're not well informed. Non-compliance with approved landscape plans and inadequate enforcement measures, this would be by bylaw services or building inspection, have been found to occur in our community, especially related to parking and front yard hard and soft landscaping. I think this is where your committee or council may wish to examine budgetary allocation to improve staff's availability for this type of enforcement. Education is critical to the enactment of the bylaw. This must include education of the public, Committee of Adjustment and Planning Committee members, and city staff in all departments that enact the bylaw, including how the transition clauses function, because this has been another area where we've run into some issues in our community. The transition clauses, because there's several bylaws that could be in effect, and which one is it in a particular case. Enforcement by building inspection and bylaw services is extremely important in order to ensure the bylaw is respected by homeowners whose properties are subject to it, and also to ensure that approved designs are correctly implemented. We've had problems here, especially related to landscape plans. I guess that's my bell. The only additional thing is we also support revisions to the private approach bylaw and encourage education of staff in this department to ensure that parking occurs and it continues in accord with the bylaw and approved plans. We've experienced problems in this area as well. And thank you for hearing my presentation today and for addressing this important issue.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hobbs has a question for you.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Chair, and not so much a question really, but I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank you personally very much for everything you've done in the Champlain Park community and elsewhere in the city, because you are one of the champions in the city of Ottawa to fight for your neighborhood character, and we're very instrumental in making some of the initial change in the first infill guidelines. So I just want to say thank you very much. I know it's not an easy thing to do even within the community, and there's been a lot of challenges, and I just want to say how much I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there any other questions for the delegation? Nope. Thank you very much for your presentation. Brian Casagrande. Sorry.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of committee. My name is Brian Casagrande. I'm a senior planner with FO10 Consultants. Firstly, I'd like to ask the committee or draw the committee's attention to letters of concern with respect to the infill directions report that have been sent by my colleague Catherine Grahuda, who wasn't able to attend today. Those were sent on behalf of Takyan Consulting and Development and Mr. Bob Karam with respect to their active planning applications. I have that letter. I could certainly read it if the committee's interested, and perhaps at the end of my other this presentation you could let me know. But I myself am appearing today on behalf of a number of developers, Surface Developments, Capital View Developments, Brazil Homes, Tiberge Homes, and DCR Phoenix. And firstly, I think I'd like to say on behalf of FO10, or certainly on my behalf, that I applaud this initiative by staff. I certainly think and I'm sensitive to the issues that it's dealing with, and think it is an appropriate thing to be doing. Nonetheless, though, on behalf of my clients, we have some concerns with how it's presently structured. I think these concerns can be divided into two general categories. The first would be the interpretation and application of the performance standards, and the second would be process. Mr. Paulowin spoke to issues of process that I'll cover in a moment, but with respect to interpretation and application, I can tell you that preliminary reviews of these regulations on behalf of FO10 proved to be insufficient for us to truly gauge their application, their impact, and their appropriateness. In fact, in my view, the regulations are so extensive and complex that they simply fail, in my view, to complete or measure a test that any land use regulation should be understandable first and applicable. Instead, in my view, again, this will require an addition of what would seem to be an extension of the city's department to even be able to tell the most informed citizen what they're permitted to do on their lands. And that, as I understand, would have to come after they've spent thousands of dollars on surveying work. And I'm not sure that this is simplifying or providing the certainty that it's intended to do. And I certainly support that objective. But I'll give you one example, and I could be way off based on my ability to not interpret the performance standards. But I was thinking about this from my own perspective, and I'm doing a small addition on a house that I own in the mature neighborhood overlay. And as part of that addition that's in the rear yard, which wouldn't, I guess, require us to do this extensive, or require me to do this extensive streetscape analysis, I want to do a 1-foot canopy over my front door. And from my read of this, that 1-foot canopy would require me to hire a surveyor to survey 21 lots on my street, hire a planner to analyze the data, only to determine whether I could actually do that as part of my building permit. Now, it could be wrong, but that's my perception of it.
Well,
And so,
we'll ask at the end of this whether you're wrong.
That'd be
I have
helpful.
a crystal ball that says, yes, you are, but, you know, keep going.
Good, that's refreshing. So, but it does identify a concern that I have, that it's difficult even for myself as a planner to understand what you're dealing with here, and maybe that will come in time, I hope, but I think it's something that needs to be thought about. Now, getting to the process issue, and this sort of dovetails together because in the ability to analyze this comes comfort. And I guess the issue that we see, and Mr. Paulin has identified it, is that this original infill initiative did not include low-rise apartment buildings as part of the applicable form of development that it was regulating. So a number of my clients that do that as their main source of development were not plugged into this process and haven't been until about 3 days ago when I had flagged this for them. So what you're going to have invariably is a number of these people wanting to be involved with this process now, showing up at the Ontario Municipal Board saying, can I please become a party to this hearing? And if that's what's intended, that's fine, but in my view, the appropriate next step is in keeping with what you discussed with Mr. Paulin. Please give us some more time to allow us and them to analyze what's at stake here, to work with staff to make sure that they can support as much of it as they can. But at the end of it all, what I'd really encourage you on their behalf, and as well as on behalf of residents like myself, for example, with my canopy, to have the opportunity to come back before you after that process has taken place to give you delegations about what their informed concerns might be before this goes directly to council. So I'm hoping that there can be that interim step there. And I have discussed that last point with Mr. Paulin and Chown, and they asked me to tell you that I have their full support on that.
Okay. So the canopy over the front, I'm assuming it's over the front door.
Yes, Mr. Chair, you can have a canopy, you can have a porch, you can have stairs. You can have anything. We're not regulating the projections into yards.
There you go.
It's good to hear.
Canopy away there. Mr. Casagrande, canopy away. Yes. There it is. Question and answer, canopy away. Okay, are there any questions for Mr. Casagrande? Nope. Thank you very much, Mr. Casagrande. Dave D'Angelo. Is Mr. D'Angelo here? Mr. Dave D'Angelo. Going once. Going twice. Okay, Sheila Perry, who I know is here. So, Sheila, if you'd like to come up.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak about this issue. I'm here representing the Federation of Citizens Associations, and this is an umbrella organization representing community associations and other groups in the region of Ottawa. And it is a volunteer organization which draws in participants, and we are a non-profit corporation under the laws of Ontario. So we've been actively involved with the planning and zoning issues, and I have to say at the outset how special this process has been for engaging members not just in the mature neighborhoods but beyond. So through our Planning and Zoning Committee and representation, members of the Federation have been actively involved in discussion, meetings, workshops, etc. for the past 2 years. These sessions have involved community members, community associations, professionals, the Ottawa Home Builders, Construction Association members, and other professionals. And the development industry members, along with the City of Ottawa staff, our joint discussions have proved most beneficial for everyone. All of us aren't technical in the language, but we have tried along the way to find common ground on planning issues and to work towards a collaborative approach with the City Planning Department and infill bylaws. And having come through the official plan work of this past year and seeing this We really recognize the benefit of this kind of thing and heartily encourage this to continue. We also recognize that this discussion arose out of an OMB appeal, and that these resolutions require better understanding of diverse neighborhoods and working towards appropriate infill bylaws that really hold the ground or hold the teeth, in this case, in the City of Ottawa. So on March 19th, we passed several resolutions. One was that we recognize the following things: that the FCA recognizes and supports and promotes the need for ongoing dialogue among City of Ottawa planning and growth management, the Home Builders Association, development industry, citizen representatives, and opportunities to work collaboratively. We also support the zoning bylaw 2012-147, providing that the following omnibus revisions are addressed. And I just want to comment briefly on some of these. The issues that arose on these, one is the definition of the height related to grade, understanding that the ground level can't be played with, and that is a concern by some organizations. The idea of mixing soft and hard landscaping, reflecting the green front yards. The environmental element in this is really important to communities. Having something that's just simply concrete just does not add the personality if it's an entire front area or on the lot. The idea of improving provisions for the front yard projections and adequate soft landscaping between the front lot line and the projection, and also the idea of massing. And we realize that latter part is being addressed in infill too, but that is a very important part of all of this. And I guess one of the other items in here that should be mentioned is the parking provisions for single detached homes on corner lots and the accumulative width. So in summary, the EFCA recognizes that enforcement of this infill bylaw must be respected and supported. A number of colleagues have already mentioned this afternoon, that enforcement measures must be identified and acted on. And I think we've seen a lot of good recommendations, i.e. promotional materials, making this idea known. So in summary, the FCA supports the draft revisions for infill bylaw 2012-147 as a response to the OMB interim order of appeal. And that was passed at our meeting on the 19th of March. A couple of other things, if I could just take a moment to mention. The consultation is very special to us, and I can only emphasize that, and that definitely the bylaws produce something better than nothing. So in summary, thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Ms. Perry? Nope. Thank you very much for your presentation. Ted Phillips and Sarah Miller-Martin. Ted Phillips and Sarah Miller-Martin. Ted Phillips.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I don't need to speak if that deferral happens.
Which deferral now are you talking about? There isn't one now. The thing that I talked about with Mr. Paulowin?
No, sir.
Okay.
So there were some, Mr. Chair, members of the Planning Committee, sorry, it's Ted Phillips. So Mr. Mark, I believe, is correcting some language with respect to 139.
Yes, he is.
And so if that wording gets amended to preclude anything above 4 stories, we have no interest in this.
Yeah, Mr. Mark, you've seen that motion, you're recommending that?
I don't think that Mr. Phillips has seen it. I certainly am recommending it.
I believe Ms. Malens has been talking to Mr. Mark, so I think that that will all fall into if there is a delay.
Okay, so Mr. Phillips, maybe just to help you out, maybe you should just take a minute, go and talk to Mr. Mark, and if you need to come back and speak to us, I'll allow you to, but...
I think I'm okay, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Wasim Elias, if you'd like to come up. Press the big button in front of you. There you go.
Function. I'm just want to speak on behalf of my potential property that I have an invested interest on them on Henderson Avenue, which is the conversion and the infill. It may have some kind of negative impact on them, and I believe the proposed changes, it may have a negative impact on our development out there. And it's a short time for us really to look into this changes bylaw. I would request probably maybe if we give us more time in order to, to look at this changes, it may be able to, to see what kind of changes they are going to be impacted on our development in there.
Okay. Thank you very much. Are there questions from Mr. Elias?
In terms of, I think you were in the room the whole time, in terms of what you see unfolding here, does that address the issues that you have?
Well, I don't know we've seen the revision or the proposed, and I believe that we have a quite concern with respect to the amenity space, and I don't know if it is covered with this implementation or not. And also we have the proposed development that we are proposing, it is going to be affiliated with many, like the concept that it is going forward right now with the 21, it does not apply on us at all, because we are going to be located between residential, industrial, and commercial, and I don't know how is this bylaw is going to handle our development.
Are you familiar with the Henderson Street properties?
I'm not, Mr. Chairman, but I can advise that the bylaw, the way that it works, is that the 21 lot system does take into account streets where there's non-residential uses. We've tested this several dozen times and in several different scenarios, so I can certainly speak with the delegation offline and provide them with all the information that would be required.
Okay. Okay. You want to get in on this, Councillor? Go ahead.
I just wanted to, thanks, Mr. Chair, I wanted to make sure I know there was amenity space mentioned. That's not in regards to this infill report. It's the other conversion report. So I'm not sure if you're registered.
This is both of them. Okay. So I don't know if I'm going to be asked to come back again or not, but I'm speaking on behalf of both. Okay. That's the amenity space that's going to have a very major impact on our development as well.
It's just that that's a separate report. We won't be voting on that.
That's the next report. Yeah. So you're converting 213, 217, 221, 221 to 225 and 223 Henderson. Is that what you're in?
That's correct.
Okay, you're the next report.
Yes.
So, okay. So this is the infill bylaw.
Well. Okay, I guess in both of them, whatever they are. Thank you.
We'll call you back up when we get to item number 9. You can speak to us again.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Paul Goodkey.
My name is Paul Goodkey. I'm with the Old Ottawa East Community Association. I'm past chair of the planning committee there. I've been involved with this infill study for 4 years. I've been involved with the recent meetings with the industry people and the staff and other community associations, and that's been just terrific. What we have is guidelines. And what we need is the teeth, and this is the first real teeth to implement those guidelines and to make everybody feel more at ease. They'd go to committee of adjustments. They won't have to go to committee of adjustments as much when we get these things in place. We have a bylaw in place now. It's working very well. This fine-tunes that bylaw in the direction that OMB has led us, and it's not perfect. There's two things that are still missing in my mind. One is to do with the projections above the height limit, which are in the bylaw now and are not in this bylaw, and apparently are going to be heard in infill 2, which I don't know how long that's going to take, but if it takes, like as long as this is taken, that's not good. I prefer that it be in. And the second thing is the projections into the front yards, which have been taken out of this bylaw and apparently are going to be part of an omnibus bill that's going to come soon. And I don't want anybody to forget about those two important provisions because they're in the bylaw now and they're coming out according to this latest revision to the bylaw. All the other people that have spoke, I've met them. It's been terrific to be able to deal with the industry, not only with staff. We've had meetings, just the industry and the community associations, and really been able to go through a lot of detail. And this latest revision that's come out has had changes, which and I've been involved in this for a long time. I could answer so many questions that so many people might have, but I don't think we've had time. I would agree with the industry that we need a little bit more time, but I don't think it should be extended out very far. It should, if they're in agreement with the general principles that are in there now, then it should be able to happen within like 3 weeks, and we should be back here and be able to tidy this one up. One thing that's missing in this, and will be helpful for all the councillors and for everybody, is when we had the original bylaw passed back in 2011, I think it was, or no, 2012, at the tail end, the very second last page of that bylaw had end notes, and they indicated what the intent was. And this is missing here, and I think it would be really, really helpful if staff could put in at least a report the intent of each provision, each regulation. And that would clear things up, I think, not only for everybody here now, but it would clear it up for 10 years down the road when we're all gone and we're wondering what the intent was. I could go into some examples of where staff don't know what the intent of the bylaw is now. So that's about all I have to say. Thank you.
Are there questions for the delegation? No? Thank you, Mr. Goodkey, for your presentation. Jacques Hamel, if you'd like to come up.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, committee members. My name is Jacques Hamel. I'm representing myself, Hamel Design, a small designer who has been struggling to keep up with all the revisions in the bylaws over the last few years. I've been very active in participating in the discussions that have taken place, and my position has been pretty strong mostly. I'm very concerned about the direction of the bylaws with respect to the changes to the availability of lots to be developed by individuals who own these properties. I think the net effect is that notwithstanding the good work in terms of shifting the perspective to acknowledging and maintaining and identifying character of neighborhoods as opposed to just the infill and intensification, fulfilling the infill intensification policies of the provincial policy statements and even our own bylaws and official plan. But I'm worried that we're applying a really broad brush to different parts of the city that may require a little bit more sensitive approach and different approach. But the net effect is that this bylaw is going to reduce the developability of many of the properties by averaging front yards, for example. Having said that, though, the other thing that's really quite important for me as a designer is the way in which we deal with the expressions of these buildings. I'm happy to hear now that some of the language has recognized that we can deal with architectural elements such as porches, canopies, and bays and stuff like that that will no longer be restricted the way they were in an averaging of the adjacent properties. Which was the basis of this approach to the bylaw 2012-147. So I'm very encouraged to see that. I still have many problems, though, with the actual language. To be able to actually sit down and read what the language means, what it intends, and how it actually plays out in a design takes some time, and the little bit that I've had to play with it is not always clear to me. So I'm just wondering if a little bit more time might not be appropriate to ensure that the intentions are met with the technical discussion and language that's captured in the bylaw as we see it today. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Are there questions for Mr. Hamel? No, Mr. Hamel, thank you very much. Well, our next three speakers are Ursula Malans, and Ursula Malans. So if you'd like to come up and talk to us about Minto Developments, Minto Commercial and Associated Companies, Domicile, and Urbandale, RSDC, NK&L. She'll make her points with judicious haste.
Correct. So I'll start today on behalf of my client, Domicile. Several good points have been raised this afternoon, particularly by Mr. Chown and Mr. Paulowin, and we do ask the committee for a little bit more time for the following reasons. This report deviates significantly from where we started back in 2012, and that is significant in that, as you've heard, it now includes low-rise apartments, whereas previously it didn't, and the fact that the public at large, specifically the major developers, were not consulted. So the infill builders were part of the process. They are party to the OMB. However, my clients, such as Minto, Domicile, Urbandale, were of the view that this didn't apply to them until last week, when we had received the bylaw on March 18th. And all of a sudden, some confusing wording, as you have heard referred to today, as well as how this bylaw will actually be applied, raised a lot of red flags for us. And respectfully, a comment that was made by a councillor earlier today, our request for deferral is not disingenuous. It is not. That is perhaps a bit harsh, perhaps even offensive. The reason being, we have only had 1 week to digest this. And we are now in the position where we may have to seek party status at the OMB because it does have a broader implication than we thought. So some points where it's perhaps too vague. We did have the discussion with the councillor this morning in Timark, and I do agree with the revised wording that will specify it does apply to buildings of 4 stories or less, keeping in mind, though, that does indeed now capture low-rise apartments. With respect to the streetscape character analysis, it is not clear to many of us as to how you actually determine the 21-lot analysis when you have an irregular lot pattern. Or what if you have multiple zonings within that area? My client Domicile currently has a project in the works, 141 Main Street. It's been in the process since last November. There are 3 zonings that apply to that site. So how are we to determine what lots are reviewed in order to determine the streetscape character analysis? Additionally, the character group attribute tables. This was the first time I heard a bit of an explanation from staff, and I do thank them for that. It provided some clarity. However, more detail is required, more discussions are required. I think with a bit more time we can help staff make this more clear so it can actually be applied. Thirdly, the transition provisions. It's not clear to me that if I have one approval in hand, as in I have minor variances that are approved, does that permission extend forward and I continue to be exempt up until the point I have my construction in the ground? Or, according to the transition provisions, if I come in for my building permit application next January after we've been to the OMB, am I then caught by the new policies? Well, my submission, that's not appropriate, and again, we need to clarify the transition provisions. Specific to domicile in 141 Main Street, we have recently obtained or are in the process of obtaining exceptions that will be contained in 139, yet this bylaw says that this bylaw takes precedent over 139. Given that the project has been in the process for the last number of months, we respectfully request that it be exempt from the bylaw so that we can continue to develop as we are seeking approval for. And I'll just circle back to say that I do think a deferral of time, and I do think we could probably agree to a set date so we can discuss these issues with staff and work on clarifying some of the wording would be of assistance. I can make my submission for the other two clients if you want, and then we can come back with questions if that's acceptable. Referring to a question that was put to Mr. Paulowin earlier, if committee approves this in principle today, it's my respectful submission that that is somewhat constraining the discussions because the approved document is the one we have before us. And I do think there are enough details that we should work on before we come back, and that way additional submissions, if necessary, may be made. So on behalf of Urbandale and primarily Minto, I do need to emphasize that the major developers were not consulted in this process. They are certainly captured within this area that is defined on the schedule. With respect to the Urbandale, so 139.8, we deal with parking. Parking may only be provided if it meets the dominant character group of the street. It's not clear how to determine the character group, as I have referred to. It is also not clear that all mature neighborhoods do have the different patterns. So we have been advised today that what exists on the street is what gives you your rights, but again, I would like to work on staff to just reinforce that wording. And something that has been said that I would like to reiterate is we question whether the city has actually considered the impact that this bylaw will have in concert with the conversion bylaw as to what impact it will have on rejuvenation within some of these mature neighborhoods. We don't want it to be so challenging or so complicated that nobody can come forward to rebuild. Those are my submissions.
Great. Are there questions? Councillor Blais?
Thank you. Could staff just address Ms. Millen's concerns relating to the transition period? I thought we had discussed that earlier and that there was an appropriate one.
Yes, certainly, Mr. Chair. The transition clause is set up so that it deals with severances, minor variances, site plans, and so on. So if they have gone through a process before this bylaw goes into effect, then that process meant that it didn't require the streetscape character analysis because it didn't exist. So when they go for their building permit, they are exempt simply because they got in beforehand.
Does that satisfy your concerns relating to was it the Bank Street site you were talking? I can't remember what site.
Main Street?
Main Street, yeah.
It's on record as of today. We may seek a letter from the city confirming that, but then I would be satisfied.
Your application's deemed complete, though?
It's deemed complete. It's well underway.
Brilliant. Okay, thank you so much.
Any further submissions, Ms. Millen's?
None at this time.
Perfect. Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't know, is Dave D'Angelo here? I called him once, called him again. Okay. That's all the people I had registered to speak to the infill bylaw. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak, who hasn't spoken to the infill bylaw? No? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing portion of this meeting and turn the recommendations back to committee. Councillor Blais has a motion, and I'm going to ask, but before we consider that motion, I'm going to ask members of committee. We received an undertaking from Mr. Paulowen that he would allow us to, we would jointly seek, and Mr. Mark can help me, a pre-hearing date in July, if we would consent to have this matter considered on the 14th of April. Is that correct, Mr. Mark?
Of May, Mr. Chair.
Of May. Sorry, did I say April? Of May.
Yes.
Is there interest on the part of the committee for issuing that direction? I'm looking down at you guys. If that's something interesting, we'll craft it into the form. Mr. Mark can craft it into some words for us. I'll put that to committee. You got that? No, the April 14th meeting is when, so we would deal with it today and we would pass it, and it would be submitted to council on the 14th of April. And May, sorry. Okay.
Just on that, and I think that is it's a pragmatic way of approaching, but if at the time when it goes to council, if there isn't satisfaction that we're at the point where we want to be, I mean, there's nothing that stops councillors from pushing deferral at that
Absolutely
time.
not. Yeah. Nothing stops you from exercising those rights. Yep. Councillor Hublin?
Just following along, that's good to hear that that's the case. I would hope that staff take this as recognition from the committee that you need to work with these stakeholders, all of the stakeholders that came to talk to us today, because especially if your plan is to eventually roll this out across the city, you need the broad consensus here. And so I appreciate the idea that we can still, if we support it here today, that it doesn't mean that we're going to support it when it comes to council if we have not reached that agreement with all the stakeholders on a good product.
Well, you'll get a in the intervening time, what will happen is you'll get a memorandum from Ms. Snedden saying, we've discussed, this is what we've discussed, here are changes we jointly support, or we haven't been able to come to a resolution, and we're recommending that you adopt the package as the recommendations of Planning Committee, similar to what we do when we do CDPs and other things. But changes to committee recommendations would have to be done by resolution, by motion, at council. So.
Yep, fair enough. Thank you.
Okay, so on your motion, Councillor Blais, do you just want to explain what it is?
Yeah, this is just something to clarify that whole notion of the 4 stories, to enhance the wording within the bylaw, to make it very clear that this only applies to 4 stories. So it says, be it resolved that the phrase, in quotes, of 4 or fewer stories, end quotes, be added in the last sentence of the introduction of section 139 and subsection 139(1), such that the provisions will read as the following. 139, the regulations apply to any lot developed with or to be developed with a permitted residential use building within the area identified by the mature neighborhoods overlay of 4 or fewer stories. And 139(1), that the following provisions apply to any lot developed with or to be developed with a residential use building of 4 or fewer stories in any zone where residential use buildings are permitted.
Okay. You support that? Mr. Mark, you're fine with that?
Yes, I am, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Okay, so does anyone want to speak to that resolution? Can we carry that? Carried. So, Councillor Fleury, you want to speak to the whole thing?
No, I do have a question for what was previously discussed before this motion, in terms of timeline.
Okay.
My question is specifically to meeting our OMB objectives. So we had asked for delays.
But we would, and Mr. Mark would cover that. If we were to approve this, if we were to approve that going to City Council on May the 14th, we would jointly seek a pre-hearing in July. Is that correct?
It is correct, Mr. Chair, and as I mentioned earlier, it is unlikely we would have gotten an earlier date in any event, so by taking this approach, no time is lost in the board process.
Is that what you were looking for? Okay. Okay, so in the interests of, we've also, Mr. Marks also created that the city clerk and solicitor be directed to seek a pre-hearing date on the mature neighborhood zoning bylaw amendment in July 2014, taking into account the undertaking of the solicitor for the appellants to join in this request, and that this item be presented to City Council on May 14th. Is that carried? Carried. Okay, on the item then? What's that? You want to speak to? Okay, speak to it.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And also, I don't want to take a long time, but I think we heard today the community has spent a lot of time invested with the planning team on this, and they think it was a really special process and a really wonderful process. We did hear, though, a lot about enforcement and how they're worried about that, and I'm just wondering if there's any kind of direction or how we could sort of give the community a good feeling that we are going to go out and talk to all the various staff members, that we would maybe explore the idea of, Don Stewart mentioned putting something in tax bills so all the residents are well aware.
Mr. Chairman, I will absolutely review all those suggestions. I think they're great suggestions, and we will definitely look at how we can roll out that communications plan, and absolutely.
Thank you very much. So, yeah, I think I just want to say thank you again to all of you before we vote, and how important it is. We heard it from all the neighborhoods that were here today and the ones that weren't here that wrote letters. I just want to say thank you very much for engaging in this special process with them, and hopefully it will set the tone for future. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Councillor Fleury.
Monsieur le Président, il y a eu beaucoup de discussions aujourd'hui qui ont peut-être confus certains des éléments. Je pense qu'il faut mettre certains des items au clair. Premièrement, disant que ça a été à partir des discussions au niveau des conseillers dans le milieu urbain qui soulevaient des enjeux de conversion, déjà l'anglicisme des infill, puis qui disait, voyons donc ce qui se passe, on perd un peu l'entité, le caractère des quartiers. Alors, je pense qu'il faut aujourd'hui reconnaître que c'est un enjeu qui avait été soulevé de notre part, puis les employés ont fait un beau travail d'essayer de trouver des compromis. Il y a eu beaucoup de charrettes, il y a eu beaucoup de discussions, puis c'est là où peut-être certains des éléments discutés sont venus en ligne de compte. C'est qu'à un certain moment, les compromis sont faits, mais il doit y avoir des positions sur les objectifs qui étaient établis. Les objectifs ont été clairement établis de la part de la Ville, puis il demeure peut-être certaines clartés à rétablir, mais aussi un deuxième niveau de cette étude-ci. Quand on nous a présenté les concepts, je pense que l'ensemble des conseillers dans le milieu urbain étaient d'accord avec les concepts qui avaient été présentés par les employés. C'est sûr qu'il semble y avoir certaines ambiguïtés de la part de l'industrie, mais c'est pas quelque chose qui est insurmontable. Puis je pense que de notre part, il faut pas oublier le but principal. Le but primaire était de protéger les quartiers matures, puis de voir lorsqu'un lot est subdivisé, puis qu'une nouvelle construction vient de l'avant, que certains critères soient respectés, que ce ne soit pas juste des boîtes. Alors, je pense que ce qu'on propose, c'est pas hors de l'ordinaire, c'est pas au contraire, c'est d'essayer de travailler avec des nouveaux bâtiments dans les quartiers qui sont matures, puis à la fois comprendre qu'il y a un caractère établi dans le quartier, sur les rues. Alors, moi je suis un peu perplexe de voir certaines dilutions d'émotions. Je pense qu'il y a eu beaucoup d'analyses, beaucoup de réflexions, beaucoup de discussions qui ont eu lieu sur ces sujets-là. Puis je prône c'est sûr que s'il y a des erreurs qui se sont glissées ou s'il y a des éléments à corriger, nous devrions le faire, mais il ne faut pas tout bousculer le rapport. Je pense qu'il y a des objectifs clairs, puis ces objectifs-là sont de maintenir les quartiers qui sont établis dans la ville, puis aussi de voir du redéveloppement, mais du redéveloppement qui respecte l'ensemble de nos communautés. Merci.
Thank you, Councillor Shinshenko.
Thank you very much. You heard me use some fairly strong words earlier in the day. I have lived through too many cases in this term where, how should I say, it was hard to come to any other conclusion about the motivations of some of the players. And what I see before us today is actually an opportunity to sort of get the best of what's being called for. We have a chance now to ensure that as we come to the end of this term, we actually have something really solid and important coming out of the work that's been done, but we don't find ourselves rolling the dice as to whether we'll get anything accomplished. A delay with no end in sight. So I think having that, the date that we're aiming for bringing this to council, the date that we're asking for from the OMB for the hearing, allows for some very constructive couple of weeks of clarification. I think really the point is that at this point it's got to be about clarification, not dilution, as Conseiller Fleury has just said. We needed to make it very clear what our constituents were expecting to be kept, what they loved about their neighborhood, but not to block any kind of change. And I'm quite confident with the rules being clarified that there's plenty of profit to be made and good infill to be done, as opposed to, no more developable properties in these wards. There's plenty, and I've seen so much good infill being done. I know that can continue. So thank you for all who came to make their points today, and I look forward to the outcome of these next few weeks of clarification.
Okay, good. Anybody else on this? Okay. Oh, Councillor Clark.
There's something in your vision that just sort of skips this.
Sorry, I'm looking around the table.
I was waving my arms earlier and you missed too.
Yeah.
In any event...
You're hard to miss, I must admit. It's just that you're not in the...
It's nice that I've lost some weight. In any event, I would tend to echo my colleague from the Glebe area, but I think it's true. In the core area, we've had an awful lot of infill development. That's not severances, that's not just the occasional one. It's frequent, it's regular, and it violates the principles of the community development plans, it violates the principles of the heritage conservation districts, it violates the sensibility of our citizens, and we're making strides to change that. I think it'll be for the better, and the notion that they need 2 more weeks to absorb it amuses me a little bit, mostly because they've been involved right from the beginning, and involved regularly and consistently, and every time there's results to the charrettes, they've been given those. They have not been ignored. Yet some people came today and said, didn't hear of it till a week ago. Well, maybe, but the point is that it wasn't through lack of effort, both in terms of the home builders and both in terms of the construction association. I just don't understand why some of these things get lost for some people, but that's not an excuse for not moving forward. I think it's very important to the core area that we put something in place that tries to protect the average guy on the street who says, oh, we're powerless, we can't do anything. Well, this thing proves that this council has been listening to that, and I think it's important. I personally don't think we needed to wait till May 14th, but fine, if that pleases them, then let's do that. But it's little enough to do. It's important that you look at this as what it is. It's a response to the OMB for the 5-ward infill development bylaw that we passed about, 18 months ago. It's specifically a response to that. On the other hand, once this is in place, if you in your ward see that this provides a metric for you to measure something against, then you'll have that to use. But if we don't pass it, you won't be able to use it. And I think it could be valuable to all the members of council, if they run into these particular infill things, that they will have the opportunity to point to this and say, well, this is the kind of philosophy that we're operating under, and therefore this is how we should do it. And I really think that there's been a lot of work put into it, more work than I've seen this department do in 19 years, but that's, maybe I haven't been here long enough.
Careful now.
Or maybe I've been here too long. Anyway, in any event, my concern is that we've gone to great lengths to bring in the building community, bring in the communities all over the place, and they've come up generally with what I think is a pretty positive, forward-moving effort at responding to OMB and creating a bylaw that will give us more strength in the Heritage Subcommittee, give us more strength in the Building Department, give us more strength in the bylaws, and give us some regulatory authority that the OMB thinks we should need, that we need. So this is all positive, and I just think that the committee itself, if the minor changes in wording and minor changes in Section 139, which have already been agreed to, can't be done by then somebody's head should roll. In any event, I want to support this bylaw. I've been working on it now for 3 years, so that's what I'm doing.
Okay. Thank you very much. We appreciate, and we do appreciate the support of all of the councillors upon whose wards this impacts. So, the recommendation before us is as amended by the I'm going to say blame motion with respect to moving this to City Council on May the 14th with the pre-hearing date on July 14th. So, is it the item carried then? Carried. Okay, thank you very much. We will move on to item number 9.
So we're trying on this one.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, your motion is passed. Okay, here we go. Let's talk about conversions. Ms. Nedden, it's your day on the hot seat.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it is.
If there's a Diet Coke there, that'd be fine. Mr. McGillis, Ms. Snedden, the floor is yours.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, members of committee, we're here to talk about conversions. The mayor has tasked Mr. Mizzi and myself to meet with university officials to share the city's concerns with the current state of student housing. City councillors impacted by the challenges of balancing the needs of residents and the built form that has resulted from conversions, and whereas council has passed an interim control bylaw last spring, while staff could address these issues, we would now like to have Mr. Mormon, who has been working diligently at tackling this problem through the leadership of Mr. Miguelez, and as a result are here today to explain one of the strongest steps forward in addressing the positive change in responding to resident concerns. This report and its conclusions, in addition to Infill 1, which you've just heard about, we will see the tools needed to move development forward that fits within our established neighborhoods. Mr. Mormon.
And we're live? Good. So this is the zoning amendment on residential conversions as requested almost a year ago by council when they adopted the interim control bylaw, which put a freeze on converted dwellings and on the conversion of other residential uses to 3-unit dwellings. And we were directed at that time to have a look at the land use planning policies associated with such conversions and to develop further zoning standards to help ensure their compatibility. So that's what we brought back to you today. This map here is just, the conversions amendment that we're bringing forward to you today applies citywide, unless otherwise noted. But just to give you a sense of the terrain and the context here, most of the zoning and built form where conversions have been an issue is really concentrated in those inner wards, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 17. This map here shows you actually with the R3, R4, and R5 zones. The R5s are there just for interest. Technically converted dwellings are allowed in R5, but generally speaking it's not so much of an issue there because you've got R5 zoning, you're probably doing something bigger than a conversion. It's the R4 and R3 zones where conversions have been really occurring and have been the biggest issue. Again, the combination between that zoning and the built form that you find in the inner urban wards, older houses that have been there for quite some time and are seen as sort of ripe for converting to multiple unit dwellings. So just a few of the steps we've gone through over the course of the past year. We had a public meeting here at City Hall, September 16th, 2013. Very well attended. About 200 participants were there. That's an estimate. They filled the council chambers. I understand there's 200 seats there. So we had the statutory public consultation on the amendment that we drafted from November 29th through January 10th of this year, a 6-week circulation period. And here we are today to present to Planning Committee. And just to put this all in context with the other initiatives that are in play to ensure compatible development, the Conversions Amendment is one of several that we've got going. Of course, Infill 1 has been presented today. It's also Infill Phase 2, which will be coming later on this year. There is also a review of the Site Plan Control Bylaw that is underway by a different working group at the moment. But this is all just to illustrate that the issues that were certainly seen to be primarily conversions issues are, in fact, they have a dimension in infill, height, massing, front yard character, and procedural issues as dealt with by the Site Plan Control Bylaw. So just to highlight to everybody that this is one piece of the puzzle. It's an important one, but it is one of many. So under the amendment that we're going to describe in a few moments, a lot of the recent conversions or buildings, developments that were permitted as conversions because they met the definition of conversion under the zoning bylaw, they were permitted under the existing zoning, but would not be allowed under the proposed amendment. And here's just a few examples of projects that would not be allowed under the zoning we're about to bring forward to you. And so what is really the meat of the amendment? In short, we're going to eliminate the distinction between converted dwellings and purpose-built multi-unit dwellings. In other words, between buildings that were originally built with 4 units or more versus buildings that started with 1, 2, or 3 units and were converted that many, or single duplexes versus being turned into 3-unit dwellings. So it's all about conversions to multiple units, eliminating that distinction. They'll be held to the same standards, whether they're a conversion of an existing building in terms of zoning, a conversion of an existing building, or a purpose-built multi-unit building. Another effect is that the 4-unit conversions, which are currently permitted in some zones, notably the R3 zones, such as, for example, the Glebe is sort of the most noticeable, they would no longer be allowed in the R3 zones by virtue of deleting the definition converted dwelling from the zoning bylaw. It also introduces some amenity area requirements. These are requirements that would be at grade in the rear yard, abutting the rear property line, and consisting of soft landscaping. This requirement would be introduced for 3-unit and for low-rise apartment dwellings at a rate of 15 square meters per unit for the first 8 units in the building. Thereafter, the existing amenity area requirements of 6 square meters, not necessarily at grade, would kick in for units 9 and up. And finally, it limits the number of rooming units to be permitted in a converted rooming house in the R4 zones. Now, currently there is no limit. And it introduces an amenity area requirement for rooming houses as well, both converted and new builds, at a rate of 7.5 square meters per rooming unit for the first 8 rooming units, again, at grade in the rear yard, etc. And that's the amendment, and I'll happy to take any questions.
I think Councillor Hubley, did you have questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just would like to get clarification that this report only applies if you are looking at taking a single-family home or semi-detached and making 4 or more units out of it. It doesn't apply, like, let me maybe clarify before you answer. I'll give you a moment to catch up. What I'm looking at protecting is that this does not apply to a house in the suburbs or a property in the suburbs that someone wants to build an in-law suite, a granny suite, whatever you want to call them, or, you know, convert their basement into an apartment to get some additional income, for example. It doesn't apply to any of those examples. This is really multi-unit residence.
That is correct, Councillor. It does not apply to secondary dwelling units, for example.
Okay, so 4 units and above.
Well, technically duplex dwellings and above, really, but the most notable effect is on 3-unit dwellings and low-rise apartment dwellings, which are 4 principal units or more.
A duplex would be 2 units.
A duplex would be 2 units, but the examples you were giving were detached dwellings with a secondary dwelling unit, which is a different thing. So this amendment will not prevent that.
Will not prevent any of that in the suburbs. So,
that's correct.
But will this apply to if there's vacant land that currently is zoned for a duplex, for example, then it would apply to it?
Yes, it would. If someone wants to build if someone wants to build a duplex on a vacant piece of land, it's certainly not a conversion that doesn't really touch this. And the amenity area requirements we're proposing actually only kick in at a 3-unit dwelling or above. So no, this actually doesn't affect building a duplex on a vacant site. Doesn't affect it at all.
Won't apply on vacant sites. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great. Okay. Councilor Shinshenko.
Thank you. This seemed like a good opportunity just to clarify a couple of things. There's a lot of misinformation or misunderstanding when we throw around, you know, words like student housing and bunk houses and that sort of thing. Perhaps you can just clarify for me what I think I know the answer to, but I've got to put it out there. There's nothing about this that in any way targets student housing. There's no use or type of person using it. It's simply about number of units, about scale, about to degree built form, amenity spaces, etc., regardless of the occupant. Yeah.
That's absolutely correct, Councillor. This is in no way targeted against students. That is beyond our power for starters in zoning, and not something that we would pursue. Mm-hmm. So no, you're absolutely right.
Thank you. And similarly, it's not actually impeding greater density within these communities. Is that there's still the possibility for a single house that may be housing, whether it's family with 2 or 3 kids or currently 5 or 6 students, that to add additional units is still going to be possible. We're going to be able to increase density per person occupancy, but it's bringing back the scale that we've seen of 16 people, 20 people in what was formerly a single family dwelling.
The scale issues are dealt with more through infill too, and that's obviously forthcoming. The main effect that the conversions amendment has in terms of restricting such things is in making sure that if you're developing a 3-unit dwelling, you have to meet the zone standards for a 3-unit dwelling, and most notably the minimum lot size, whereas previously the minimum lot size wouldn't have applied to you. So that's the most important thing that conversions amendment does with respect to that. But there's more to come with infill too, obviously.
It is also, though, adding some additional rigor. I mean, what really struck me when I first learned about one of the conversions in my own ward was, Councillor, what can you do to stop it? So my first question to everything from, bylaw to planning staff was, well, if I wanted to, what could I do to stop it? Nothing, Councillor. There's nothing we could do to stop it. As of right, they simply needed to apply for a building permit, I believe, and it really couldn't be denied other than meeting a number of health and safety and other issues. So it does add an additional level of rigor in terms of design, in terms of notification of next-door neighbors, of the councillor, heaven forbid, etc. Can you confirm that for me, please?
Through the Chair, yes, Councillor. The idea here is to find the right balance between the things that we consider to be essential on a property and the potential for redevelopment. So it's not about stopping development opportunities, but it's about finding the right balance between what goes on a parcel that gets intensified. And that's where we have the checks and balances, if you will, between all of these elements that have to find that balance point at which point we consider that the rules have been effective, I guess.
So if what's being proposed essentially triggers that new building sort of process, it guarantees all of us that there is a process to be followed now, so that people are informed. So the kind of discussion we have in the neighborhood, notification of neighbors, et cetera, when appropriate does occur, and it's not just virtually a done deal before a lot of people often find out about it.
Mr. Chairman, I think what this really brings is certainty. It really speaks to the elimination of some prior, perhaps, loopholes, that now the built form needs to conform within the rules of a new build. So you could build something or change one of your forms that you currently have now, but as long as it fits within the existing rules for any new builds, then you can go ahead and go forward. So I think this brings certainty now that everyone understands what the performance criteria is for these changes.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Just so that I'm clear, and I think I am, but in R1, R2, and R3 zones, you're no longer going to have converted dwellings. You've eliminated that provision from the zoning bylaw.
Mr. Chairman, in R1, you can only do a single detached, and you can have a secondary dwelling.
So in an R3 zone and in the residential zones, so how should I phrase this? Right, that's the better question. Which ones have you eliminated from the conversion provision from?
Wherever the word converted dwellings existed in the bylaw, that word is now out.
Right. So in the R3 zone, in the one you highlight, R3 zone was permitted was in the R3 zone and allow you to create a converted dwelling?
In some cases, yes.
And now that's no longer the case?
That's correct.
So in R1, R2, and R3 zones, there was never, and there will not be converted dwellings.
The word converted dwellings is being taken out of the bylaw. So what you can do is whatever else remains allowed in that zone.
Right. So I guess if I live in an R3 zone,
yes,
and which previously allowed a converted dwelling, this bylaw says it no longer allows a dwelling to be converted.
Well, you can do a triplex.
Right. But the triplex has to be allowed under the zoning bylaw.
Yes.
So if the triplex is not allowed within the zone in which you reside, you cannot do a triplex.
That's right.
And you cannot convert a dwelling into a triplex.
Well, if you're going to do that, then you need to meet the zoning standards for a triplex.
Right. So it has to be part of your underlying zoning.
That's
so
correct.
If your zone doesn't allow a triplex, you can't convert your dwelling into a triplex.
That's right, Mr. Chairman.
Right. Okay. So, and where I have a big house, so and in a zone that permits a small apartment building, I can convert that big house into that small apartment building, but I have to meet all of the performance standards of the small apartment building.
Yes, that's right.
So I can't, and if I understand what was happening before, I was taking that single-family home, making, maybe depending on how people define small, an apartment building out of it and meeting the performance standards of the single-family home.
That's correct.
That's no longer going to be allowed to happen.
That's no longer going to be allowed to happen.
Right. Okay. So, and in those zones where I can put a basement apartment, I can put an apartment over a garage, or I can build a granny suite, those are all going to be done, those all reside as of right in the zoning bylaw.
Yes, that's correct.
And none of what we're doing here affects a resident's ability to do that.
Exactly.
Perfect. Okay. I think I get where we're going with that. So that should help the glebe issue and deal with the issue in Councillor Fleury's ward. Right? Attorney and, yes, yeah, absolutely. So, right. Well, okay, so over to Councillor Blais for questions.
Okay, thanks very much. You know, so a couple different scenarios have been popping up that seem like it doesn't really apply to what the intent of this study and recommendation was, which was to look at single-family homes or even duplexes or whatever being converted into these like massive multi-residential buildings that was never the intent for the property. How is it going to apply to lands that are currently vacant but zoned a certain way? And they now want to rezone it to allow for more occupancy or more dwelling units.
Mr. Chairman, through you, the zoning stays the way it is. The only thing that disappears is the word converted dwelling. So if you're in an R3 zone and it says you're allowed to do a triplex, you're allowed to do a triplex. So if your lot is vacant and you want to do a triplex and your zoning allows you to do a triplex, you then just meet the standards for a triplex in that zone and you can do a triplex.
Sure. But what if you're looking for a rezoning? So what if you have an apartment building and you want to add a second building, or you want to add some other form of residential development to complement it in some way? So you do need a rezoning for the balance of the land, so you're adding something on. How does this apply to that?
None of the ability that exists today to seek a rezoning for any specific project would change.
Not to seek a rezoning, but the conditions to permit the rezoning, either on amenity space or parking or whatever other things this is looking at, how will those be affected?
Simply that the zoning bylaw now in its purpose and intent is looking at making sure that if a low-rise apartment building is proposed, that it be treated as such in terms of the standards it has to meet and in terms of the amenity area requirements that it has to provide.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
I mean, if somebody's interested in doing a low-rise apartment, we would look at an application for a low-rise apartment in terms of the standards that exist in the bylaw for them.
Sure, but we're talking about vacant space, though, right?
Yes.
So even on vacant space, new rules apply.
That's right.
Which is not a conversion, right? The intent of this process was to talk about converting homes that exist now into something that they were never intended to be. Converting vacant space, changing the rules for vacant space.
We're not changing the rules for vacant space.
Well, Mr. Miguel has just said that we were.
No. So same rules would apply. So if you have a built 4-unit apartment, let's call it a 6-unit apartment building, and someone wanted to put a 6-unit apartment building right next door, right next door to it, he would have to meet the same the standards of a 6-unit apartment building.
But under the new rules?
No, under the same rules.
I think I understand the question a little better, and my apologies, Councillor. The standards for a low-rise apartment are not changing. They're the same. So they would apply regardless. We're not bringing any new rules for low-rise apartments. Those rules are just staying the same.
Okay. So what is the maximum scale that this applies to then? I know it's 4 units and above, but what is we're only talking about homes then? Like if you're taking a 3-story home that's got 3 units and turning it into 6 or 7 or 8 or whatever it is.
The minute you go 4 units or more, it's called a low-rise apartment.
Okay.
So that's, I guess, the trigger where you would use the rules for low-rise apartments, same rules as we have today.
Okay. And we're not changing the current rules for low-rise apartments?
No.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
So let me give you an example that might help you. So you're out, way out, and you have a low-rise apartment building, 4, 5, 7 units, and right next to it you have a home. And that home is in a zone that allows conversions and low-rise apartment buildings. So rather than apply for a low-rise, to build a low-rise apartment building and meet the standards of, parking, setbacks, and everything like that, he converts the home, builds it out to a low-rise apartment building using the standards of a single-family home rather than that of a low-rise apartment building.
That's what's happening now.
That's what's happening now. So what we're saying is, so that guy who owns that single-family home there, he can no longer convert his dwelling. If he wants to build a low-rise apartment building, he has to meet the same standards that the guy who built a low-rise apartment does.
Okay.
Those standards aren't changing.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Right, questions? Councillor Tierney.
Just to go through it again, I don't need to put the big visual up again. So just to be very, very clear, an example like what happened on Bathgate, where it was a bungalow, and they took the bungalow off, and they put up a duplex with a secondary dwelling unit, which is a 3-story building, by the way, that's code word, that could not occur with this new bylaw in play, or this new set of legislation in play.
This bylaw doesn't really affect whether that could happen or not. This is, in the case of when you take down the existing building and then build a new one, that's not a conversion, right?
Let me reword it. Sure. So there'll be more than a building permit issued. There'll be actually notification and the ability for some kind of council intervention, or something will happen more than what's happened today, because I know David said the same thing as well. It's a surprise, they got a building permit and they're just building a 3-story home. And I think that's one of my biggest issues right now, is how that happened. Okay. And if we're looking to correct these issues, these conversions, I see this as a major point that has to be in there.
Mr. Chairman, without knowing the details of that application, I can say one thing. If the lot met the standards of a single detached home, but it didn't meet the standards of a 3-dwelling unit, then yes, you would trigger an application.
Okay, so just to back it up, it was zoned R3, but we actually changed it because, again, pre-amalgamation, Gloucester set it to 11 meters automatic. In the new City of Ottawa, it was 8.5 on the other side of Bathgate. Now they're harmonized. Now we're both at 8.5. Would that allow for a duplex with a secondary dwelling unit or a 3-story home?
Mr. Chairman, it depends how you lay out the space inside. What you're referring to is the building height that's permitted, and that's right. That's been brought.
And I think that's the biggest issue. So is the height.
Well, the conversions amendment.
You can go underground as far as you want. Nobody cares.
The conversions amendment that we're bringing forward is not touching height. That'll be dealt with in infill too. But what it does bring in is, if you're doing a 3-unit dwelling, you will need to provide an amount of green backyard, but per unit.
Okay, so just so that we get it, it doesn't give, what we're doing now doesn't give the property owner relief from the current height provisions. So it doesn't allow this if the 8 meters is where the height is, irregardless of what is being done, whether it's a secondary dwelling unit or a basement apartment or anything else, you're not going to be able to pierce that 8-meter height limit.
Yes, you don't get extra height as of this.
It doesn't change the performance standards.
Correct.
Great.
That exist. So if you want to eliminate the problem that you experienced, which was related to inappropriate height in the bungalow area, that will be handled through infill 2, which will look at it across the way.
And thank you for the clarification, Mr. Chair. I think that's where I'm really wrestling with both these last reports. Is it seems like infill 2 seems to be a big key to this puzzle, and I wish it was tied together more, because that's where I'm wrestling with it. Is, you know, these amalgamation issues have left all these wild zonings all over the place, but it seems to be more a part of infill 2 versus, you know, it seems cart before the horse almost. So that's my concern, and I put it out there and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, our challenge is that we've dealt with infill. We're trying to deal with infill 1. We've seen it. I hesitate to say, but as a relative piece, a successful piece of legislation, we're layering on top of that the issue of conversions, and now we're expanding to take into account infill 2, which handles a much broader area. Maybe different concerns too.
Right, infill 1 seems to be pretty much geared for former City of Ottawa.
Right.
And everybody else, you can have to hit the pause button until infill 2.
Right, but here's the other thing too. You know, we have Councillor Harder leading Building a Better Suburb, which is going to change some of the performance standards in the suburbs that really won't affect what we're doing in urban Ottawa. So, you know, there are 3 pieces to this puzzle. I would say there are 4. You know, rural, building better suburbs, infill 2, infill 1, and conversions on top of that.
And this is where my concern is there are sections of the former city of Gloucester, example, Carson Grove, my whole area, we're inside the Greenbelt, we're urban. And this is where we get lost in the process, and this is why, again, it seems a little cart before the horse, or it's all geared to the former city of Ottawa, and that's just a concern I have.
I don't think...
Anyway, it's not worth the debate. This is
No, I mean, I just think
this is a real issue.
Yeah. And we would be clear that if we were dealing with infill 2, we'll deal with Councillor Tierney's ward. Am I correct? Yeah. So just like it will deal with issues in my ward, this deals with conversions across the city. Yes. So, and rather than just in, what's that? Yeah, you're on the side. So, Councillor Fleury.
Thank you,
we have to get the delegations here in a second.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe to my colleagues, this is loud, this one here. Let me lower it. So to my colleagues' understanding, we initially thought that the conversion component and the infill 2 are going to be tied together in this report. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, no, the infill 2 study is still ongoing, and that'll come later this year.
I recognize it's still ongoing, but initially when we put in the interim control bylaw, there was discussions to have gains on, speaking of conversions or changes to conversion, and the infill 2 components.
Mr. Chairman, yes, initially there was discussion on that.
So I guess that's where the confusion lies, is that a lot of us are seeing these challenges around density, around height, around roof peaks, such as what Councillor Tierney was speaking about. But now they're subdivided. They were subdivided. They were supposed to come together. Now they're divided. My question to staff is related to conversion. So the conversion components, us removing the right of conversion, we're not the only municipality in Ontario that removed that. Is that correct?
Honestly, I can't vouch for other municipalities, Mr. Chairman. Maybe I can ask Mr. Mormon to briefly describe a survey of other municipalities, but the approach that we took dealt with the specific language that we have here in Ottawa that includes this term, converted dwellings, and that was permitting the type of development that we were asked to deal with.
Following up on that, Mr. Chair, through you. So when we did a survey of other municipalities in Ontario of how they regulated conversions, and some of these bylaws were fairly recent and some of them were very, very old, we saw that it broke down into two broad approaches. One was to continue to make a distinction between a converted dwelling and a purpose-built dwelling of the same number of units, but to impose more rules on it in ways intended to serve various goals. The other approach that we saw was that they used to make a distinction between a converted dwelling and a purpose-built dwelling, and they recently got rid of that distinction. And the most notable example is the City of Toronto. In their most recent zoning bylaw, they simply got rid of the distinction, whereas previously they had something called a converted house. It may some term of that nature, but it had essentially the same effect. And ultimately, we found that was the best approach to suggest, really to eliminate any special rules that apply to a conversion that allow ability to be converted to a certain number of units that would not have applied to a new build. Basically, level the playing field. If it's a 3-unit dwelling, meet the standards for a 3-unit dwelling. If there's a minimum lot size that applies for a low-rise apartment dwelling, meet that minimum lot size, whether it's starting from a greenfield site or converting an existing house. So, yeah.
And when you say meet the standard, you mean meet the standard as if it was a new build, correct?
Exactly.
And that was part of the issue, is that old houses were being used through a conversion loophole to build new structures on the same lots. That's what we were seeing in my area. It was becoming very problematic in terms of, as Councillor Tierney spoke about, us having seen the report, having it come to committee, and on the other hand, really addressing the core of the challenges, which was it was a new build. So I'm quite happy with the changes that are brought forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other questions to staff? No? Okay. Oh, Councillor Hubley, go ahead.
Thank you. I'd just like to hear a little bit from staff about the consultation on this one after the discussion with the infill. I'd like a little detail on how well we consulted on this proposal.
Mr. Chairman, the consultation in this particular case was, and I think Mr. Mormon is going to put up the highlights, started with a large public meeting and also involved circulating a number of ideas and proposals to the people, the community associations, and the members of the industry that were at the table. Obviously, this has not had 4 years' worth of work like the infill one. It's had a little less than a year's worth of work. One of the things that I'd like to note is that we provided an exceptionally long circulation period once the bylaw was proposed to make sure that we accounted for the holiday period over Christmas. And we also kept other councillors within the urban area aware and had meetings with them, had meetings with Building Code Services, and had meetings with Development Review as well as with Development Information Officers and bylaw enforcement to make sure that logistically this worked. So it's, again, maybe a truncated version of the approach because of the timelines. It's an interim control bylaw, and we were under a specific deadline. But I think we can, as a department, say that we have been thorough and comprehensive in presenting the choices and in seeking input from all the parties on both sides of the equation.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. We're done for questions for staff? Okay. Greg Robertson is our first speaker. Mr. Robertson, are you here? Greg Robertson? No. Okay. Now, someone who registered but didn't leave a last name, Alex, was his first name. So let no one say we don't canvass everyone who wants to speak to committee. Alex. Okay, Alex, you're not here. Brian Casagrande, he's here. You're not going to try and convince us that all these great conversions are good, are you? Really? Whoa, this is going to be fun. Okay.
There it is. Test, test. No, Mr. Chair, I'm certainly not going to do that, and I think Mr. Mormon might even recall me calling him up at the beginning of this process asking if there's any way that I could assist him, given that FOTAM's got a Kingston office and certainly developed a fair bit of experience down there in dealing with what I think triggered a lot of this, which was student houses that were in conversion. So I certainly advocate the initiative, but again, there are some fine-grained elements to it that raise concerns that I'd like to touch on, and I hope the committee will indulge me with the time that I need. I'll try to be within the 5, but I might need a little more because I'm representing more clients in this particular case. So I am, again, asked to highlight to you that Ms. Grahuda has written in a letter on this particular initiative as well on behalf of Take-In Consulting and Mr. Bob Caron with respect to their active planning applications. I am appearing on behalf of Surface Developments, Capital View Development, Eli Tanis, Joe Peloso, Mario Stalteri, Brazil Homes, Tiberge Homes, and DCR Phoenix. Each of these clients has the following common concerns, and I was going to speak to what's on the screen sort of near the end of my presentation, so don't get too far ahead of me, please. Okay. So their concerns are that there's no transition provision to recognize applications that might now be impacted that are in the process or have been recently approved. And the reason that's important is there was a lot of discussion earlier, and I was hopping in my seat relative to what Mr. Miguelez was to me explaining, is that this does have more broad-reaching implications than I think what the committee understood, and that is that, as I understand it, based on the staff report, and I'll draw your attention to page 14 in particular, in the initiatives to basically remove converted dwelling provisions and then have them deal with the performance standards as they might apply to what they're effectively creating, so triplex, low-rise apartment, the cities also, or the staff are also asking you to agree to amend Table 137 in the zoning bylaw, which is totally independent of this initiative. And that bylaw is the amenity space performance standards for any new development that you're doing in the city. So effectively what we have now is, under the veil of a converted dwelling initiative, all of the clients that I just mentioned who do low-rise development as a practice are now being asked to deal with amenity performance standards that are much more restrictive and different than they were, again, 5 days ago to their knowledge. And this is a major concern for me and for them, because they are, to give you some examples of what's proposed in here, the required amenity space is almost tripling in terms of quantity as it relates to your first 8 units. 100% of those amenities, and this is for low-rise apartments, has to be communal, and that amenity space must be located in the rear yard, abutting a rear property line at grade, and be 80% soft landscaping. All of those elements weren't previously in place in the zoning bylaw. So here you have another situation that we're really concerned about, because, I wasn't truly engaged in this bylaw process because I didn't have any active clients doing conversions, and lo and behold, I get a call from an architect a week ago saying, you should really look at this. And so I'm here before you now saying, why is this coming forward in the mechanism that it's coming forward, when we haven't had the opportunity to A, know about it before, B, analyze it, and C, come to terms with whether it's a good or a bad initiative. So that is one example that's before you that raises concerns. The other concerns that they have is that I understand there was a draft motion related to the transition of these provisions, but from my understanding, it didn't apply to, for example, a zoning bylaw amendment application. And so I have a number of clients that are doing zoning bylaw amendments. They're active applications that would have to deal with this, as I understand it, still with those transition motions that are before you. I have a number of clients that have pre-consulted on projects that I've put in a lot of time and effort in terms of working with staff to come up with a design to their project, that are now going to have to contemplate this. And I also am not clear as to how the transition policies might affect someone that might have a site plan, for example, but then decides to change it fairly substantially sort of midstream. The other concern is that there's an 18-month horizon proposed on this draft motion, but that doesn't recognize the risk that somebody might go through these entire processes and then decide that the market conditions aren't there to build their project right away. I'll give you the example that I have on the screen now, and I wish that earlier in the day I had Samantha from Chris Simmons' office with me, because there's a project that we've consulted with the council, we've consulted with staff in Vanier. It's a mid-block, low-rise apartment building in an R4 zone, and the proposal is to do a 4-story building. It's on your screen. Let's see if I can navigate this now. Do you know what it is? Do you want to zoom in? I want to move to the next slide as well, but so I just hit this guy. Okay, thank you. So in this case, this parking is proposed in behind the building, as the city would normally try to encourage us to do, but it's being placed underneath a structure, and I'll give you a cross-section that I think is helpful. Let's see, this is a good one. So you basically drive down the side of the building on a ramp and you come into the rear. That structure that's cantilevering over the parking, you'll notice, is not at grade to the adjacent properties. It's slightly above, and the reason it's slightly above is that we simply couldn't go deeper with the ramp to get the parking lower because we wouldn't have a ramp that meets the city's, zoning requirements. So we're forced to go shallower. We're putting a lid on top. We're attempting to landscape the lid, if you will, with ivy and elements that can, basically survive in terms of weight and soil substrate on top of it. But this wouldn't comply with these amenity requirements because it is in the rear yard, but it's not at grade and it's not 80% soft landscaping. In order to do that, you'd have to do a concrete structure in the rear that would need to make the depth of the parking even deeper, and it simply couldn't be achieved. So we've only had a few days to analyze this. It's just an example of how changing performance standards that apply broader than the case at hand can have more far-reaching impact in terms of viable development than the city might have anticipated. And we would like the opportunity to get involved on that specific element and influence it in a manner that I think can provide a workable solution that staff, would see as good development, and my clients would as well. So make sure I covered everything here. So the other concern that's been raised is the fact that the increased requirement for communal amenity space hasn't seemed to be justified relative to an issue with any project in particular or mitigation of development impact. So in our experience, residents of low-rise apartments more commonly seek and use private amenity spaces or communal amenity spaces that are near building entrances, not at the back of a parking lot, for example. And if this is truly an initiative to increase setbacks or landscaping, I feel it should be introduced as such and open for debate relative to the need, as well as the expected benefit and alternatives. And finally, the application of the same standards as new built, in my view, provides no incentive for the preservation of older housing stock that characterizes mature neighborhoods. So I acknowledge to you that there is an issue that this is attempting to deal with the conversion of larger homes in areas like the Glebe that were getting excessive in terms of the number of occupants. And that's why I was offering Mr. Mormon my help, because I have friends that deal with these types of matters in the Glebe and elsewhere. But the concern I have is that you don't want to take away any bit of incentive to preserve those older homes. So for example, someone picks up an older home and it's in a dilapidated state. Their intention is to reinvest in it, but then they come to realize that knocking the building down and starting from scratch is going to result in the same performance standards. They're often going to elect to do that. And to me, that runs the risk of an erosion of that character that's established. So I'm just suggesting that there's perhaps a more happy medium that can be explored that mitigates that risk. That's the conclusion of my presentation.
Very much. Before we get to Councillor Shimashenko, the issue of in-stream applications, if I understand correctly, Councillor Harder was going to move a motion that would amend the details, which would add a text that said, in addition to item 6, that section 137 be amended by adding a new subsection 6, providing for a transition clause for in-stream applications, which states, if an application for any of the one or more of Committee of Adjustment, Site Plan Control, approval, including an extension of a site plan control approval or a building permit, which was received by March 20th, 2014, the application, as well as any subsequent application listed above, submitted prior to the issuance of a building, will not be reviewed on the basis of the requirement to locate the community amenity area at grade in the rear yard and abutting rear yard. So, and for the purposes of Clause A, application means an application that was filed with the city on or before March 20th. So if your Marquette Street has it been filed with the city?
It has, and we've pre-consulted and have done so for several months.
So you filed?
Pre-consulted. So we haven't submitted an application. And we would have tried to, Mr. Chair, if we had actually known that this was coming forward and affecting it. That's my issue.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Casagrande is not alone, and that is why we've introduced that transition clause. And if I can just draw your attention to the fact that, unlike in the previous transition clause that you've dealt with for infill 1, in this particular case, we did not include the word complete application.
Right, I know that.
So, unfortunately, if you've only pre-consulted but you haven't filed an application, then you will need to have regard for the new rules when they come in. Now, this being said, I mean, the Marquette application and the example that we're being shown looks great. What it would mean, though, is that for that to be able to materialize, you probably would need to trigger a discussion and likely a committee of adjustment application, nothing more, in order to account for how the amenity space is being provided. So the thrust of the change here is to say we're not always going to be as lucky as to have a good quality approach to a site as what Mr. Casagrande is showing. And in the cases where that's acceptable to the neighborhood, I think Mr. Casagrande can make a very good case that, you know, the intent is being maintained, but the way that the parking is being provided due to the soil conditions lead us to this solution. Fine, okay, and then that's a process that ensures that the spirit and intent of what's being called for here, which is amenity space at rear, is provided for and is accounted for. So in a case like this one where this application might fall under the new rules, then I view it as a simple discussion to make sure that the neighborhood has the reassurance that this development will fit in terms of how the backyard relates to the rest of the open space inside the block, and that's one of the goals that we were trying to achieve with these changes.
Okay, good. Are there questions for Mr. Casagrande? Oh, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Casagrande. You raised a very important point about maintaining some heritage attributes, if you will, or character of the buildings, and you're concerned that we're actually going to see sort of the loss of those. But I'd be interested in your response. What, in fact, we actually have been seeing is quite the opposite. What we're seeing with some of the ones that we've seen pictures of them already today. In fact, at best, a wall. You know, a wall of the original building was preserved from a 1- or 2-story building. It's now 3 stories, goes as far to the side and as far to the back as possible. To the untrained amateur, it bears almost no resemblance to what was there before, unless you looked really carefully and went, oh yeah, there is, you know, a wall that has the original brick. So what in fact we're responding to is the flip side of what I agree with what you would, you know, your objective, but in fact what this is responding to is we've been seeing these conversions eliminating much of the character. So I'd be interested in your thoughts on that.
And I certainly understand the concern about, you know, what's really truly preserved in some of these conversions and what do we have when we're done with it. And so again, I support the initiative. I'm just concerned that if it's not analyzed very closely, if it's going a bit too far, you could have an unintended consequence. And that's what I think, I mean, that would allow a deferral in some measure would allow for more analysis on that basis, but it would also allow for clients that are being impacted now on low-rise development to be involved with this as well.
Mr. Casagrande, we have an interim control bylaw in place. We have challenges with that. I think, I don't know where Mr. Mark has disappeared to, but I think that we could give some consideration to, this is going to council on April the 9th. I mean, we could send it to council on April 23rd, which would give you some time to look at that and meet with staff on those relative applications. But I'm not sure that a deferral and trying to extend the provisions of that interim control would. I'm not sure that how we would operationalize that at this point in time.
I mean, you know, extra time, we'll certainly pursue it, so that would be of some value. I'd also ask the committee, again, if with the transitions, I'm not sure if you're legally able to, but a pre-application is a formal application that has to have been submitted. That would address concerns on a number of my clients. I mean, I know Mr. Miguel has mentioned that, you know, you just go to the Committee of Adjustment and it'll be all fine because you're doing a good development, but, you know, that's an extra cost, that's an extra appeal risk. There's all kinds of implications of that. So if you would consider extending the motion to include pre-application submitted forms on properties for transition, that would be helpful.
Okay, we'll consider that.
Mr. Chair, just wondering if it would be appropriate to sort of get response from staff to that, because the great concern is that we open a window where the old rules apply, we get the flurry of applications that we actually managed to shut down.
They would have had to pre-consult. If we were to do what Mr. Casagrande is suggesting, and I'm not convinced that we should be doing that, and when Mr. Mark comes back, I'll certainly ask him, but you would have had to pre-consult before March 20th. That's the motion that the motion says now for in-stream applications. So March 20th. And I don't know that we've ever defined pre-consult as an appropriate application. And I would ask you to ask Mr. Mark when he gets back how that works.
Yep.
Okay. So thank you, Mr. Casagrande, for your presentation. Sheila Perry, would you like to come up, Sheila? Okay. Within a certain period of time. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And here we go with the next item on and further from the infill. From the FCA, I am actually representing the Federation of Citizens Associations, and we have looked at this. A number of our community associations have been involved with this along the way, and it has been public knowledge, posted, I believe, since December. So there has been a lot of participation. We did deal with this through our Planning and Zoning Committee. I have circulated the letter from our President, Graham Roderick, and perhaps I can just touch base on the whereas statements that we have included. We recognize the efforts of Council on Planning and Growth Management Department to study the land use policies associated with the conversion of low-density residential use to increase numbers of dwelling units to 3 or more for the purpose of assessing land planning impact and establishing zoning standards to ensure compatibility. And the FCA recognizes that R3 and R4 residential zoning has permitted dwellings of 3 or more units, and the pressure that this exerts on urban neighborhoods, i.e. inner urban areas of Ward 12, 14, 15, and 17, and the western part of 13. So that being said, the density and compatibility of these and conversions has significant impact, and we realize the history of that. We also are very sensitive to the intent of what this bylaw is saying. And again, it comes back to something that we have indicated before. Something is better than nothing, and we certainly have sensed a great deal of support. And that's why the motion passed for this, that therefore the FCA supports the City of Ottawa zoning amendment on residential conversions listed as and presented today. A couple of other comments perhaps that I think are very helpful here. The parking issue is certainly something that we're not sure about how this fits, and we are hearing some of this from the industry regarding the infill and compatibility of this zoning bylaw. So I'm not sure if that could be answered in terms of the dominance and that the character be respected. And we've had examples of where the wall-to-wall infill has just not respected that, and bottom line is that the fairness and no surprise element is really important to everybody. Green space must be respected and a balance in communities. So we thank you for the opportunity to speak about this, and certainly hope that there is some support.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Ms. Perry? No. Thank you very much, Ms. Perry, for your presentation. Milan Stolaric, if you'd like to come up. Yeah, you're on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, councillors. I'm here on behalf of the residents of Ryan Farm and City View. These residential communities are immediately south and east of Algonquin College. Ryan Farm and City View already have bylaws in place which do not permit rooming houses or conversions unless they are on arterial roads. This amendment, which we generally support, does not deal with the issue of illegal conversions, which we are experiencing in Ryan Farm and City View, as the zoning in our neighborhoods is R1, R2, and this amendment, from what I can gather, deals with R3 and R4 zone properties. Consequently, we would like to ensure that the efforts of the residents of Ryan Farm and City View to have the city look at other measures we have developed in consultations with our councillor, residents, and Algonquin College are not lost, and that the item under consideration does not replace our efforts, as they are two very different issues and therefore need two very different solutions. So this is just the heads up that we need to go further in our neighborhoods regarding illegal conversions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any questions for the delegation? No. Sorry, is there any questions? No. Thank you very much for your presentation. Raj Razalingham from Protocol Plus.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and councillors. My name is Raj Razalingham, and I'm here in a dual capacity to represent the interests of a responsible group of rental home providers and also as a member of the Tamil community that numbers over 6,000 in the Ottawa area. I'm also joined in this presentation, though not present, by the president of the Ottawa Sikh Society that numbers over 10,000 people that has similar concerns. Our community has a large cadre of students from Toronto who make Ottawa their home to study computer sciences and engineering at Carleton and Ottawa U. And this proposed amendment, if approved, will have unintended consequences for them, as it would limit their ability to live close to their university of choice. On this note, we urge councillors to consider carefully the implications of their decisions, as we have reason to believe that creating impediments to an active student population by regulatory burdens is ultimately self-defeating to the advocates of this regulation. We do acknowledge, however, that their concerns are legitimate and that noise and associated problems that gave birth to this issue should be tackled aggressively by dealing with the minority of offenders and landlords. Let's examine some of the myths that surround this issue. Myth number one is, does having an institution of higher learning and students living close by contribute to lowering of housing prices and quality of life for homeowners? The empirical data and studies demonstrate otherwise. The groundbreaking study by Rutgers University Center for Urban Policy, titled The Effect of a College on Housing Prices and Tax Base, shows the presence of an educational institution results in 11% higher housing prices for homeowners. And for you councillors, here is something even more startling. The presence of a college on the tax base is 24% higher, about $88,000, whilst with a four-year college it jumps to 32%. So do homeowners want a reduction in their resale value? I think not. It also found that the amenity value of a college with a large student body serves as a solid market for retail and personal service businesses and outweigh disamenities associated with students, such as loud parties and traffic congestion. Let's deal with myth number two, that resident students in, for example, Sandy Hill cause traffic congestion, so by restricting conversions, you reduce a problem. Here, another unique study by the School of Planning at the University of Waterloo dispels that myth. I quote, students who have daily access to a vehicle are less likely to be located close to a campus compared to those without a vehicle. Therefore, I submit that by limiting conversions and forcing students to move beyond neighborhoods like Sandy Hill, you're invariably going to amplify the very problems you're trying to solve. Myth number three is that conversions will result in student renters and more noise. The reality as presented by the Canadian study titled Characteristics of University Student Housing and Implications for Urban Development show student preferences when it comes to renting. That only 22% share accommodations with 4 or more roommates, and majority, 60%, prefer 1 to 3 roommates. In fact, only 4% of the students in the study preferred 5 or more renters. Thus, these conversion units are more likely targeted to urban professionals and single-income earners than students. Occupancy limits are sometimes rationalized as dampers on nuisances such as noise. Consider the implicit reasoning. If occupancy limits were the effective ways to ensure quiet, then unrelated roommates must, even in modest numbers, be much noisier than family members. Family members are welcomed in infinite numbers, but roommates are strictly limited. No actual evidence has ever been adduced in any study to support the appropriate response, the proposition that roommates are categorically noisier. In any event, if the concern is noise, the appropriate response is a stronger noise rule. Regulating conversions as a noise control measure is like trying to stem litter by capping the size of a group of friends who may walk the sidewalk. Finally, I believe there's a fundamental question of economics that we should tackle. Do we as a city want to encourage and welcome students to our community, or make it more expensive for them to rent and hence go to other cities? The presence and contribution of Ottawa U to our local community in contributing $1.2 billion should make us pause to think whether we should study this issue further. In conclusion, I also submit that dispersing and requiring female students to travel longer distances ultimately increases safety risks for them when they're required to stay late at night for classes. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for the delegation? Councillor Shirelli.
Thank you for the presentation. You indicated earlier that you represented a number of property owners in the area. Do you know if any, and if so, how many of them have gone into pre-consultation with city planning?
I can't answer that specifically in terms of the pre-consultation phases, but in terms of the total number of units, it's about 2,100 approximately.
2,100 units.
You're going to build 2,100 units?
No, the people he represents.
Yeah.
Are going to build 2,100 units?
No, I think he said there was a potential of 2,100 units.
Sorry, are you saying that you have applications that will be filed within to construct 2,100 units?
As I said, I cannot speak to the pre-application, but I can ask one of them to come up and explain that component.
Well, you currently own 2,100 units.
Yeah, that's what I said.
You currently own...
Not me, but the group.
The group owns 2,100 units. So how does this bylaw affect your existing units?
It's to deal with the issue of conversions, because they intend to convert that.
Okay.
So they have a lot of units that they could convert.
Okay. 2,100 units is a lot of units. Oh. Okay. Councillor Shimoshenko.
Yes, thank you. You do make some interesting points and raise and dispel a number of myths. I think the point I'd want to make, though, is I hope you were here earlier in the day when I tried to dispel exactly those myths, that what we're trying to do with this bylaw is not to govern behavior, not to target students, not to say you're noisy, you're dirty, you drive too many cars and there's nowhere to park them. This is really about the built form. It's about how big do we allow on modest-sized residential lots, and it's about how many people are we expanding to. So I hope you will take from that it's not an opposition to increased density. It's about taking greater control for the scale of that growth and exactly where that happens.
Well, Councillor, I appreciate that. However, the fact remains that the net effect of preventing those conversions means a lesser quantity within the distance of universities, and that's the unintended consequences, as well-intentioned as they may be, and that's the concern. For example, in your ward, we have, from our community, we have about 500 to 600 students that come in from Toronto and who live there. None of them have ever been targeted for noise or any issues, but their concern really is that this will have those effects because it'll make it more expensive and force them also to travel further, which is the very reason why they're coming here, because a lot of our community and the Sikh community coming from Brampton and us from the east of Toronto for the very reasons that the ability to live in close proximity to the universities is highly valued.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I think the point I'd want to make, and we don't usually engage in debate back and forth here, is quite simply that doubling and tripling the number of occupants on a lot is enough. Quadrupling is too much. We have to be able to, in terms of maintaining the character of our neighborhoods, have some limits on the amount of expansion. So somewhere in there we are trying to establish an ability to increase density, intensify, so to speak, but not without limits. Thank you.
And you're right, you shouldn't get into a debate with the delegation. Are there any other questions for the delegation? Oh, Councillor Fleury.
I listened to your presentation and to the dialogue going back and forth, and I'm wondering, what's your understanding of why we have in the first place a conversion allowance? Why would we have allowed conversions in the first place?
Well, my understanding of the issue, Councillor, is that the genesis of it was because there was numerous complaints within the university area, which is very emblematic of typical of university towns. And property standards were not being maintained amongst that.
To be honest, I don't think it's the conversion piece is not a new piece to the city, right? If you think of Sandy Hill specifically, the lots would have been for bigger families when people had 10 kids and so on. So the properties were much bigger. And the conversion aspects were to look at an existing envelope to be subdivided for smaller families. And through that conversion loophole, now it's flipped into using an existing piece to play with the outside walls to bring in more use. So it's played, the intent of the conversion has always been to convert an existing property into smaller components. And at some time and point, because of the university or other forces, it's flipped to grow the built form. So that's why we're trying to close that loophole to say if you're growing the envelope, you have to go through a new build process.
Let's not, we've been here a long time. It's not a debate, but I'm going to let you, I mean, he's engaged you, so I'm going to let you respond. But I asked committee members not to do that. I know he did, and I tried to stop him. Because I know these ones, and then those ones don't. Yeah. Do you have anything in response to that?
Well, I'd respect the chair's prerogative to curtail the discussion.
Okay. Very, very diplomatic. Oh, Councillor Shirelli.
I'll keep it to a question.
Perfect.
Regardless of what happens at this committee, when the results of this committee go to council in that intervening period, will you be able to gather information from your clients as to how many talks they've had with staff over various properties, just so we know roughly what that number could be or what would have to be ironed out between now and then?
Sure, I'll be happy to.
Okay. Mr. Miaz, you have anything to add?
Mr. Chairman, just by way of update, I've checked with Mr. Mizzi and Mr. Smith, and from the development review side of things, they have no objection if we were to include pre-consulted applications as part of the transition clause. So
how many of those would there be?
I can ask Mr. Mizzi to have his staff perhaps provide some detail, but from a
so we track all of those, so this isn't going to be any untracked. Oh, I consulted, I met him in the hallway, and I talked to him, and I told him about my project, so you include me too. These are formal tracked things?
Mr. Chair, because of the statutory requirement now for pre-consultation, the answer is yes.
Okay. So can someone quickly tell me how many pre-consults you have?
Mr. Chair, we have over 300 pre-consultation meetings per year.
No. I didn't want the big number. I want the number that's going to be swept up in this transition clause. If we include pre-consults, how many additional? How much is going to get added to the list?
I simply don't have that number. We haven't been asked that question or put our thought to that before, but I wouldn't think it's that many.
You understand what I'm saying, Mr. Mark?
I do, Mr. Chair, and because the number is an unknown, this might be something to be referred to staff to bring a motion to council.
Okay. I think that for Mr. Casagrande's sake, I want the transition privileges recommendation to come from committee. We can deal with that rather than try and then if we need to add a segment to that to deal with these pre-consult after we know the scope of them, we can add that at council to the original motion. So we don't get ourselves into like what does this mean at council. Do you follow what I'm saying? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Razelingham. Sorry. Sam Elias is next, if you'd like to come up.
Thanks, Mr. Chair and councillors, to let me speak once again. My concern with the infill one is basically the amenity space requirement, which it has been asked is 15 square meter for the first 8 apartments to be at the grade level. And this is going to affect majorly on, specifically in our development, but also at the same time, I'm pretty sure it will affect many other developers as well. That would be one of my major concerns with this kind of implementation with this bylaw. And I also have a question, is the transition period, would it be till April, that the date that you specified, Mr. Chair, or would it be, sorry, I'm asking a question.
Yeah, no, the date, I'll finish your submission and I'll tell you I'll read you the motion.
So this is my concern with it, and I like to have the staff probably, revisit this, because presently it is asked as 6 meter or maybe 6.5 meter amenity space, but there is no requirement to be at the grade level. And that is really detrimental for any developers. If you would work the numbers at the end, it may be the project won't be profitable, especially if you are going to provide amenity space at the grade level.
Okay. Is that your submission?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the transition provisions would, if you filed a Committee of Adjustment application, site plan, building permit, and there's some debate about a pre-consultation application, by March 20th. So it had to be, I don't know, what is it, 5 days ago, 6 days ago, once this report was released. So you've had to achieve that goal. So it's not in the future. You had to action in past. So your application has to be in stream, being dealt with, being processed, to not be caught under the new bylaw.
But I believe this is quite unfair, Mr. Chair, because we only discovered about it on March 21st, and then it was announced to be that March 20th, that would be the deadline to submit those applications, which I believe it is very unfair. If we do have application to be, I do have 3 different applications to be submitted, and now we get caught. We don't know if we can or we cannot.
Well, I mean, it's very clear. If council passes this resolution and you submit an application tomorrow, you will be subject to the new regulations. If you have submitted an application already, you will be dealt with under the previous set of rules. So you have to have had your application in stream. I mean, and I don't know, we'll see. If you've pre-consulted on your applications, that may be the area that we have some flexibility, but I don't know if you've done that.
Yes, I have.
Well, then you're in the same boat as Mr. Casagrande, and you should hope that committee may consider that at once we understand the scope of how many applications deal with pre-consult.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Phil Castro from Richcroft Homes. Is he here? In opposition? Okay. He didn't like the amenity area provisions. Okay, Ms. Malens and Ms. Malens, if you'd like to come up for domicile and Urbandale RSDC KNL.
And I would add Mr. Chair, Minto Developments and its affiliated companies, and Mr. Phillips has asked me to address you as well, as he had to leave. So just by way of quick summary, this process did start as addressing the potential student housing issue, and that is why it was called the conversion bylaw. An interim control bylaw was submitted, and respectfully, Mr. Chair, I think you had a question for Mr. Mark in terms of the interim control bylaw. What I respectfully submit to the committee is that if the issue is a flood of applications going forward, you have the option to extend the interim control bylaw for a period of up to an additional 12 months. What I am here to ask you for today is a deferral. We need to discuss this. This has been the common refrain today, but yet again, we have a document before us. We thought it was student housing. It shows up last week, and lo and behold, Minto, Urbandale, Taggart, Domicile, etc. It appears that we are caught when we are constructing 4-story low-rise apartments. Our amenity area requirement has almost tripled. The location is now prescribed in the backyard, and we have to provide 80% soft landscaping. What does that all mean? Well, it sounds simple enough, but when you conflate this with what we discussed in item number 8, how can we do this? How can we make it all work? So we are asking for additional time to discuss this with staff. Let's see how this all works together. Again, if the concern is the student housing or the true conversion component, then you can extend your interim control bylaw. So we do also have several questions with respect to the transition motion. I did have the opportunity to see a draft yesterday, and I discussed certain elements of it with Mr. Mark. But we don't believe it captures the true intention of what the city may want, and that is respectfully submitted. Mr. Casagrande asked a question as to whether or not zoning applications would be captured by the transition. And I believe he was told no. I stand to be corrected. But it seems a bit illogical if a rezoning application is not captured and given protection under the transition, but a minor variance application has that protection. So I would like that clarified by staff, perhaps. And also, would a second question is, would a recirculation after that is started after March 20th result in a loss of the transition privileges? Again, an application is in queue, but we have to recirculate based on discussions with staff. Do we lose the potential protection? So I'm...
You want answers to that? Go ahead,
I would
Mr.
like an
McGillis.
answer to that, please.
Okay. Well, Mr. Chairman, zoning application is not included for the simple reason that if it's a zoning application, then site-specific provisions can be written into that zone for that application, and I believe that would adequately capture the site-specific circumstances as our development review colleagues would review the application. So the only change that happens now is that the spirit and intent of the zoning bylaw is to provide that green backyard in the back. So if something changes on a site-specific basis, it can be written into the zoning.
Did you have anything to add on her other point about, what was your other point now?
The big one was
Recirculation. What happens if they get an application, it's going through the process, but it has to be recirculated because it didn't take into account, I don't know, hydro poles? I don't know. And so we're going to recirculate to Hydro for additional comment. And then do they fall into the old rules or the new rules?
I'm not sure I quite get the question. Maybe Mr. Mizzi can help out here.
I'm hazarding a guess here at this one. Haven't thought this one through, but I would think it would go under the old rules at that point.
Because she's made an application, the application is in process, recirculation is part of the existing process, ergo, we've said she's under the old rules.
That's right. I mean, any application could have multiple resubmissions or recirculations, so you go by the start date when you submitted your application, I would say.
Great.
I thank staff for that clarification. Respectfully, I can advise that's not always how the rules are applied to the development industry. So I reiterate my request seeking deferral. If the city wants to extend the interim control bylaw for a period of time, that would permit the discussion so we can really figure out how this all works. A comment, again, quickly was made earlier that we can merely apply for minor variance if we need to deviate from the changes coming forward. However, there is no guidance as to what a minor variance will be assessed against. The minor variance test is clearly in the Planning Act. However, if we are deviating from the zoning bylaw, it's still a deviation, and it's an uphill battle. Those are my submissions.
Okay, Councillor Blais.
Thanks very much. Just to staff, can you describe the consultation process? Because I do have to admit, I was caught off guard when I saw that this was a citywide bylaw that was coming forward when we read it, because as Ms. Mullins mentioned, I thought this was to deal with student housing issues, conversions in general, but driven by student housing issues in and around the universities. And to see that it's being applied to suburban Ottawa and rural Ottawa, this will be dealt with ARAC later this week, caught me off guard. I know that as a councillor, I was not consulted, nor briefed or given any real heads up about this until the report was published a week ago. So I'm just trying to get a sense of what the consultation was, how widespread it was, were the major home builders properly consulted on this, and if not, why not?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to start by saying that this is not about student housing at all. It's about build form. And I'm going to let Mr. Moorman address the various milestones of the consultation, but I just wanted us to be clear on the fact that there has been a lot of reporting of this issue that has surrounded student-related issues, but this is about build form. So again, I mean, we've heard delegations today speaking about students needing a place to live near universities, and actually we are not proposing anything different. To the councillors that have wards that have come under this interim control bylaw, we will not be satisfying a request that there be no more student housing around universities. That's not the point. That's not the issue.
I get that, though. The genesis, though, was people taking 3-bedroom or 4-bedroom homes in Sandy Hill and Lower Town and converting them to like 12 and et cetera, and the grotesque stuff we've been reading about. That's really the genesis of what we're talking about. I know, to have a citywide bylaw come forward and have never been consulted on it, asked if I'd like to get a briefing on it, and then all of a sudden it plunks down on our desk 5 days or 6 days before committee was, caught me a little off guard. And I can appreciate why some of the home builders in town might have thought that, it would have been nice to have been consulted a little bit too on this.
Mr. Chair, through you, I can give a quick rundown of what we did in terms of consultation. The early parts I'll just sort of speed over, but last summer we established a website on ottawa.ca, met with some community associations, particularly in the specifically affected wards of the interim control bylaw. We talked to community associations and also to members of the industry who very kindly took us on a tour of some of their buildings, showed us the insides.
Sure, so you can see my angst. You met with community associations where the ICB is in place. You met with those in the industry that build in those areas predominantly, and you've come forward with a bylaw that goes from the donut hole to the entire donut.
Right. So after that initial stuff that happened last summer, we arranged to have a meeting here at City Hall. That meeting was targeted at the inner wards, and it was because at that point we were in listening mode. We wanted to hear what people had to say, and the people who had the best knowledge about the conversions issue, as we were directed to look at, were the neighborhoods in the inner wards. We wanted to get that information there. That being said, once we had heard what people had to say, what their experience with the conversions was, we drafted an amendment that addressed those issues and some other ones from Infill 2, and put those together into an amendment which we circulated to the entire city. At that point, it was clear that it was going to be a citywide amendment, so we did circulate all of the community associations.
You circulated it internally, but you didn't circulate it to councillors. You might have been circulated within the bureaucracy, but I'm trying to get a sense. And he's identified the problems. They consulted with councillors in the inner urban area because that's where the problem was.
Right.
We're trying to say it's not to deal with the problem that we're trying not to say it's to deal with, but let's get real. And then you come with a citywide bylaw.
Right, because they didn't feel it was appropriate to leave conversions in one section of the city and not in another.
Fair. But I would argue, and we can go around the table, I bet you Councillor Manette wasn't consulted, I bet you Councillor Hoogley wasn't consulted, and Councillor Blows, and Councillor Connolly.
My question would be, what would you have said?
I don't know. I would have seen the information they were trying to put forward, and I would have asked questions. How you do conversions in downtown
let's debate that. Let's finish.
Sorry,
I forgot you were sitting there. Is this a question for Ms. Malens?
Well, it was a question to staff relating to the comments.
I understand, but if you're going to have a question for Ms. Malens, I'm going to thank her for.
Sure.
We don't.
Well, I had a question for her.
Yeah.
Okay, so go ahead.
Keep getting forgotten here.
I wasn't forgetting, Councillor. I had you on the list, but Councillor, I should have paid more attention. It's only been 7 hours we've been here. When Councillor Blais started backing and forthing, that I should have said, is this for Ms. Malens? I should have held him in advance because I'm going to have to let him go back at staff on the consultation. And then we'll deal with her, and then we'll
follow him on that too, Mr. Chair. Because I've got.
So let's deal with Ms. Malens because we still have a number of speakers to go here.
There are significant concerns with what we deem as good consultation and what we're hearing back here from residents. But a question to the delegation is: you brought up the suggestion of a deferral. It reminds me of the discussion we just had on infill. How much of a deferral do you think we need to be looking at in order to get a broader consensus and support for what will be the final report here? You get the direction that staff are going in. How far apart do you see your clients, and what would you suggest we need to look at for a deferral here?
We do have a busy spring coming forward, as many of you are aware, whether it's the official plan of being approved by the Ministry, development charges, etc. A period of at least 2 months or 6 weeks, 8 weeks before we came back to Planning Committee would certainly assist. We would then have the opportunity to review this report and specifically Table 1 of the report that revises Table 137 of the zoning bylaw. That is where the changes have been made to the performance standard of the zoning bylaw. We can review them, we can discuss it with staff, we can see if it has an impact, we can see if it works in Fill 2 that we discussed this morning. There's just so many balls in the air right now that the concern is we're creating a situation where we can't do anything. The big developers, for whom I am here, did not know that this was going to be applied to low-rise apartments. There was no notice at any point that that was the case.
I think what you're hearing here is neither did a lot of councillors know that that's where this was going. Mr. Chair, could staff answer that, or would you prefer
I will ask Ms. Do you have anything more from Ms. Malens?
No, that's what I wanted. She's suggesting 60 days from the big builder's perspective. Yeah. I'm wondering, as we hear from other delegations, what the community will also think to that deferral.
Ms. Malens, thank you for your presentation, and then I'll call Ms. Jacobs up. Okay, so let's get to the heart of this. Why were only councillors in the inner urban wards circulated with this information?
Mr. Chairman, I have information from our internal circulations that all councillors were circulated these documents on November 28th, 2013.
I can give you a list as long as my arm of the number of times I'm told I've circulated documents, and I'm telling you, they don't exist. Now, you know this is not the first time, Mr. Mosher, that this particular issue has come about.
So you don't get these you don't get.
Sometimes you get the circulations and sometimes you don't. It depends.
And the question, Mr. Chair, is when they were circulated, were we notified they were coming through and past all airports, or as many of us thought, this was to deal with the student health issue?
Okay. So,
Mr. Chairman, on our circulation, it indicates it's a citywide circulation on the documents they would have received.
so what does a citywide circulation mean?
Oh, just an indication on our documents that would have been circulated. This is a citywide issue.
No, but when you circulate citywide, who do you send it to?
We've got a list of councillors and internal managers. We circulated to other neighboring municipalities. We circulated to, well, yeah, a large number of internal staff and departments within the city.
Okay, so when we do a citywide circulation, do we circulate it outside of that?
Outside of?
Who do we send it outside of our own self?
Depends on the nature of the file and the nature of...
This file.
Oh, this file?
That's the technical circulation.
Right.
And then there was the public circulation.
Okay. Mr. Moorman's going to explain the external circulation. This is the information that I have is the internal circulation, which includes all councillors and city staff.
So, Mr. Chair, there are two circulations that happen more or less at the same time. One of them is what we call the technical circulation or the internal circulation. That is the one that, among others, the councillors in the affected wards, or in this case, all councillors, were indicated to be circulated. It would also be development review managers, program managers, lots of internal departments. That's the technical circulation. Then there's the public circulation, which we do based on, we get a list of contacts that are in the computer system on the public notification list. And in this case, what we did was we asked for the list of all of the registered community associations in the entire city of Ottawa. So sometimes you can do it based on, well, just give me all the ones for this ward, or I think you can even do it if you're just for this part of this ward.
I guess what you're going to have to provide to members of committee, everybody, everyone who, we'd like to see the list to you, who you circulated this information to. And who you...
To be perfectly honest, I have no faith or trust in that list because they're telling me I got documents I know for a fact I didn't get. I will show you the pile of circulations I have. I get tons. I did not get those. And this is not the first time.
Okay.
Forgive me, I know this is a communications issue, but I'm actually wondering who did they meet with, because I think the donut hole analogy thing is kind of what I'm seeing as well. Who did you meet with in regards to this one? Was it just the people that were part of the previous report we passed?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I mean, this really affects areas that have R3, R4, and maybe R5 zoning,
like mine,
where these low-rise apartments would be permitted. So, to the extent that we reached out to people who are engaged on one side of the ledger or the other, be it community or industry, we made it clear that it was going to be a citywide amendment from about last fall. And so this is something that we communicated very clearly in all of our documentation. The wards or the parts of town where there's R1 or R2 where low-rise apartments are not permitted, that doesn't change. So we focused on the areas where this is an issue and where these regulations now come into play. And really, the regulations that...
We get that, but he wants to know who you met with. Did you meet with me? The answer is no. I don't think you met with me until you were ready to come forward with your recommendations. Did you meet with Councillor Chernyshenko? Did you meet with Councillor Fleury? Did you meet with and saying, look at and walk through the recommendations with him?
Well, as a matter of fact, of course, we can't say that we met with every member of council, but as a result of our circulating to all members of council, we then were invited to meetings with Councillor Shirelli, with Councillor Deans, with other councillors that have had peripheral issues to this one. So we have met with others that have called us in.
So you met with Councillor Deans, you met with Councillor Shirelli, you met with
Councillor Holmes.
Councillor Holmes.
There's been a few that we've met with.
Who else?
Well, Councillor Fleury and Councillor Chernishenko, obviously those were the main. We met with anybody who contacted us after we circulated them to meet with them. Councillor Deans approached us. She wanted to know what this had to do with her ward and the issues there. We had a quick conversation with her. It didn't really affect her ward very much, but she approached us and we went and talked to her and kind of reassured her that same thing with Councillor Shirelli, was concerned that that what we were proposing might be in conflict with some other initiatives we're going. Had a good talk and reassured everybody that there was no conflict between the two. So
it's clear, though, that on citywide amendments, and there are lots that come through and lots that are very technical in nature, and lots that aren't, that are technical in nature, like this one, that not all members of council have been reached out to. So maybe we better think about taking the circulation documentation when there's a citywide amendment and making appointments with all the members of council and coming down and say, here are the documents, here's what they mean, here's what you should consider. Or some form of, hey, we're delivering this documentation to you, please sign here, off to your office, please sign here. I'm just trying to avoid a little bit of trouble here.
Mr. Chair, we'll certainly review that with the technical circulation group within the department. It's not our role and responsibility, but we'll certainly follow that up and make that suggestion, and we'll find a process.
It may not be your role and responsibility, but you're wearing this. So.
Absolutely.
Right? So, okay. So can I, Mr. Jacobs, you're next to come up. So if you want to come up. And you're talking about, so.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
I'm here actually on an exemption issue, but I'm not sure it's been covered by what you're talking about so far. What I understand you're talking about is still only relating to the transition for Table 137. It's not a transition for the bylaw as a whole. I could be misunderstanding the discussion so far, but that's what I heard so far. I'm here with respect to an application that for 291-293 Lyon Street. I sent a letter March 6th to all members of committee. This application started August 2013 with pre-consultation with staff. Our intent was to apply for a low-rise apartment building at this site. And that's what staff told us to apply for. So we did that. We were proceeding with Committee of Adjustment and site plan applications. We went to the Committee of Adjustment with an application in December. But just before that matter was heard on February the 5th, staff advised us that they no longer thought it was a low-rise apartment building, that it had now become a converted dwelling, which meant that some of the minor variances changed. So we adjourned that process to meet with staff to sort this out. We came to an agreement that, yes, we would change our application. So on March 5th, we appeared at Committee of Adjustment. They approved us as a converted dwelling, but it was the same application as we had filed for a low-rise apartment building. The building is exactly the same. We received our approval on March the 5th from the Committee of Adjustment, and the appeal period for that ends April the 3rd. If there is no transition period within this bylaw, if there is no transition period allowed for this type of application, we would need to have a completed building permit application received by the city by April the 9th, which is when you intend to adopt this. If we fail to meet that date, we would go back to square one and have to reapply because converted dwellings are no longer permitted. So we've been diligently working towards meeting a building permit application of that date, but it's likely that we will be a little bit shy of a full application. We may be in the 60 to 70% range, but we won't have a completed application. Our proposal meets the intent of the conversion bylaw. We meet the performance standards for an apartment dwelling at the time of the application, including the lot area. The proposed building is in character with the neighborhood, and actually we have a letter of support from the Community Association, which was filed with our application at the Committee of Adjustment. We're projecting existing trees in the backyard. This did go through a public process. There was public notice and consultation. We met with the councillor. We met with the Community Association twice. We're not overbuilding. The building footprint is essentially the same as the footprint of the building to be demolished. The height is 12.8 meters, which is less than the 14.5 permitted as an apartment dwelling, and only 1.8 above the maximum permitted for detached dwelling. We're not trying to circumvent any site plan control. Our original intent was to go through site plan control, but staff advised us that we didn't have to. So we are still proposing a development that will internalize the waste management, storage, and recycling for both the new addition and the existing building. We're providing internalized bike storage. We're providing a fully landscaped property and a wheelchair accessible unit. We're doing everything in this application that people would like on this site. However, without a transition clause, we'll have to go back to square one as of April the 9th. So I'm here to request that consideration for an exemption for this particular site, so that if we don't get a complete building permit application submitted by April the 9th, that we can still proceed. Thank you.
Chris. Okay, so let's, Mr. Jacobs, hold on. So let's, it seems that Mr. Jacobs has been caught in a little bit of a quandary here, or his...
Mr. Chairman, as was the case for Mr. Casagrande, in a case like Mr. Jacobs, this is why we're recommending the transition clause, which I think would look after the quandary that he's outlined.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to the, which part of that motion, in my millions of pieces of paper here, would support his issue?
As I understand it, Mr. Jacobs described the process that he's talking about as having originated in August of last year. So this, I think, more than captures the intent of the transition clause.
So you're talking about, you've read the transition privileges within the current staff report?
The transition discussion that I heard earlier today only related to the aspect of low-rise apartment buildings and the amenity area. That wouldn't solve my issue or my client's issue. I need exemption from the bylaw and the loss of the term converted dwelling from the bylaw, because if I don't submit the building permit application before April the 9th, I won't be able to apply for a building permit as a converted dwelling. And that's what has been approved by the Committee of Adjustment and everyone else.
If I understood the situation correctly, and I stand to be corrected, but this would be a low-rise apartment on a property that meets the standards for a low-rise apartment. So if that's the case, then I think we're all fine.
The wrinkle, if I could, is that we originally started as a low-rise apartment building. There were a couple of minor variances required for that low-rise building. When staff changed the interpretation to a converted dwelling, the nature of the Committee of Adjustment variances changed because the zoning standards, performance standards changed. So the approval we got from the Committee of Adjustment applies to a converted dwelling. It doesn't apply to this use as an apartment dwelling, low-rise.
Mr. Mark, it seems that, and did you get, indulge me a bit, did you get, you've got granted by the Committee of Adjustment?
Yes.
And do you expect to get appeals?
I don't expect to, but anything can happen.
I hear that. Did you have people come out in opposition to your?
No.
Okay. So you've got really an uncontested application at this point in time. You're going through the process, and you're caught. We think you're exempted. You think that there's a wrinkle. Mr. Mark, can you help me here? And the transition privileges are for Clause 137, which would exempt him from the provisions of the amenity space. But what he says is, but when I go to get a building permit, I've got everything based on a zoning interpretation that says I'm a converted dwelling. Converted dwellings no longer exist in the zoning bylaw, ergo I cannot be issued a building permit. Did I get that right? Okay. And he's clearly in process.
So, Mr. Chair, it is my understanding, based on the language of certainly the last version of the transition motion that I saw, that if it's anything other than the amenity space that is going to be an issue for Mr. Jacobs' client, he will not be saved by that motion. His client will not be saved by that motion.
That's what he's saying.
Yes.
I think that in this uncontested thing, we might want to save him. How would we do that?
You can exempt the property specifically, Mr. Chair. So if you don't want to broaden a general transition provision, you could exempt the property specifically.
Okay. And which property is it?
The municipal address is 291, 293 Lyon Street.
Okay. And Councillor Holmes, it's Councillor Holmes' ward?
Yes.
Did she oppose your application?
No, she supported it.
Okay. Okay. And on your basis, you're not...
Mr. Chairman, we wouldn't have a difficulty including that site-specific exemption in the transition clause.
So, Councillor Hobbs, maybe you'll do that, and we'll add that to the transition privileges. Okay. Are you good now? Yes. Me too. Me too. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Jacobs. Ali Mashi, if you'd like to come up. You're not the Ali Mashi that's building at Niagara and Kilbourne, are you? Oh, good Lord. You know? Oh, okay.
Yes.
Onward.
Yes, I'm glad to be here today.
Yes. I'm happy to have you here today, too.
I was coming to see you many
because you're the poster child for everything that's wrong with the Committee of Adjustment and linking to development. Because what you brought to the Committee of Adjustment and what you're building are miles apart.
No,
absolutely.
If everything goes by plan, people don't understand to read the plan. Maybe.
Yeah, I know. I know. It's so glaring. You know, one of the big campaigns things I was going to campaign on is to make the Committee of Adjustment plans, approvals, linked absolutely to the plans so they don't magically change into something different. And this development was going to be the poster child. So anyway, on you go, sir.
Anyways, thank you very much for raising that issues. We might talk to each other again more. As you know, I'm a small developer. I have a property in Vanier since 1999. I started to work on that to convert to low-rise. We have gone through a lot of process. 2-3 times I placed application form to the older city of Vanier, to the city of Ottawa. Finally, I got it in 2006 from OMB. What happened when I started to build it, I had some financial issues. One of them is related to the fact that the condition imposed on the OMB by having about 150 feet long underground storm sewer in the public road, which cost huge money. However, during the 6-7 years, I spent a lot of money on my own time. So we are struggling since then, and I found that the project is still active. By a couple of days ago, talking to Mr. Don Herrera. My issue is that, and my request to you is that to keep the decision of OMB exactly as it is without change even if you are going to make new amendment to the zoning bylaw or changes, this should remain untouched. And the fact that I have believe is that upgrading a property is like sort of privilege that sticks to the building, and it should remain untouched under the new regulation. It's similar to schools and universities that somebody get the degree, and after 10, 15 years, the new regulations come and say they revoke the degree and say, no, you are not PhD, you are not, this not. So I believe that it must be by the continuation and continuity of the process to the system, whatever is decided through Committee of Adjustment or to OMB should remain safe and untouched during the new regulation and rules. And thank you very much. That's what my request is.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
I don't know if Peter has listened to me or not, but...
I hear you. I've got 2 ears. I can talk and listen out of both sides. I'm a politician. I can talk out of both sides. Woo-hoo, that was a good one. There you go. And so thank you. Are there questions for the delegation? No. Questions? No. Okay, thank you very much, sir, for your presentation. Murray Chown is next. Mr. Mark.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Let me start by saying that I appear on behalf of a number of builders and organizations. This list is not all-inclusive, but includes the Home Builders, Doyle Homes, Hazlitt Construction, Presswick Construction, the Regional Group, Val Hall Group, the Infill Coalition, Sage Developments, ARC Construction, Surface Developments. The list goes on. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, none of those clients I've listed are in the residential conversion business. And as a result, they, like a number of councillors around this table, haven't been paying a whole lot of attention to the discussion about conversions. There's been a great deal of discussion over the last half hour or so in terms of how the team involved in this exercise reached out to both councillors, the administration, and the industry. And I think it's interesting that we've got 2 reports back to back here. The last report on infill, we went to great lengths to pat ourselves on the back about the consultation with the industry and the community associations that were being affected by settlement discussions on an infill bylaw. Here we have a brand new amendment to the zoning bylaw. None of the clients that I listed understood or appreciated that we were going to be dealing with a zoning amendment today that affects the entire city of Ottawa wherever you're proposing to build triplexes or low-rise apartment buildings. It is not just apartment buildings that we're talking about this afternoon. None of them were aware of this. And now we are introducing performance standards that may compromise projects that are in the works, projects that are being planned, projects that are just barely on the drawing board without any discussion, any consultation, any warning. I can't stress how strongly I support the submissions that you heard from Mr. Casagrande and Ms. Malentz in terms of encouraging you to adjourn the application of the amendment to allow time for those players to have meaningful discussions with staff about the amendment that is before you today. Those discussions have not taken place, and there's been no opportunity or efforts to have those discussions take place. Failing which, I know there's a draft motion on the table in terms of transition provisions. Certainly, I support the discussion and the direction was going with Mr. Casagrande that those transition provisions absolutely need to deal with projects that have been subject to meaningful pre-consultation. That's exactly what Council did previously when it was dealing with the moratorium on country lot subdivisions, and it's only appropriate to do so under the circumstances. Mr. Chairman, I only have one question, and it arises from a comment made from Mr. Mitzi about applications that are in process, that they've already been deemed complete, but they may change. And if they change, are you then scuppered? I was going to use a different word, but scuppered is a good word. For instance, I have a client. The city has been processing a zoning application that was deemed complete ages ago. He's reconsidering the project, scaling it back, which would then entail applications possibly to the Committee of Adjustment rather than pursuing the zoning application. Is he going to be subject to the new provisions, or because he's already in with a project, a bona fide project, he's just tweaking it in its approach? Is he subject to the old rules or the new rules? And I hope I understood Mr. Mitzi's comments to mean that he will continue to be subject to the old rules. But Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, the bottom line is there is a huge element of the industry that didn't see this coming. We've been trying to react to it over the last week or so. I don't think we fully comprehend the implications of the changes to the bylaw, not necessarily limited to the discussion about amenity space. And I'm concerned that the transition provision only deals with amenity space. I don't know why it doesn't deal with the bylaw in its entirety. It's not impossible for you to set this down for 6 to 8 weeks, as Ms. Malin suggested. You can extend your interim control bylaw by any period of time, whether it's a month or 2 months or 3 months, so you don't lose that control. But I think we're all a little surprised to see that the analogy, I think, is excellent. We all thought we were talking about the hole in the donut. Turns out that we're talking about the whole donut, and none of us saw that coming, and it's a little hard to swallow. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Are there any questions for... Yes. For Ms. Are there any questions for the delegation? Nope. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chown. Mr. Burgout.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Jim Burgout from Claridge Homes, and I really had no intention of speaking to you about residential conversion, and I guess I still don't, because I like Murray and Ursula and several ahead of you, are just kind of blindsided by the report, and that we never really followed very closely this topic of residential conversions, just because it's not our business to do so, and there are others who are much more informed and who should have been in that process. So having the broader city implication now that this bylaw now has, I guess it's been questioned how appropriate it is that it's being presented in this way in communication strategies, and I'm not going to repeat all of that. Other than to say I fully support what Murray Chown and Ursula Mullins had said, and would certainly suggest that a deferral would seem to be appropriate.
I guess I don't want to. I understand we want to sit. You guys want to have a chance to consult, but I need to hold another day of hearings? I mean, to hear the same thing over and over and over and over.
I was just about to say that. What seems to be the most important item of controversy here is the changes to the amenity space. I mean, that's what caught my attention. Because I didn't follow the process, I don't know how important that is to staff. If that were to be removed, I'd be happy. I could move on because it wouldn't affect me elsewhere in the city. But so my only submission is that seems to be the one thing that is changing across the city. If that was withdrawn or changed,
we'd be happy. But as of this moment, that's the one thing we object to.
Okay. Are there any questions for Mr. Burgout? No. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Burgout, for your presentation. Ms. Sneddon, did you want to add something to this exciting debate?
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to say that I certainly appreciate all the comments and the feedback that we've received here today. I do just want to make a final comment on consultation. Certainly with this particular study, I think a lot of people were aware that we had an interim control on so that staff could study this process, so that was made public. We had information on the city's website since November, and that's a public piece of information. And then we had a major meeting. We had 200 people here at City Hall, which included developers as well, in September. So I just wanted to make sure that committee didn't feel that staff didn't do any consultation on this process.
Do you have an attendance list for that meeting in December? I'd be interested to know how much of the
yes, we do.
The industry were there. You don't have to answer it now, but you could.
You can follow that up.
Tell me what development interests were. Yeah, in between now and whenever it goes. What development interests were attended the meeting?
Will do.
Okay. So, yeah. Do you want to? Are you finished, Ms. Sneddon? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could, maybe I'd like to suggest that something that would be very helpful going forward before this arrives at Council is some kind of a report on that consultation, exactly what you're saying, who was there, the issues that came up, that kind of thing, just to give us a little more background on how wide and how engaged
who was aware. Yeah.
Would that be possible? For
what I'm going to suggest is that that the interim control bylaw expires on the 24th of April. So we, rather than have this land on Council's doorstep on the 9th, that we would wait and have it land on the 23rd. In between those times, we get the report on the consultation. You would meet with all of the I don't want to call them donut counselors, but all the counselors, Mr. Chown, Ms. Milans, Mr. Casagrande. We could ensure that we understood the implications of a transition privilege that included applications that had been structured under pre-consultation, and all that would land on the 23rd. So that we know, hold on, that we know what was, and if we still had problems on the 23rd, Mr. Mark would have in place an opportunity, we'd extend that interim control for another period of time and bring it all back. 23rd of April. Because the current bylaw, we can't go past the 24th of April without extending the current bylaw. So that Mr. Marks advised me. Yeah. So Mr. Marks advised me that the current bylaw expires on the 24th of April. So rather than try and extend that, let's see if we can resolve all of these issues between now and the 23rd of April. If we can't, Mr. Mark will prepare an interim control, an extension to that interim control bylaw, which we would then implement on the 23rd of April in time for the other one to expire, and then we would bring all of this back. But if we can do that without having to delay the interim control on, all the better.
Okay, understood. So this report, that just so I'm clear on it, and I see other councillors putting their hands up too. This report then that would come to us would highlight if there's any issues with this table or whatever. Maybe they're not resolved, but at least we would understand what those issues are, so we could make the decision on the 23rd whether we're comfortable with this being approved, or does it need to come back here or somewhere.
Yes.
That would include that kind of information?
Right.
Okay.
So I'm asking, well, I'm not really asking, I'm telling Ms. Sneddon to actually sit down with each one of you, Ms. Milans and and Mr. Casagrande sitting back there and Mr. Chow to make sure that, well, Mr. Hamel, you didn't, okay, and whoever wants to be, so that whether we'll resolve those issues. Okay. If you're going to want to be, I am reluctant to. Just a question. No, see, that's the. It's an ever-changing mix of developers who come in and out. So now what we don't want is, I understand what we're dealing with, the donut issue and some of the other ones that are on the outside. But in the core of the conversion area, I mean, there's not much to say in that regard for Councillor Fleury's ward or Councillor Shinerzenko's ward or other Councillor Shirley's ward. So we want to keep that momentum going forward. But Ms. Nedden will meet with whoever asks to meet with her.
No, sorry, my point is more philosophical, how we got to this point.
Yes. Anyway. We can. So I'm just trying to operationalize that and bring that all together. So.
All right. So my question is, to those who think it would make most sense for this to arrive at the same time as the infill bylaw at council, that could still happen if it turns out that makes the most sense. So we have the donut arrive at the same time as the sweater.
But on the 23rd of April, we would have to extend the interim control bylaw.
But it remains possible. That's good.
Because we don't have any.
Because he hasn't written it.
Because we haven't written it. It's not been written. So, and we're trying to avoid having to do that and have. I'm not sure council would appreciate us landing these two big files at the same time. They might, but probably not.
It may make sense.
Yeah, but I think that if we can get it all done, if we can resolve those issues by the 23rd.
It worked beautifully here.
Yeah, I think if we can resolve those issues by the 23rd, we're much better off. So, and if not, it is a simple. Well, it's not simple, but it's easier to either send it all back or and extend the interim control for another year, and it all come back to committee. Ms. Nedden believes that she can meet with all the people she needs to meet with and deal with this. Okay? So, that is, so we've exhausted the public delegations for this file. Okay. Who is the... Mr. Hamel, did you... Okay. Did you fill out a form? Okay. So next time, word to the wise, next time fill in 2. Because, so come on in and sit down.
Voilà. I, too, was involved quite a lot and quite intimately with Infill 1 process, and I also did not get circulated just to support some of the perhaps oversights that might have taken place. I certainly did not get circulated on this conversion bylaw or conversion amendment. I got it last Friday, and I read it like crazy because I do have clients. So I guess part of my...
How did you get it last Friday?
I was actually emailed it by a planner whom I know, a colleague. So I didn't, and to be perfectly frank, the application of that interim bylaw applied to only a few areas in town, not the whole extent of the city, and it certainly didn't, in my mind, ever contemplate looking at changes in the performance requirements for not just existing buildings, but also new builds, because my understanding of the amenity space requirement applies to the new builds, not just to existing conversions. So I'd like to support the fact that that clause be reviewed very carefully. I also understand, having talked and communicated with Mr. Mormon, that the idea of that amenity space was really to replace parking. So the area of the amenity space that will be required for the low-rise apartment buildings will have the effect of using the same area as what would be provided required for the parking. We know from infill 1 that the parking intention is to build behind in the rear yards of buildings, and I know for a fact that many of my clients who look at small buildings like 4 units, 3 units, that parking at grade is the most economic way to develop these smaller infill properties. That is being lost. There is no way to develop these types of properties with these amenity space requirements and the parking provisions that are required. I do understand, though, that the parking requirements will be permitted to not be required for the first 12 units in infill 1. So there is a link there with other aspects of our studies that we've been looking at today, as well as upcoming studies, for example, infill 2. I don't see that there has been any kind of meshing of those in a rational and studied way that I can understand. Perhaps I'm wrong, but I certainly don't see it. As far as the impact of the change or the elimination of the concept of converted dwellings, we know that the concept, notwithstanding what may have happened or been abused, is to maintain the character of the existing neighborhoods and the building stock there, and to insert into those a few units. It also occurs to me that when I look at the paragraphs that describe what you can do in the R3 and R4, and I understand that those are the two main areas of concern here, that even in R3 we could not convert to a low-rise apartment. It's simply not permitted. So the conversion part of it actually works in our benefit. If we think about it this way, if we're converting in an existing house, the setback requirements for the house, in particular the heights, are capped. You convert into a house, the size of the house, the setbacks, front, rear, and height are maintained for the single-family house or duplex, instead of a triplex, which would be permitted in the R3 zone. And in most cases, in the subzones of the R3 zones, the triplexes actually permit a higher height. So let's really think about this, because if we do agree that the conversion is to do as built or to be as new, then who in their right mind is going to take a small house and convert that anymore? It just doesn't make any sense. We will, of course, go to the next permitted higher level. And the same thing in the R4s. The only thing that we know in the R4 that the conversions previously would have not permitted would have been after R4L. Because up until R4L, we have a cap of 4 units anyway. So after that, we would have been in another subzone, which we would not be permitted to convert to. So I'm just asking Council to really consider what that term really means, and if we are looking at really capping the number of units, then we look at it that way rather than throwing the whole baby out with the bathwater. I'm sorry, maybe it's a soggy donut at this point. I also don't understand the impact of what this really means, the number of lots that might be affected by these conversions or the loss of conversions, and perhaps more importantly, the loss of actual number of units. Because we're talking about the number of units as well as the size and the massing, I've heard that over and over, of what can be built. But I'll tell you, if we tear the buildings down, you're going to be looking at a new build, and that new build will be absolutely out to the extreme parameters of what's permitted in that bylaw, including heights for the new additional units. Anyway, I know you've heard a lot of this. perhaps to sum it up in my mind, I would like to see some kind of acknowledgement that if the conversion bylaw with the amenity space and parking are somehow related in the thinking process of planners, that why don't we just go with that? We'll say, okay, infill 1, we have already agreed to a transition clause there. Why don't we just tie it with the conversion? Then they will come and apply together at the same time. Now, with respect, I would also ask again your patience. I am also working on 2 projects in which this will affect. I have a project for a client at 222 Stewart Street. We had applied for a converted dwelling, and we were told that no, we couldn't do that. Instead, wait. The interim bylaw will come to an end, and then you'll be able to get that extra unit in, which would be in the basement in this particular case. We did that. We were asked to get an occupancy permit before we could actually apply for that additional unit in the basement. In order to do that now, we would also be caught in this transition period if it doesn't cover us. Anyway, so I would ask that council consider that 222 Stewart Street also be exempt from the provisions of the new conversion amendment.
I don't know what the application is for Stewart Street, so.
Mr. Chairman, I happen to know that 222 Stewart is actually under construction. It's actually quite close to finished. So if it has to have a 4th unit, then it will be a low-rise apartment. And I think Mr. Hamel is right. If that lot does not meet the standards for a low-rise apartment, then it would have to obtain a minor variance in order to permit a 4th unit. That's exactly the intent of what we're doing. And so, I mean, if there's a wish to include that address in the transition clause, we'll take that back with us. And in the spirit of what we've said to Mr. Jacobs, you know, I mean, we can certainly put that in. But again, I mean, the intent of what is happening here is exactly as Mr. Hamel is describing. It's been applied for as a triplex. So it's being built as a triplex, and it meets the standards of a triplex. And if it is to be a low-rise apartment, then it will have to conform to the standards of a low-rise apartment.
And you can't meet those standards?
Well, it turns out, Mr. Chair, that that particular application did go to the Committee of Adjustment at the time, and it did get approvals, all the approvals required for it as a triplex, no problem. And then it was understood, and we did have some consultation, wasn't a formal pre-consultation with some planners, and they encouraged us to just wait. The interim bylaw was going to run out at about this time, and at that time, this type of application is exactly the kind of application that I understood to be able to be, that would have been supported. This is what planning was hoping to get. So I too am caught.
So you actually, I guess I don't understand this. You came forward and you said, I'm building a triplex, but what I really want to do is build a small apartment building?
Well, we wanted to add a 4th unit.
No, which makes it a...
No, but excuse me. At the time, we could add a 4th unit under the conversion clause. And what happened is that now that conversion ability is no longer there. It's been lost.
But okay.
That was a...
we put an interim control... Again, I'm trying to follow you. We put an interim control bylaw on the property.
Yep.
Right?
Well, that was about a year ago or so.
Right.
And this process started well before a year ago.
Right. So
we're nearing completion now. Yeah.
So we put in place an interim control bylaw that didn't allow conversions.
That's right.
So you went in with the sole intent. You knew that we were dealing with conversions.
No, I didn't. Because when we made our application, Mr. Chair, when we prepare applications, it takes some time before even the interim bylaw was put into place. We actually made that application in January, and that was at least 2 or 3 months before the interim bylaw came into play, or before the moratorium was established.
We imposed an interim control bylaw a year ago, April 24th, right?
Pardon?
We imposed an interim... I'm just trying to understand.
Yep.
You made an application for a triplex.
Yes. for a committee of adjustment. We had consulted with planners. Our route was to go through the committee of adjustment application.
And you were going to build it, and once it got finished, you were going to convert it to add an extra unit. We put in the interim control bylaw, so you
In the meantime.
In the meantime, so you couldn't convert it.
After it was under construction, that's right.
No, I'm just not sure why you'd apply for one thing and not the other. Why would you be straight up and say, I want 4 units here, not 3?
Because at the time we were permitted to make an application for a triplex. Once we have occupancy permit for a triplex, then we would come in and apply for a building permit for a 4th unit. It would be a converted dwelling.
But why wouldn't you do that right when you made the application? Why wouldn't why wouldn't you be transparent and say to the people who live in that neighborhood, we really want to build 4 units, not 3, 4?
Yeah.
Because what you said to them was, I want to build 3, but don't worry, when I'm finished, I'll sneak in the 4th unit. Why didn't you just say right up front, I want to build 4?
Well, here's the biggest impact is that when you do go to 4 units, we are in an R3 zone. They're not permitted in the way in which it is described as now, which is no. Please understand that at the time, the conversions were an opportunity, were a possibility. Okay? This was prior to the moratorium being imposed.
Right.
Okay? Anywhere in Ottawa, you have a triplex, you add a unit, in conversion, no problem. You have a duplex, you add a unit.
Is this a new build you're building?
Pardon me?
Is this a new build you're building?
It's a brand new building.
So why didn't you apply for 4 units?
What part of this am I not making?
Well, because I can tell you what you told the community, I'm building a triplex, but I'm really building a small apartment building. It's what you really wanted to do at the end of the day.
What I said was that we're building a triplex, and then we will convert it with an additional unit. That's what I said. That's what we talked to planning about. And they said, well, the way to do it, go to the committee, get your committee of adjustment for a triplex. Once you have
Could this kind of stuff get maybe covered off in that report? Because I hate for us to spend the rest of the evening
I know, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have digressed, but I want to build a triplex, but don't worry, I'm going to pull out of my back pocket the next unit.
It's an excellent point why we need to have some good, solid rules, but it also highlights why we need to get out.
I hope I get...
Mr. Hume, Mr. Chairman, is it possible in your mind that in an R2 zone, under the conversion...
I'm going to raise a point of order here.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry, I should...
In question period, the delegation is not supposed to ask the questions.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Hamel, I shouldn't have put you through all of that. It's just... It just doesn't seem to me to be particularly transparent, and I'm not sure that it's the kind of the way I personally think that it should go, and maybe the rules allowed it, and maybe it was okay, and I'm just not...
That's what a conversion is.
Yeah, and I'm not sure it should be, I guess, and that's why I was wondering, and I shouldn't have done that, and I apologize. I apologize to you. So,
no problem.
I don't have any other questions. Do you have any questions for Mr. Hamel? No. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hamel, for your presentation. So, what we're going to do now, those are the last of the public delegations. So I'm going to close the public hearing portion of the meeting. We have a transition, we have 2 transition motions. One deals with Mr. Jacobs, which is property which is at 291, 293 Lyon. The other one deals with the general transition privileges that are being recommended. Does not deal with the provision of in-stream applications that have undergone, I'm looking at Mr. Mark, formal pre-consultation.
That's correct, Mr.
So, and on the formal pre-consultation, Ms. Snedden and Mr. Mizzi are going to get together, define how many those are, and are going to it's very late, so you're going to define what those are, and you'll bring a motion to if there are not 800 of them, we'll bring a motion to council. In order to allow that to happen and to allow the appropriate consultation to take place in the intervening times while trying to respect the April 24th lifting of expiry of the interim control bylaw, we'll move this, we won't submit this file to council until April 23rd. And the direction to Ms. Snedden is that she is to meet with all of the councillors, not you, the donuts. Got to figure a better terminology. However you call those, and any other person who wishes to meet with you on this file, including those who have made submissions today. Is that clear and understand? And is committee clear and is committee clear and understand that? Okay. That's right.
So they'll meet with the councillors, like on the original report they're talking about how this impacted just certain wards, and they met with those councillors. So perhaps all the other councillors need to be somehow reached out to?
Yep,
since
she'll do
it's
that.
now applying to all of us?
Except Councillor Hobbs.
Except Councillor Hobbs, yeah.
And Councillor Shirelli, who they've already met with.
Yeah.
And Fleury. Yeah, we get it. We get what we're going to do.
Fair?
Okay. So...
It will be very short. Now it's a 5-year-old waiting outside her daycare in 12 minutes. I would support that approach. This is, of course, very important to me and Councillor Fleury. But what we've learned is it had greater implications in terms particularly for the four-story for the apartments and the amenity space, and that clearly needs to be addressed. The point I really just wanted to make, we are all, if you want to say, guilty of the same thing. When reports come to us or circulation does, we look at it and we say, is that a priority for me? Oh, that's not mine. And I think what happened for many of us is whether we didn't get it or whether we did but went, oh, that's not my issue. A lot of us weren't engaged in it because we didn't realize its implications, and that does need to be addressed now.
Chair, that's not correct. The report said it applied to only your wards.
Okay.
So it's not a matter of us saying it's not a priority. The covering letter said it did not apply to our wards.
Okay.
So let's not suggest that we're brushing that off.
Speak to the principles of conversions and importance to your ward, because it's 10 to 5 and that's not helpful.
I apologize. I didn't. And similarly for the developers in terms of being contacted, I know we had an extremely strong engagement, and it was at those sessions, the 200-plus people. But what seems to have happened is there were those who knew it applied to them and were there, and there were those who either knew it didn't or assumed it didn't and have only become engaged at this point. So we need to make sure we make that connection now and address those concerns. I believe the content of the report is very strong, and it's something that I have certainly supported all along, and I hope my colleagues here, voting colleagues on Planning Committee will as well.
Okay, you're good? Councillor Fleury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't rehash all the discussion. It'll be very short. Just wanted to say how important it is for urban areas. It's not targeted towards a group in specific. It's just the objectives of conversion has changed. It's not from big families. It's about, the single family and protecting that outer shell. And if people want to modify an existing building, well, let's go through a new build and let's make sure that the zoning and all the infill purposes and everything is recognized. So I'm quite favorable of this, and I hope that it's carried. My only worry is that in these transition clauses we actually create loopholes, and I'll just say that I have full confidence now that I'm bringing it up, and with your interest in staff, that we will not enable loopholes for conversion types buildings to come in as we move towards that removal of that policy.
That's one of the reasons why we're advancing the transition motion that's here that puts the date in of March 20th. So that we don't open that flood to a flood of applications at this point in time. So it's quite defined. It's an appropriate transition. for projects that are well-defined. And we may, depending on what Ms. Snedden and Mr. Mizzi come up with, we may make it a little more transitional for those applications that have gone through pre-consult, similar to the way we did the country estate lot subdivisions.
And just on purpose of wrap-up, I wanted to thank specifically Tim Mormon for his work on this. It's been many hours. They've assembled quite the team to look at the issue and analyze every angle. So I wanted to thank the staff efforts on this.
Okay. Okay. Anybody else on that? So we're moving forward. Can we carry the transition, let me think about this. The general transition privileges motion and Councillor Hobbs, and we'll call it the Jacobs motion. Is that carried? Okay, so on the application, with the understanding that it's going to the 23rd meeting of council, with the direction to staff to undertake the consultation with councillors, and with people who made submissions here and anyone else who picks up the phone and calls you. Between now and the 23rd, you will consult with Mr. Mizzi on the transition privileges for in-stream applications that have undergone pre-consultation. On that understanding, it's carried? Carried. Okay. Whew. Okay. We're going now to any... no, we did pools. Okay. Are there any notices of motion? Okay. Inquiries. Councillor Tierney has an inquiry.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'll be very brief. It's in a written format, and I feel staff probably can reply to it. It's just basically how many residential accessory addresses are assigned under delegated authority per annum, and there's a whole series of other questions that go along with that as well, and I look forward to getting it back in a written format at the next meeting.
Sorry, say that again.
Did you want me to read it out?
Yeah, I just...
How many residential accessory addresses are assigned under delegated authority per annum? And there's a couple other series of questions, but I won't burden everybody with it today. I'll wait for the written reply.
So it's on the the addresses issue. Okay.
That is correct.
Okay. Is there any other business? We are adjourned. The next meeting is April the 8th. Ooh.